The Earl of Arundel, Earls of England, Book 1, by Angela E. Johnson. Read by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. Music filled the library with a cheerful melody of his own creation as Phillip Watson, the Earl of Arundel, pressed the ivory keys with the expertise that came from years of practice on the pianoforte. His proficiency on the instrument was proof of what could be accomplished with diligence and trained talent, or so he tried to convince himself each time he sat down to compose another song. The pianoforte was one of the many gifts his father, the Duke of Ashby, had presented him throughout his life. As heir to the duchy, he'd never wanted for material possessions. Love, on the other hand, had been in short supply when it came to his father. Over the years, the Duke of Ashby had presented him with books, rare finds of poetry, short stories, and his favourite, Shakespeare, all to demonstrate his status within the family. If material possessions could offer love, Philip would have received it in abundance. Instead, as the eldest, the cold, heavy hand of his father's temper had been his lot. Ashby reserved what little kindness he had for his other children. Since the piano had come to him in such an ugly manner, he had vowed to spend his time at the instrument forgetting about the unhappy memories it invoked. That morning, he'd played a song he had written for his mother. The melody juxtaposed the macabre nature of his relationship with his father with the beauty and unyielding love of his mother. As he'd played, the music had filled his mind and soul completely, taking him out of the comfort of his personal rooms in an otherworldly experience as he embodied the melody. The tempo was slow, his soul accepting each note with a focus as he discovered the next chords. As he played, the peaceful world around him was unceremoniously disturbed by a harsh knock upon the door. He knew that knock. The brash pounding tended to make Philip hold his breath in expectation of what his father would demand. Before he could turn to call out and invite his unwanted visitor in, the door was pushed open. He didn't immediately acknowledge his father. As Philip played the last chords of his piece, he turned to see Ashby waiting, his presence destroying the serenity Philip had found over the past hour. Following close behind was his mother, her gentle nature never fully balancing out the angst emanating from his father. As he stood, Philip held his tongue as he realized there were 3 other people with his parents. Following his mother were Lady Olivia Harrison and her parents, the Duke and Duchess of Norland. "Arundel," Ashby said, his tone gruff. The Duke was tall, intimidating, stiff in posture, never yielding. One never knew if he was in a pleasant mood, which meant Philip always prepared for the worst outcome of any conversation. "You are acquainted with Lady Olivia?" "Yes, father." It would do little good for him to remind his father he had known Lady Olivia since childhood. The Duke of Ashby and the Duke of Norland had been friends, but mostly enemies since their days at Oxford. Each year, Norland and his family visited Wentworth Hall for the summer months. Philip and his identical twin brother Edward had spent more time in the outdoors on horses and other pursuits than with Olivia each summer. But he obviously knew her. His duty as Ashby's heir had required him to dance with Lady Olivia during the season. He'd done as expected, but he certainly didn't care for her. Ashby cleared his throat, commanding the attention of everyone in the room. "Norland and I have decided an alliance between our families could increase our standing in society far beyond what we already enjoy. This will require a marriage." "Marriage?" Olivia asked, her voice rising in pitch. She turned to her mother, her eyes pleading as she sought a reassurance that did not come. "It cannot be." "The marriage will take place 4 weeks from today," Norland stated. "The banns have been posted, and the ceremony will take place at the church here at Wentworth Hall." Clearing his throat once more, Ashby crossed the room and pulled Philip by his arm, forcing him to stand next to his future bride. When Philip didn't extend his hand, the Duke lifted it for him and then placed Lady Olivia's into his. "Take these next 2 weeks to become better acquainted. It will make the wedding night more enjoyable." Speechless, Philip watched as their parents left the room. He turned to make certain the door to the library was open for purposes of propriety, then released Olivia's hand. Before he could think of something witty to combat the startling announcement, she dipped her head, curtsied, and escaped from the uncomfortable conversation they must inevitably have at some point. For now, he was relieved to hear the rush of her footsteps and the swish of her skirts as she ran from his library. He waited until evidence of Lady Olivia's retreat no longer echoed back to him before marching down to his father's den. With the same respect his father had shown, he knocked once and then entered without waiting. In the den, he found his parents speaking in low tones, an argument brewing between them. "May I speak?" he asked. His father impatiently waved him forward. Shutting the door so the conversation would not be overheard, Philip gathered his thoughts to find the best possible way to approach the subject so as not to incur the Duke's wrath. "I realize I have not taken the last few London seasons seriously in regard to finding a wife. I am but 23, and I hoped to wait a few years before considering marriage." "This has nothing to do with your fruitless London seasons," Ashby said, sitting behind his desk. "If I had wanted you wed before now, it would have been done." Philip bristled at the insinuation that his life was to be moulded by his father's whims. Yet he knew that was exactly what the Duke expected. "Is my life not my own?" "You are my heir. Until you have achieved your inheritance, you will do as I wish." Ashby's blue eyes narrowed, causing wrinkles to spread into his hairline. Philip knew there was no reasoning with his father, not when he invoked his position as Duke and head of the family. Turning to his mother, Philip hoped Ashby would have a bit more compassion when speaking with her. It was possible she could assist, stand up for him so he could choose his own bride. "Mother, can you not speak reason to your husband?" "Your father is responsible for the engagement. I have no power or sway in this matter." She looked down at her hands, refusing to meet his pleading gaze. "We realize this sudden news is quite shocking for you and Lady Olivia. This is why we have allowed 4 weeks for you both to come to terms with the engagement," his father continued. "If you find that disagreeable, I will send to London for a special license. The Archbishop of Canterbury would not refuse my request." "Devil take it, father. 4 weeks is not enough time to know the woman I am to wed, the mother of my future children." His father stood and walked around the desk. Philip looked into his eyes, trying to match the angry glare, but he'd never had the same temperament as the old man. Ashby stepped closer, then comfort allowed, forcing Philip to take a small step backward. "You should accept my generosity." Ashby paused, the threat of his presence causing a lump to form in Philip's throat. Ashby was on edge, but Philip knew if he backed down now, he would regret cowering before the Duke every day for the rest of his life. He'd never felt so passionately about one of his father's edicts as he did this one. Marriage was not to be endured with someone to whom he was indifferent. "I want more than an arrangement. I wish for a love match." "You have read too many works of fiction, Arundel. Love is a myth created by men like Shakespeare, who have the ability to twist words and manipulate the reader. It is for the uneducated, the poor, people who do not have reputations to protect." "What of happiness?" Ashby laughed. He lifted his hands, pointed to objects that meant little to Philip. "Our wealth and status bring us joy." "I will not marry Lady Olivia. I will object to the bans." "If anyone is to beg off, she will have to be the one to do it." "Why?" For purposes of her reputation, he knew the lady would have to be the one to throw him over. But the tone his father used made him think the statement was more of a threat to him than a desire to preserve Lady Olivia. Ashby regarded him for a moment. The only sound in the den was that of a ticking clock, each second blending into the last as his father's features contorted, fighting over revealing the details of the agreement with Norland. When Philip didn't back away, Ashby relented.
Norland and I have a small wager between old friends. It isn't anything for you to concern yourself over.
You have gambled my life away and wish for me to accept my fate without argument? I have known you to be selfish in your dealings with me in the past, but this is one time I will not conform to your whims. A wager is unacceptable where marriage is concerned. Incredulous over his father's lack of care for him, he paced the room, trying to find something to say to stop the madness. This wasn't the first time his father had made a wager of great consequence, but it was the first time it had changed the course of Philip's life. For what purpose did you and Norland create this wager?
If Lady Olivia pulls out of the engagement, I win Norland's unentailed lands and a large increase to my coffers.
And if I end the engagement?
You won't be the one to end it, Arundel. The only way out for you is death.
Death? Speechless, he stopped pacing and turned to face his father. The Duke's nearly purple complexion made him take a step backward, regret instantly forming in the pit of his stomach, for he knew his father's temper far better than he knew the man behind it. The shade of his father's face told him the argument was in vain. Nothing he said would work upon Ashby's compassion, if ever he'd had any for his heir. If he could not stave off the engagement, perhaps a compromise was available. Philip wanted in that moment only to see his father's temper go by the wayside, stave off the inevitable results of an explosion.
I vow not to end the engagement, if only you will agree to give us 1 year before the wedding.
Ashby's fist hit the edge of the desk.
4 weeks, Arundel!
Father. It was imperative in moments like this for Philip to keep an eye on his father's hands. Each movement, no matter how insignificant, could have damaging results if he wasn't prepared to dodge to one side in time. Philip took note of Ashby's right hand as it slammed against the desk, and shifting his eyes a little, he saw the left fist rising. He was ready to lean backward and miss the impact when he realized his mother was standing next to him. His hand came up, expecting to block Ashby's before his fist connected with Philip's face, but he'd hesitated too long. The sting of the blow was painful, but he didn't regret ensuring his mother was safe. With a long inhale, Philip turned away, refusing to allow Ashby to gloat over the punishment he'd doled out.
Do I need to speak louder for you to understand the situation?
Defeated, Philip shook his head. No, Your Grace.
We are done here.
Philip stepped backward and nodded in understanding. He left the room, rubbing the side of his face, expecting the sting of the rebuke to dissipate as it had always done in the past. He wasn't surprised to hear his mother arguing with Ashby once more, begging him not to bully their son, but Ashby would do as he pleased, which meant the Duchess's requests would go unheard. Ashby hadn't ever raised a hand to his Duchess. Therefore, Philip wasn't concerned for her welfare. Preferring the outdoors to the stuffiness of Wentworth Hall, he made his way out to the stables. Out of everyone on the estate, his horse, Bassanio, was the only company he wished to keep. Everyone else would want to discuss the matter ad nauseam, and that was the last thing Philip wanted in that moment. As he entered the stables, his eyes connected with his twin brother Edward. Philip walked past him, intent on keeping to himself. Edward put out a hand, taking hold of Philip's arm. When Philip refused to look at him, Edward took hold of his chin, turning Philip's head until he could see the bruise forming.
What has the cantankerous old man done now? Father and Norland spent half the morning in the den. That is, after a night of excess and gambling.
I'm expected to marry Lady Olivia in 4 weeks, Philip said, shrugging as though he didn't care. He wasn't fooling anyone, especially not Edward.
4 weeks?
Edward shouted. He stood, kicked at the dirt, and ran a hand through his hair.
Have they no shame?
Are you in earnest? Shame was not in their father's vocabulary. Laughing at the absurdity, Edward proclaimed,
You must call it off. Lady Olivia is not a match for you. I am not to end the engagement by any means that will cause Ashby to lose his wager. My only way out is death.
Edward's head snapped up, his mouth moving as he silently repeated the last word. When he recovered sufficiently, he found his voice.
Ashby is off his chump. Yet it was not an idle threat. What will you do?
Edward's hands dropped to his sides, showing he had little by way of a solution.
I wish to take a ride. Clear my mind and find a way to accept my fate.
Philip knew as heir there would be many undesirable tasks in his future. He only wished marriage to Lady Olivia wasn't one of them. Pointing to the stable yard where 2 horses stood saddled and ready, Edward said,
I knew you would need an escape after speaking with the Duke. Do you mind if I join you? I have one stipulation. There is to be no more talk of this blasted engagement. Leastwise, not today.
The first Sunday, as the banns were read, Philip looked into Olivia's brown eyes to assess her reaction. He thought he saw defiance. If so, would she dare object? Unfortunately, when the time came, Norland took hold of her hand and squeezed it until she dipped her head in contrition. The silent tug-of-war was won too quickly, in his opinion, but then he didn't know how tightly Norland had squeezed. Philip kept an eye on Lady Olivia through the remainder of the services. She massaged the hand Norland had taken, holding it up against her chest, away from her father. Then, for the briefest of moments, a bit of clarity shone through, and Philip wondered if fate had brought them together. Perhaps she needed a protector as much as he needed an escape from his father. He was heir to a duchy and a vast fortune, and no one would believe he needed someone to offer support as he withstood the constant barrage of violence. Ashby's temper always found a way to the surface, and somehow Philip was often in the vicinity of the explosion. There would be one bright side to this marriage, and that was what he would hold to as he accepted his fate. Once the vows were said, he and Lady Olivia could escape their fathers by taking up residence in Arundel Castle. Arundel Castle was his by virtue of his title. Located in West Sussex, the home was allotted to him as the heir and part of the entail. Philip allowed a smile to pull at his lips for the first time since he'd been forced into this arrangement. Ashby rarely visited the southern part of England, which meant Philip would finally find a bit of freedom. As they left services, Philip accepted the well wishes from his neighbours, the talisman of his eventual escape from Wentworth Hall shining in his mind's eye like a beacon from a lighthouse. When he realised Lady Olivia was nearing her father's carriage, Philip crossed the churchyard to request a private moment. Perhaps their mutual disdain for the upcoming nuptials and their family circumstances could be the catalysts for finding an accord, if not love.
Lady Olivia.
Yes? She slowly released her hold on the footman's hand, who was assisting her into the carriage, as she turned toward him.
Might I beg a moment of your time? The day is quite lovely. If you are adventurous in spirit, we could walk back to Wentworth Hall.
He extended his arm, counting the seconds as he waited for an acceptance. I suppose, she said, if I must. Reminding him that she was not of the same mind as he on this marriage, at least not yet, he chose to ignore the slight rudeness in her behaviour. If all went as planned, they would have an accord before the day was out. Philip led her past the carriages to the pathway that led directly to Wentworth Hall.
Do you care for reading?
I am not a bluestocking. The curt reply put a smile on his face. Although he'd never been one for chasing after women who didn't care for him, he didn't mind attempting to soften a shrew.
I would never have considered you one. But I do love spending the afternoon in the library, especially when it is raining. A good book can generally dispel all that is wrong in the world, at least until the pages come to an end.
I have never read anything that was not assigned by my governess. I prefer other pursuits.
Such as?
Instead of continuing their line of conversation, Lady Olivia removed her arm from his hold as she increased the distance between them. What purpose is there in this conversation?
Momentarily taken aback by her abrupt question, he decided it was best not to take offense. At least, not yet. She had yet to understand that they had a month before they would both be free from their fathers. Once he explained this to her, she might find marriage with him a little less detestable. I would like to think of our union as a blessing for both of us, a way for us to separate from our fathers. He'd finally voiced the words, allowing them to become more than an errant thought or a wish. Instead of receiving a like-minded response, he found Lady Olivia was bent over in laughter. She held her stomach, a deep, throaty sound escaping her lungs.
There will not be a union between us, my lord.
Bristled by her laughter, he straightened his shoulders, putting up a wall around his features so she would not see a reaction. If she thought this a game, he would not confide. My understanding is that we are stuck in this engagement. Have you information otherwise?
My father is bluffing, Lord Arundel. He is not so reckless as to gamble away his only daughter's future.
Philip looked down at his hands as he considered her response. Certainly, you know Norland better than I. What indications might we look for to reassure ourselves that he is softening?
Olivia hesitated. She turned away as she bit her lips together. When she didn't respond, Philip stepped forward to place a hand upon her arm. The gesture was meant to extend comfort, even as he was fighting a battle of nerves. Instead, it was as though he'd placed a hot fire poker upon her arm. Olivia pushed him away with a force he hadn't expected. Thankfully, he kept his footing as he reared backward. Do not touch me, my lord.
I apologize.
Philip held his hands up to indicate he would respect her wishes.
But until this arrangement is thwarted by Norland's love for you, might it be best for us to know something of each other?
This last statement came out a bit more cynical than he'd meant, but he didn't care, and there was little use in making another apology. I don't want to know you, my lord. Her contempt was enhanced by the whipping of her curls as she turned away, the strands hitting like prickly straw upon his cheek as she marched down the otherwise lovely and calm pathway. Her blustery movements disturbed the beauty of the spring morning.
Have I offended you in some way?
He called after her, increasing his speed to match hers. She turned, forcing him to stop as she barely avoided running into him. I would prefer to find a match without help. I don't need my parents to sell me to a man who cannot find his own bride.
I assure you, Lady Olivia, I am quite capable of finding my own bride.
He met her hardened eyes, eyes that would be beautiful if not for the fire blazing in her irises.
I am without a choice in this arrangement.
Then why have you accepted it without a fight? You are a man and hold more sway in society than me. Can you not convince your father of the imprudent match we would make?
You spoke moments ago of Norland's love for you. Can you not convince him of the impropriety of this match? He asked.
Her stance faltered, and dipping her head, she whispered so quietly he could hardly hear. This is Ashby's doing. My father would never have agreed to such a plan if not for your father. Philip couldn't argue with that. Although he knew Norland had likely envisioned piles of gold entering his coffers when the offer had been made. If there was one thing he knew about Norland, it was that his greed matched that of Ashby in every wager.
Norland and Ashby concocted this plan. Do not forget, they both agreed to gambling on our future.
My father is never as disagreeable at home as he is when we visit Wentworth Hall. If not for Ashby... Philip held up his hands, motioning for her to stop arguing. This wasn't the conversation he wished to have with his future wife. Fighting over their fathers was ridiculous, given he cared little for his own.
Let us agree. Both dukes are equally selfish.
Lady Olivia lifted her head, her nose pointing to the heavens. With one stipulation. My father is selfish, but only when he is at Wentworth Hall.
Very well.
It was easier to allot her the small win than continue with the useless argument.
My lady, if you will but entertain my thoughts for the briefest of moments.
She glared at him, and then nodded her head as they resumed their walk toward Wentworth Hall. Philip took a long inhale of air in anticipation of saying everything he needed to in the next few moments. Lady Olivia was hardly one to lend her ears to a conversation with him for long.
I believe a marriage between us could be exactly what we both need to find our way in this world, away from our overbearing parents. Upon our marriage, I will come into possession of Arundel Castle. It is situated in West Sussex, a very fine town and surrounding area.
He left out the last bit of what he'd previously thought to add, about the way Norland had squeezed her hand, causing pain, and the confession of the treatment he had received from Ashby. Those sorts of confidences could be shared once they had found an accord. If he shared those thoughts now, with the way she had reacted earlier, it would be akin to casting his pearls to swine. I believe it is acceptable to thank you for your consideration, but I must say no. We are not a match, and I do not think we will ever find love together. Philip had spent more than enough time thinking about marriage to a woman he didn't love. This marriage wasn't the perfect situation, but he had come to accept that the upper class rarely made decisions of marriage based on love. Even if he had found a woman of his choosing during the London seasons, it would have had to have been a woman in his same social class with enviable connections.
My father claims love is for the lower class. Although I do not hold to that standard, I do believe it can grow between two people intent on finding happiness together.
Now that he had found a way to free himself from Ashby, he wanted to hold on to that hope for the rest of his life. Of course, he would have to see his father on occasion, but it was possible if they were not in close proximity at all times, his father's anger might abate. Tears formed in her eyes, and a wistful moment passed between them. He knew she was holding something far greater inside, a secret she dared not share with anyone, certainly not him. He waited for her to speak, wishing she would confide in him so they could break through a barrier of mistrust. But it was not to be. He didn't fancy himself the greatest catch in London society, but he was aware each season of the attempts made for his future and title. To have a young woman so decidedly against him was quite disconcerting. An itch played at the corner of his mind as they started walking toward Wentworth Hall once more. Lady Olivia wasn't his first choice for a wife, but she had garnered a number of suitors the previous season. He knew this, but only because of his duty to ask for a specified number of dances. Ashby required him, as heir, to pay attention to the daughters of his closest allies. Out of the corner of his eye, Philip noticed she was chewing on her bottom lip. A nervous habit, if ever he had noticed one. He didn't know where the thought had formed, but now that it was rolling around in his head, he needed an answer. Carefully, he put a voice to the errant thought.
If we do find a way out of this arrangement, is there another man you wish to marry?
Her head instantly whipped around, her curls blurring his vision momentarily until her eyes poked through, imaginary daggers flying in his direction. Instead of keeping to their leisurely pace, she pulled her arm away and once again increased her speed. Emboldened by her aversion to a response, he called out to her.
Am I correct? You have set your cap for another man, and this engagement ruins your plans.
He couldn't stop the smile from crossing his face as he said the words. Her indifference wasn't his fault. Moreover, he could use this information to his advantage. If her heart was set upon another, not even Ashby would force him into a marriage. Lady Olivia stopped, turning from her escape. When he approached, she smiled at him, and then without warning, she stomped on his foot and kicked him in the shins. "How dare you laugh at my pain?" Without another word, she ran toward Wentworth Hall while he hopped on one foot, trying to ease the pain before putting pressure on his foot once more. When Philip arrived home, he found his brothers, Edward and Charles, laughing, and his sisters with hands over their faces to hide their amusement.
"You're getting along splendidly," Edward chimed.
"Amusing," Philip said, glaring as he passed by them. He'd give up the position as heir to get out of the engagement. He'd give it up for many other reasons as well, but alas, it was not his choice. The position was his birthright. Philip stepped into the hall in time to hear Olivia's whine echoing around him as she complained to her parents. According to her, he lacked manners. Well, no one was perfect, certainly not him, but he did fancy himself a gentleman. As Philip met his father's gaze, he was surprised to see Ashby looked more amused and indulgent than angry. He raised his eyebrows as he passed by, hoping his father would rethink the entire situation, given he would have Lady Olivia's shrill voice ruining his daily routine if this wedding did go forward. But even as Philip wished his father would reconsider, he knew Ashby was fully aware that the lady would not be at Wentworth Hall long enough for him to be annoyed. Ashby was likely looking forward to the day he would hand over Arundel Castle to his son. In truth, he had likely already sent to Arundel Castle to have it aired out and the carriage with the emblem of his title emblazoned on the side sent out to Derbyshire, so he could convey them to Sussex by the end of the month. Philip took the stairs 2 at a time, knowing he had only a short time that afternoon before Wentworth Hall would be filled with guests. He pulled the bell cord to summon Edward's valet, as his was out of town on a personal matter. While Philip waited, he brooded over the engagement contract. The details of the wager and his upcoming nuptials had occupied his thoughts far more than anything else over the past week, and this day would continue on in much the same manner.
"My lord?"
Mr. Thomas asked as he entered. Philip turned in surprise as his own valet stood before him.
"I didn't realize you were back. When did you arrive?"
Thomas crossed the room and pulled 2 options of frock coats from his wardrobe.
"An hour ago, my lord." "How does your mother fare?"
Philip hadn't expected Thomas would return so soon, as his mother was ill.
"She passed away, my lord."
Philip reached forward and grasped Thomas's arm.
"Why didn't you tell me she was so ill? You should be in full mourning. Thomas, I must insist you take time to mourn. Edward's valet can help me." "No, my lord. My mother's greatest wish was for me to have a respected position. I will not be derelict in my duties."
Thomas held up the frock coats once more, indicating they should continue as master and servant.
"Please, my lord, I would prefer my mother's passing to be kept silent. If you change your mind, you have my permission to take leave. I'm sorry for your loss."
Confused, he allowed Thomas to continue to help him. Death hadn't touched Philip's life, not in the way it had his valet's. Philip had lost grandparents, but he'd never been close to any of them. Yet he couldn't imagine life going on in a normal manner if his mother were lost to him.
"Thank you, my lord. I wouldn't want to cause distress to you and your family. Please forget about my worries. You have much of your own to handle." "Then you have heard?" "I'm afraid so, my lord. She is a fine lady with an enviable dowry."
Philip chuckled a little.
"I had not ever considered a woman's dowry as a reason for marriage. She leaves me wanting by way of her personality. Very little kindness shines through the mask behind which she hides." "Those in your situation do not need to think of such things. You are already blessed with wealth. Other men who are less fortunate in their investments have likely sought her hand, no matter how disagreeable they find her personality."
Thomas's voice shook as he spoke, his movements stilted as a stiffness overcame his interactions.
"Which frock coat would you like to wear to the party?"
"The brown." Philip's eyes drifted to the window as he slid his arms into the coat. The beauty of spring was just beyond his reach, and he decided the deuced garden party would survive without him. He only needed to make an appearance.
"I think I will escape early and go for a ride." "Where do you plan to ride, my lord?" "The meadow. Do you think the pockets are big enough to hide a book?"
Philip loved reading in the meadow. The stream and the spring-budding trees made reading Shakespeare's sonnets take on a life of their own.
"I will tuck a book in your satchel. You shall find it near Bassanio, after you appease his grace with your appearance."
"I didn't know how I survived without you these past weeks, Thomas.
I'm most pleased you've returned.
Philip walked to his side table and grabbed the book of sonnets he'd pored over the previous week. He passed it to Thomas and then rushed from the room. The sooner he arrived at the party, the sooner he could escape. The garden party turned out to be exactly what he expected. A boring affair. A group of women gossiping was not an ideal way to spend an afternoon. He watched as Edward made rounds of the room. The women were talkative, and he could tell they knew how to stroke his brother's ego. Edward had always been the favourite among the ton. Philip's wit was more literary than Edward's, who was an absolute flirt when he had a group of women around. Charles, their younger brother, was more like Edward when it came to women. He danced and chatted during the London seasons, and there were more than a few broken hearts when the Watson boys left town each year without making a match. Philip sat next to Lady Olivia. His mother had requested he give his attention to his intended, which meant he could not escape as easily as he'd planned. He offered to get her punch multiple times, and her rap when a light spring breeze went through the veranda, causing her to shiver. He played the role of adoring fiancé, while she played the role of an indifferent and angry forced bride. She made certain to inform anyone who would listen she had been forced into the arrangement. Olivia gained the sympathies of the young women around her. She also pulled at the heartstrings of some of the young men, as she was a beautiful young lady. Philip knew that if those same men had been forced into an engagement with her, they wouldn't be so quick to sympathize, especially if she were to treat them as she had him. The reality before him unfortunately seemed to be a marriage of indifference. It was very apparent that if this marriage came to fruition, he would be leaving the abuse of his father's home to a different sort of loneliness. Giving up on the party, as he decided he'd spent more than enough time socializing, he slipped away and made his way to the stables. He took the stairs at a quickened pace, expecting to be pulled back to the party by his mother. Escaping the crush of her guests would take a bit of manoeuvring. Instead of taking the direct path to the stables, he found his way along a path that would lead to a shrubbery garden. From there, he could wind his way around Wentworth Hall to the stables. He was nearly there when Edward appeared along the path, strolling at a leisurely pace.
"Where are you off to?"
Edward asked.
"The meadow."
Philip knew the smirk on his brother's face well. He had either just finished an assignation, or he was on his way to meet a lady.
"What have you?" "Do you really want to know?"
Philip sighed. He didn't condone his brother's rakish behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it. The only one who could stop his actions was Ashby, and it was unfortunately their father who had put Edward on this path. One day you will find yourself at a church altar or the end of a dueling pistol. I must be caught first. Edward patted him on the shoulder as he walked past. Do not be away long. Ashby will expect you to escort Lady Olivia into supper. Shaking his head in disappointment, Philip quickened his pace. If he were to return in time for supper, he would need to hurry. He rounded the corner of the stables, Bassanio in his view, when Lord Folly caught his attention. You have finally succeeded in an escape, Folly mused from a perch on the fence. Not nearly as quickly as you. I only just escaped a marriage-minded miss and her mother from pulling me over the border to an anvil priest, Folly said with a smirk. If I'd stayed another minute, I might have fallen prey to a swarm of debutantes seeking a title. A fight would have ensued, and then the entire day might have been lost. A smile tugged at the corner of Philip's lips. He'd known Folly since Oxford, and he knew Folly had his fair share of beautiful women seeking after him during the season. Why the escape? Folly asked. There's a wonderful meadow waiting for me. I plan to spend my afternoon reading instead of listening to the chatter of women. Arundel, Folly said as he jumped off the fence. He looked as though he'd burst if he kept silent. I need to speak with you about Lady Olivia. Philip watched as Folly gathered his thoughts. Folly ran a hand through his hair, rocking from one foot to the other numerous times before settling against the fence. I am in love with Olivia. We plan to marry before Michaelmas. Are you in earnest? Philip asked the first question that popped into his mind. Without allowing Folly to respond, he added,
Have you spoken with Norland? Yes. I asked permission and I was promptly turned away. Why would Norland refuse you?
Folly hesitated and looked around as though he didn't want to be overheard.
I trust you will keep silent on this next matter.
When Philip nodded in agreement, he continued.
My father is bankrupt. Norland doesn't view a marriage with me as a good connection. Bankrupt?
Folly's father, in a compromised financial situation, was more of a shock than finding out that Lady Olivia had a perfectly good man offering marriage. There hadn't been any gossip or whispers among the ton, therefore the situation had to be recent. Philip had long ago learned to school his facial expressions. Instead of reacting with shock, he nodded in understanding.
I would release Lady Olivia from the engagement this very moment, if my father would allow. Olivia said the same. This agreement they have, what is it?
Folly asked in frustration. Providing the information to Folly would be a betrayal of his father's trust. He also feared the information would spread through society faster than a woman's ruined reputation. He didn't like telling a falsehood, but it was the best way to sidestep the question.
I don't know the details.
Folly's face fell.
I am in love with Olivia.
His voice shook as he made his plea.
Please, what can I do to make this engagement go away? My father has made it clear. The only way I can get out of it is through my death.
Folly's eyes fell to the ground.
Death? A bit extreme, do you not think?
Philip smiled as he placed a hand on Folly's shoulder.
Either that, or Lady Olivia would have to throw me over. Norland has threatened Olivia. She cannot be the one to end the engagement.
Philip nodded. He'd assumed as much. To have it confirmed didn't make him happy. It only added to the frustration of the situation.
Then we are at an impasse. Olivia and I will marry in a month's time. Instead of fighting it, we will consign ourselves to the fate we've been dealt. And you should find a bride with a substantial dowry.
He hated himself for speaking the words. It was almost as if he'd said it more for his own benefit than Folly's. The statement caused an uncomfortable silence to blanket the air around them, suffocating all thought from his mind.
I believe my horse is saddled and waiting for me.
Before he mounted Bassanio, he turned and watched as Folly went back to the party. Folly's hand was stuck in his hair, pulling at each strand as though he were holding his head in place like a puppet player. Disgusted with himself, Philip rode off into the countryside with the goal to return once the party was over. He led Bassanio to a large shade tree and dismounted. The tree sat along a shallow stream, so he tied the reins to a branch with enough tether for the horse to drink. As he relaxed against the trunk, he pondered again over the mess Ashby had caused for him. Anger, resignation. None of his responses seemed adequate. With Folly's confession, the one bright spot in the entire arrangement, that of having his own home, was no longer a comfort. Knowing the name of the man Olivia loved would not allow him the privilege of falling in love with his soon-to-be wife. He would forever know that her heart belonged to another. Agitated with his thoughts, Philip picked up a rock from the ground. He ran his thumb over both sides. Turning it in his fingers, he determined it was perfect for skipping across the water. The utter frustration of his engagement was forgotten for a short time as he focused on throwing one stone after another across the stream. After he tired of skipping rocks, he again sat with his back against a tree trunk, this time with the book of sonnets. Philip easily read through the first 12 sonnets, and then looked up from sonnet 13 to ponder the words when a slight movement to the right caught his eye. He looked over to see who it was, but upon first glance there was no one around. Standing to make certain he didn't miss the person he thought he had seen, he looked toward the trees to the right, but again the meadow was clear, and whoever had been in the tree line was no longer there. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, goose pimples popping up on his arms, as a chilly breeze rattled the leaves above. Untying the reins, Philip patted his horse on the neck. Although it was far earlier than he wished, The eerie feeling that someone was watching his every move made him believe an evening with Ashby and Lady Olivia was far preferable.
"Bassanio, we should return to Wentworth Hall."
He smiled at his horse, more for his own comfort than that of the animal, when a gunshot shattered the silence, echoing off the trees surrounding the meadow. Philip pressed his body against the tree trunk, hoping it wasn't on the side from which the shot had originated. Within seconds, the serenity he'd discovered in the beauty of the meadow had shattered, his heart pounding as though it would break free from his chest.
"It could be a hunter," he rationalized.
"I overreacted," he told himself, even as he stayed hidden against the tree. In truth, he knew his little hiding place was nothing in comparison to a cave or the cover of the woods. He waited for a few moments, convincing himself that he was acting irrationally before he rushed to mount and ride back to Wentworth Hall. Kicking his horse into a canter, Philip repeated the same words in his mind as he rode to the tree line.
"There is no danger."
He crossed the meadow, breaking into the cover of the tree line, expecting safety, when he heard the unmistakable sound of another horse behind him as branches snapped under the weight of the hooves.
"Is someone there?"
he called out as he brought Bassanio to a stop. Whoever was in the woods with him was playing a trick, and a nasty one at that. One of the reasons he loved the meadow was due to the private enclosure the beech trees afforded the area. As he searched for the other rider, he now cursed the exposure of being a lone man. Even though he was in the safety of the forest, the trees afforded little protection if he was truly at risk of being followed. His worries of another rider were confirmed as the other man hadn't noticed he had stopped.
"It is a hunter,"
he repeated to himself. The other occupant of the forest was likely out for a leisurely afternoon and had no inclination of the fear he'd caused. Deciding it was his duty as heir to the estate to investigate, Philip turned Bassanio to the right. He would find this person and prove his theory. If someone was hunting on the Wentworth Hall estate lands, the person would have to be reported. Even with this conviction, his imagination ran rampant. The forest alight with crunching leaves and snapping tree branches caused chills to run up and down his spine. His nervousness conveyed to the horse, causing Bassanio to startle. Philip leaned forward to pat Bassanio's neck.
"The other rider does not mean us harm."
A chill shook his body, making the decision much easier to return home to Wentworth Hall. He kicked his heels into the horse's sides, expecting to leave the woods with haste. They had travelled less than 5 tree lengths when he saw a white shirt, no frock coat, out of the corner of his eye. It was the other man on a horse. Suddenly, fear was no longer a concern. The other rider was purposefully staying within the concealment of the trees, avoiding recognition. Not only was the behaviour inappropriate, but it was also dangerous, given the man had a weapon. Philip made an irrational decision. Increasing his speed, he decided to surprise the man by blocking his path. He was an earl. It might be a courtesy title until he came into his inheritance, but it held sway upon his father's estate. These woods, the meadow where he'd taken refuge, all of it was owned by Ashby through the entailment, and it would one day be his. Duty outweighed any fear he might have entertained moments before. With the quickest of glances to the side, he determined Bassanio was the superior horse. He couldn't take his horse to a top speed given the debris on the ground, but he would push Bassanio until they overtook the man. From a side glance, Philip was convinced the other horse looked familiar, but he was too far away to be certain. As another gunshot sounded through the late afternoon sky, Philip pulled his horse to a stop. Rationally, he knew it was dangerous to surprise a man with a weapon. Although he wanted to set the man down for such careless behaviour, with this latest firing of the weapon he decided he'd had enough. It was far too dangerous to pursue this course of action on his own. When he returned to the stables, he would gather a group of men to seek out the poacher. He pointed Bassanio back toward Wentworth Hall as another shot tore through the stillness of the forest. Searing pain ripped through his shoulder as the bullet grazed his right arm. His breath hitched, a sharp gasp escaping as he cried out in agony.
"Devil take it!"
he cursed, fighting every inclination his body had to wilt there and wait for help. Passing the reins to his left hand, he glanced down to survey the damage. For the severity of the pain, he was surprised to see only a small bit of blood pooling on his frock coat. Abandoning any lingering desire to find the fool who'd mistaken him as prey, Philip kicked the sides of his horse. He rode a short distance until Bassanio halted mid-stride, refusing to take another step. Even in the muted light of the forest, there was little protection for him if the rider hadn't yet realized he was a man and not a beast. Philip tried to coax the horse to go forward by squeezing his legs against the horse's body, but the beast refused all commands. Dismounting was difficult as his vision wavered with the pain in his arm. His breath was staggered, but he walked around, checking to see if there was a rock or a thistle stuck in Bassanio's hooves. There was nothing to explain the hesitation. As he came back to look the horse in his eyes, he rubbed Bassanio's face with his uninjured hand. "What's wrong?" The horse continued to shake his head and whinnied in a way Philip had never heard from Bassanio. "Let's go home, boy," he said, patting the horse again on his neck. Deciding he was out of danger, as the rider hadn't made another attempt at shooting his prey, Philip chose to walk for a short time. It took some coaxing, but as soon as they were moving once more, the tension in Bassanio's body eased. With an opening to the fields ahead, Philip sighed in relief. It wouldn't be long before he was home. His arm would be patched up rather quickly, and this nightmare would be but a distant memory. Relief allowed the tension in his shoulders to lessen until he saw the rider again, this time on his left. The greatest struggle of his life sat before him. If he had thought those words only an hour before, it would have been due to the upcoming nuptials. Now it was not only his life at stake, but also the respect of every person at Wentworth Hall. If he returned, injured and in need of help, Ashby would expect the name of the man who had been so bold as to shoot an earl. The excuses in his head held little value, at least where his father was concerned. He was frightened. He was injured. Pain pierced his arm, running up through his shoulder and into his neck. Yet he knew returning home was not an option without the culprit in hand. In an unwise, split-second decision, Philip decided to breathe through the pain. He mounted Bassanio once more and then veered off to the left to find his shadow. The decision was idiotic. He knew with every ounce of intelligence left in his addled brain that this course of action would lead to trouble. But Ashby's disappointment would be far worse than a few scrapes. With renewed energy, he kicked his horse in the side so he could overtake his quarry. The horse did exactly as expected. Bassanio increased in speed, taking Philip farther into the woods than he ever remembered travelling on his own. Although he'd ridden through these woods since he was a boy, the darkening night sky mixed with the pain in his arm brought on a challenge he hadn't expected. His muddled thoughts didn't register his location. In that moment, he knew he was lost. If he had to guess the direction of his home, he wouldn't easily find the way. It took a great amount of humility for Philip to admit, even to himself, that the other rider was no longer in sight. As far as he was aware, the other man had likely returned to his home for the night. Sunlight was almost completely gone when he called out to Bassanio. "Whoa!" Bassanio ignored the order and instead increased in speed. Philip pulled the reins back as he called out again. "Whoa, Bassanio!" But again the horse didn't listen. Philip was ready to slump forward on the horse, his head spinning with the pain in his arm, until he heard the other horse directly to his left. The other rider was playing a game, one in which Philip did not care to take part. He turned, expecting to catch a glimpse of his attacker. He only needed to identify the other man, and then he could return home without shame. As his eyes caught hold of the other rider, his focus wasn't upon a face. Instead, the only object staring back at him was the barrel of a gun. Before he could correct his horse, another shot rang out through the woods. "Yah!" Philip kicked the horse in his sides, not knowing if Bassanio had any speed left. Given that he had been in full sight of the other man, it was now inexplicably clear that the other rider was not a hunter of animals, but of men. Although Philip was riding a Dali Arabian, each horse had a limit, and he'd not yet found the limit for Bassanio.
He had a terrible feeling he was about to find out how far and how long this horse could run without rest. The sun had set, and the moon was hidden behind a patch of clouds when the horse slowed beneath him. He couldn't force Bassanio to run any longer. The horse had given his best and would likely be injured if they continued forward. For now, Philip needed to get out of the woods to a safe place where he could hide before finding his way home. Bassanio was not the only one who had lost stamina. Philip was barely holding himself atop the horse, his body desiring relief from the pain as he hunched forward. He blinked and shook his head, trying to keep his eyes open as sleep inched its way into his thoughts. Bassanio continued to slow when Philip heard another gunshot. This time the shooter was successful. The bullet pierced the middle of his right shoulder. In that moment he knew that he had never truly experienced pain. Fire radiated, throwing him to the side as he tried to stay atop his horse. But holding the reins became impossible as the bullet ripped through his flesh, sending waves of pain into his chest. If he was breathing, he no longer knew. Gasping, he felt a rush of cool air as he fell sideways and then landed on the hardened earth. Philip woke. Warm blood seeped out of his wound as chills racked his body. He lay crumpled on the ground with a tree root stabbing him in the back. His mind screamed as though a voice outside of himself, telling him to stand, run, anything but continue to lie upon the ground. But his strength had completely failed, and he was unable to move his limbs. Ready to give in to the darkness, which offered the promise of relief, his heart quickened as tree branches snapped under the weight of his assailant. Although his eyes refused to open, Philip knew the assailant was nearby. A familiar scent played tricks on his mind, telling him he knew the man. Fighting against the pain and exhaustion, Philip rolled to his stomach, a loud cry escaping. It wouldn't be long before the assassin found him, but if he could hide under a bush or pull himself up onto his horse, fear pushed him to action. Every nerve, radiating from his bleeding shoulder to the tips of his toes, begged for relief, but he did what he could to crawl out of harm's way. Philip pulled himself forward with his left arm. He let out an involuntary gasp and then a cry as his right arm scraped against the ground. His legs refused every command he sent them, as though they had a mind of their own and had decided they were done working for the day. Before he could escape, the assailant knelt beside him, pressing a hand into his back. Philip looked up to see who it was, but in the dark and unrelenting pain he was unable to focus. Without care for the bullet wound, the assailant took both of his arms and dragged him down the hill. Moonlight and dark of night, in and out of consciousness, Philip registered rocks and debris scraping against his body. His mouth was dry, sticky, and miserable. In that moment, he knew he had nothing left. He was weak, bleeding, and all he wanted was death. And then, a small measure of relief went through him as the shock of cold water registered. He floated, the cold water bringing both relief and a new searing pain. The greatest relief came with the knowledge that this was likely the end. It would not be long before he finally gave up the ghost.
Chapter 2. The weather in northern England was cold and a bit breezy. Miss Emma Parker loved taking advantage of the cool air during the end of spring and opening days of summer. She sat in the parlour by an open window, pulling her wrapper tighter around her arms as she entertained herself with a book. There were other pursuits in which she could engage. The pianoforte sat in the corner untouched. Her embroidery, only partially finished, was tucked away in the side of a cushion to hide it from her mother's watchful gaze. If it were within her ability, Emma would do away with such frivolous activities as sewing and embroidery, instead focusing upon more important matters. Books. "Come away from the window, dear. You will catch your death in this cool weather." Her mother only slightly looked up from her sewing as she made her request. Emma pulled her wrap a little tighter. It was chilly that evening, but the fire roaring in the grate was more than enough to heat the small room. "A few more minutes, Mamma." "Very well, only until your father arrives. And then you must sit by the fire. I will not have you taking a chill." Her father was expected to arrive within the next quarter hour. Elsewise they would go into supper, and Emma would lose her chance at gazing out the window as the moon and stars lit the night sky while she pondered upon each sonnet. Not for the first time, Emma read Sonnet 116 and wondered what Shakespeare must have been thinking when he'd written the beautiful lines of love. The bard had been a master at love, in her estimation, and she simply could not understand why he had not written more during his life. It was a travesty. Due to her inexperience with love, Emma often imagined finding her future husband. The daydream included him walking across a ballroom and asking her father if he could receive an introduction. The gentleman would then tell Emma he had dreamed of meeting her his entire life, and it would be love at first sight. Perhaps she had read too many books, but it was her fondest hope to fall so completely in love that life would not be worth living without the man who claimed her affections. Her mother, father, and brothers would think she was silly if she told them her dream. But her sister Anne listened, and for a while she had told Emma to keep dreaming of her handsome gentleman, for Anne had not found many gentlemen in London. The previous season Anne had nearly become engaged to Mr. Christian Bennet, but before an offer of marriage had arrived, Mr. Bennet had left London, not to return for the rest of the season. Anne had returned to Spring Hill Abbey with a broken heart. From that moment on, she had told Emma to forget about love and the dream of romance. She'd advised her to find a match to give her a comfortable life and a little happiness in marriage. If happiness didn't come from the gentleman, then perhaps it would be found in the form of children. Anne's newfound dislike of love had not persuaded Emma from her current course. She would have a love match, or no match whatsoever. Distracted from her thoughts, Emma watched as her father's carriage approached, travelling at an unsafe speed. "Father is here," she called out as she closed her book. "I was beginning to worry," her mother said, looking up from her stitching. "I think something is amiss," she said, her voice trailing off as she stood from her seat. "What do you mean?" Henry asked, walking over to look out the window. Emma watched as her father lifted a man from the carriage. Her hand instantly went to her mouth to stifle the cry as she took in the situation. The poor man appeared lifeless, his body limp and unmoving. She was certain her dreams would be tainted with the dead for days to come until she heard her father call out from the hall. "We need a surgeon!" His gruff tone left little doubt that her father thought the man was not yet lost. "Put him in the green room," her mother called, stepping in to take charge of the situation. "Henry, send for Dr. Price." Emma followed her parents and watched as they laid the injured man on the bed. Helping seemed imperative, yet how to do so she wasn't quite certain. "Emma, get blankets!" her father yelled. "Anne, we need hot water and toweling." Never had a problem such as this arisen before in their home, yet her mother somehow knew exactly how to care for the poor man. It seemed a job for the servants, yet her mother hadn't yielded her ministrations and instead began to remove the soiled clothing as she listed out medications and herbs that could be mixed by the still-room maid. Emma ran down the hall and grabbed blankets from a linen cabinet. Taking 3 blankets in hand, she turned to run back to the room and bumped into Meg, the maid in charge of building fires in the grates. Meg carried an armful of wood, which spilled out as they collided. "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't see you," Meg cried out, bending to gather the wood once more. "It is my fault, Meg. Please let me help you." "Emma, where are the blankets?" her mother called out. "Please, miss. I will be along in a moment. Take the blankets," Meg whispered. Emma nodded her understanding and continued down the hall. "I have the—" Her words were lost as she saw the man's unclothed legs. Heat pierced her neck and cheeks as she entered the room. "Leave the bedclothes and take yourself back to the parlour," her mother said. She was nearly to the door when she heard a faint moan. "Is he awake?" Emma asked, turning back with the hope of getting a first glance at his face.
"Go out, Emma. We need to clean the wounds," her father said.
As she slowly left, Anne hurried in with a bucket of steaming water and towels. The housekeeper, Mrs. Lambton, rushed into the room with a basket full of little bottles, each a medicinal concoction. "Anne, take your sister back to the parlour," her mother said. "When the doctor arrives, have Henry escort him in."
"I don't know if he will live. A lot depends on the internal injuries."
The doctor placed each tool slowly in his bag as he spoke.
"I will send a nurse to care for him. Can you manage until the morrow?" "How long before we will know if his injuries are fatal?" her father asked. "The nurse will watch his breathing. If he starts to cough blood or if his lungs fill with fluid, he won't survive. We also need to watch the bullet wounds for further bleeding."
Emma pulled the chair from the side desk and set it next to the bed. Although she'd been allowed back into the room, she had yet to take in his features. Unfortunately, his face and head were covered in bandages, along with his legs and arms. His features mattered very little in the aftermath of what the doctor had said. An overwhelming desire to be of use to her parents and to the poor man pulled her toward him. Perhaps it was the romantic inclination within her, but she wanted to alleviate any pain untouched by the medications. "I wish to stay with him until the nurse arrives."
"Anne, you will remain with your sister,"
their father said, refusing argument from either of his daughters. Emma quickly went back to the parlour to gather the book of sonnets and her sketch-pad and pencil before settling in beside the bed. She wanted to read aloud, allowing her voice to soothe any fears the man may have. Given his condition, it was safe for her to assume he'd experienced a trial far greater than any one man should endure. But she did understand the doctor's admonition that the stranger needed rest. So, for that night, she decided to spend time on the landscape in her sketchbook. Imagining the seaside as it had been during a trip to Liverpool with her father, she attempted to finish the drawing from memory. As she drew one of the ships, she looked over to see Anne asleep in the plush brown chair near the window. She went back to drawing and again looked up after a moment to examine the injured man's features. She wondered what colour his eyes were. Blue would look dashing with his hair. She'd always loved men with blue eyes. The patient could be described in one word: handsome. Even though his features were partially covered with bandages, she could see enough to determine he was desirable to look upon. His brown hair had streaks of blonde. He had a scar near his left eye, untouched by the damage done to the rest of his body. The silent slumber, unmarred by snoring, was punctuated by a soft face filled with a vulnerability she'd rarely seen. She was used to her brothers and father showing unwavering strength, and she had a feeling this man would be the same when awake. But as he slept, she imagined he had a very tender heart. The romantic within her hoped he loved Shakespeare, her favourite author. She imagined reading to him and looked back at the book of sonnets she had brought with her. Again she looked over at her sister to see she was asleep. It would be unwise to interrupt the silence by reading aloud. In a split-second decision, she decided to turn to a fresh page in her booklet. She had never tried her hand at portraits, but she found herself inspired to draw this man in his current circumstances: injured, vulnerable, and handsome. Chapter 3. Edward stood in the parlour with his family, waiting to go into supper. He frowned, having specifically reminded his brother of their father's expectation. He thought it would be enough to convince Philip to return in a timely manner. Yet he was noticeably absent. As he was one of the reasons for the party, supper was likely to be held until he returned. Even though Philip was disgruntled over the engagement, it wasn't in his nature to leave guests waiting upon him. A small dalliance into the meadow would be perfectly fine, if not for the delay in his return. It wouldn't be an inconvenience if it was just their family, but they had a house full of guests from the garden party. He looked over at his parents, who were conversing with their guests as though nothing was amiss. Deep down, Edward knew the Duke was not as calm as he appeared. Nothing vexed Ashby more than the appearance of disrespect. The butler, Mr. Hodgins, entered the room with the look of expectation and the unspoken warning that supper would be ruined if they did not go through. Ashby forced a pleasant smile, the one he reserved for his duties as host.
"We will go through."
Edward ignored the whispers around him as he took Charlotte's arm and escorted her into the dining hall. The only vacant seat at the table belonged to Philip. Lady Olivia was escorted on her father's arm, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. None of it would have bothered Edward, at least not on a normal Sunday, if he hadn't issued the earlier warning before Philip had left. His brother often stayed in the meadow long into the evening, looking up at the stars in quiet contemplation. But on such an important occasion as this, it was worrisome. A heaviness formed in the pit of his stomach, making each round of supper less desirable than the last. The party didn't break up until the early hours of the morning, when the final guest climbed the staircase to find their bed. When he was finally free of obligations, Edward began his search. He checked his brother's bedchamber, library, and their father's den. He walked out to the stables, undeterred by the cool night air and the chirps of crickets in the fields. The stall that housed Philip's horse was empty. Shaking his head in frustration, Edward left the stables. He stood in the doorway, staring up at the night sky when he heard an uneven gait. Following the sound, his gaze fell upon Bassanio limping into the yard, saddled, riderless. Edward stepped forward and took hold of the reins. He pulled Bassanio to the fence and tied him off. Using the lamp, he walked around the horse, patting the animal and cooing at the poor thing as he realized the horse stood rigid, almost as though he was spooked. As his hand grazed the horse's neck, a wetness seeped through his gloves. He brought his fingers up to the lamp, his eyes focusing on the deep red smear. Before he could process the word blood, Edward had set off at a run. "Father," Edward said as he rushed into the parlour. "We must send out a search party."
"Not tonight. If he isn't back by morning, we can start a search."
Edward held his fingers up.
"Bassanio is in the yard. He's covered in blood."
Ashby slowly placed his glass upon the sideboard, a smile forming as he exchanged a glance with Norland.
"Arundel knows the only way out of the engagement is death. Resourceful, do you not think?" "Very much. If this is a ruse, it means you are forfeiting. Shall we retire to the den to discuss my winnings?"
Ashby lifted his glass, drank the whole of it, and slammed it on the sideboard.
"Arundel will wish he were dead once I discover his whereabouts."
Norland smiled, his eyes looking upon his daughter.
"Once we have determined Lord Arundel has withdrawn from the agreement, you may accept Lord Folly. That is, if his offer still stands. With my new fortune, we will not need the connections Ashby can provide."
Edward narrowed his eyes at his father.
"This is not a game. My brother is injured. I dare not think of anything worse befalling him. Can you not understand? This isn't an attempt to free himself of your wager." "What makes you believe this is real?"
Ashby asked, genuine curiosity drawing him closer to examine the blood on Edward's gloves.
"Philip would not leave Bassanio. He loves that horse. Moreover, the horse is injured, limping."
Ashby nodded in agreement.
"Where is the beast?"
Edward led the way out to the stables. He held the lamp as Ashby examined the horse, waiting with the greatest of patience for his father to agree with his assessment. Rushing Ashby would do little good and would generally result in the Duke taking the opposite stance. Therefore, Edward stood his ground while allowing his father to make his own determination. Ashby ran his hands over the horse, lifted the injured leg, examining every inch of the beast. As he stood to his full height, he nodded once.
We will search the grounds tonight.
Grumbling would do little good, so Edward kept silent over his dissatisfaction with the delay. Instead, he woke the staff and demanded the horses to be saddled. While waiting for the search to begin, Edward led Bassanio into his stall, taking the greatest pains to put the horse at ease. He rubbed Bassanio's face, between his eyes, whispering as Philip would have done if he were there.
I will find him, Bassanio. Do not fret. Rest easy, and when you have healed, Philip will be here once more. Ashby is ready to leave, Charles said as he stepped into the stall. We have a large party ready to search the grounds.
Edward patted the horse one more time before leaving the stall.
He planned to go to the meadow. I will ride with you. Let us hope he is walking home this very moment.
Charles ran ahead, his optimism doing little to calm the concern raging inside Edward's chest. Although they set the horses at a canter, the distance between the meadow and Wentworth Hall felt much farther than it had in the past. Edward knew the concern itching at the edge of his thoughts was an indication that all was not well. He searched the meadow near the stream where Philip spent most of his time reading. Philip might have spent his afternoon under his favourite tree, skipping rocks or reading a book, but there was no evidence, as a quick examination of the area revealed it to be untouched. Leaving the meadow, Edward and Charles rode through the woods until the sun came up, but it was a fruitless search. Charles pulled his horse to a stop.
Let us return to Wentworth Hall. With any luck, Philip is breaking his fast and making apologies for staying out late. What if you are wrong?
He hated himself for asking the question, but the connection he held with his twin told him Charles's prediction would prove false. Philip was in serious trouble.
We cannot waste time on food. Our horses need rest. Little good we will be to our brother if we endanger our lives in the search.
Edward stood in his stirrups searching the area, silently praying that his eyes would fall upon a clue. But the trees were thick, and even the morning sun had difficulty breaking through the spring leaves.
Go back to Wentworth Hall and inform Ashby I have continued the search on my own. When you return, bring a fresh horse and a bit of bread for me. No, Edward!
Charles had always been contrite until that moment. It was rather shocking for Edward to look upon his younger brother and discover he was no longer willing to do as he was told. If the situation were not so dire, Edward might pull him off his horse and wallop him for the argument. As it was, he was too stunned to do anything but wait for Charles to say his piece.
I cannot return to our mother without you. She has spent these last hours fearing the worst for her eldest son. It is unnecessary for us to increase her distress over your welfare. The younger, wiser than the elder.
Edward pointed his horse back to Wentworth Hall. He led the way, no further argument needed. Edward pushed the food around on his plate, unable to eat anything as his stomach swirled and threatened to release its contents. The moment he and Charles had arrived home, his mother had ushered them into the house for sustenance and rest. He didn't want to rest. Edward wanted to saddle a new horse and ride out, but his mother's tears kept him from arguing.
Is anyone out searching?
As long as they had men in shifts searching the surrounding area, Edward could take a moment to heed his mother's bidding. His mother nodded as she poured tea for both her sons.
Constable Adams has organized men from the village.
Ashby sat at the end of the table, his head in his hands.
If this is an attempt to free himself of this wager.
I certainly hope with all of my heart that it is, Lady Olivia said as she stepped up to the sideboard. She smiled as she filled a plate full of fruit and toast. Neither of us wanted this marriage. Lord Folly's offer for my hand was never rescinded. I may accept as soon as ever we find Lord Arundel.
Norland,
Ashby said, his voice hoarse from a night of cold air and lack of sleep.
Remind your daughter that she is to be seen and not heard.
Edward watched as Lady Olivia gracefully took a seat next to her parents. She kept silent, as Ashby had demanded, but for the first time since she'd entered Wentworth Hall that summer, Lady Olivia seemed genuinely happy. Her eyes shined with hope, which was in very short supply among the other occupants of the room. Turning toward his mother, Edward thought back to what she had said before their conversation had been interrupted.
"Constable Adams has joined the search."
His mother forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes.
"Adams has organized search parties. Those who are out all night need rest. That means both you and Charles are to stay here for now." "I will sleep once Philip is home safe, and where he belongs."
He planned to make more of an argument, but was stopped as one of the stable hands ran into the breakfast room. "Your Grace," Hunter called out. Then, as though he'd remembered he was entering the home of a duke, he bowed and tried to stand with some grace while attempting to catch his breath. "They found blood."
"Where?"
Ashby asked, jumping to his feet, his chair flying out from under him as it tipped over and hit the wood floor with a thud.
"Near the hill."
Hunter bent over, hands on knees in an attempt to recover from his haste.
"Did you find my heir?"
"Heir." Edward's hands twitched, his temper rising as he considered what his father had said. This search wasn't about finding a son he loved. No, it was about finding his heir. The man who was to marry to win a wager. The only reason Ashby cared to find Philip was to retain his position in the bet with the Duke of Norland. Hunter looked up, his face contorted with trepidation as he slowly shook his head. "Constable Adams believes he fell down the hill near the river. He sent men to search." Letting Hunter's words sink in, Edward hesitated as he confirmed the previous declaration.
"You said something about blood."
"Yes, my lord," Hunter whispered. Although he was wary from a lack of sleep, Edward would not stay home to wait for news. He would forego sleep for as long as he needed to assist in the search for his brother. Chapter 4. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May. Emma paused in her reading as she heard a moan. She leaned forward, pressing the book against her chest. Another moan escaped as the patient fought his way to consciousness. "Nurse Brown, he's coming around." He blinked a few times, his face contorted in pain. A wince and another groan. Waking from such an ordeal looked rather difficult. "I will send for the doctor," Nurse Brown said as she placed her embroidery aside. "Please have a maid bring a bowl of broth." Emma turned back to him, expecting to finally see the colour of his eyes, but found the fright had drained out of his features. She watched as his eyelids twitched. "Are you sleeping, or are you in pain?" she asked, hoping her voice would pull him into consciousness. She moved his hair off his face and thought about how long it had grown in the weeks he had been in their home.
"He's sleeping again?"
the doctor asked as he approached the bed. Emma pulled her hand back, regretting her decision to touch his hair as her fingers had liked the silky softness far too much. "Yes, but his eyelids keep twitching as though he is trying to wake." The doctor moved around the bed to examine the man. She watched the man's face and was wondering what he could be dreaming about when his eyes suddenly opened. "Doctor, he is awake again," she said. The doctor looked up from the wound he'd been examining. He took notice of his patient and then went back to the examination.
"It is high time you joined the living once more."
The man opened his mouth to speak but let out a moan instead. Emma wanted to stay next to her patient, but she knew once her eyes landed upon her parents that she would have to leave the injured man's side. Taking her place next to her mother, she watched as her father approached the bed.
"Welcome to Spring Hill Abbey. This is my wife and daughter. My name is Lord Anthony Parker. Nurse Brown and Dr. Price have been caring for you."
The injured man's mouth moved a little as though he would speak, but he didn't. His blue eyes swam in the candlelight as tears leaked from the corners. Emma stepped forward. "He is in pain, Doctor." The doctor looked up from the shoulder where he was replacing bandages.
Go out now, child. Waking up in an unknown place can cause unneeded stress.
Emma wanted to argue, but she decided against it as her mother took hold of her arm. She stood by the door, watching as the nurse slowly spooned broth into the patient's mouth. A great deal of it ran down the side along his neck, as if he were a small child learning to eat. But none of that mattered. More than anything, in that moment, she wanted to ease the pain that had caused the tears. Emma sat next to the sickbed once more, book in hand, reading to her sleeping patient. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit.
Do you always read Shakespeare's sonnets, or do you branch out to his other works?
The man asked, cutting her off mid-sentence. His voice cracked. It was rough, from non-use or from a lack of water, she couldn't be sure which. She startled a little at his question. Instead of answering right away, she put her hand under his neck, encouraging him to sit up a little so she could help him with the water. Once he'd had his fill, she carefully released him back to the pillow. I do enjoy his other works, she smiled and said conspiratorially. Nurse Brown was certain you were mute. He tried to smile at her jest, but winced instead.
Talking is difficult.
I can see the pain in your eyes, Emma said. She inwardly chided herself as his lips twitched. Flustered by her ridiculous observation, she placed the glass on the table once more and then took hold of her book. Books were her haven. She had always been more comfortable in a library than the parlour. Pressing the book against her middle, she willed herself to stay calm. My name is Miss Emma Parker.
Thank you for reading to me, Miss Parker.
Oh, Miss Parker is my elder sister. You may refer to me as Miss Emma. Emma lifted her hand and began twisting a finger around a strand of hair that had fallen from her coiffure. He closed his eyes and took a raspy breath.
How long have I been here?
The question caught her off guard, but only because it defied decorum. She'd expected him to tell her his name, as she had given him hers. Brushing past the lack of propriety, Emma regained her composure. You have been here a fortnight. Gathering her courage, she asked. Might I inquire as to your name? He paused, and she wondered if he was in too much pain to answer any more questions. It was possible he'd revert to silence. She was ready to resume reading when he finally responded.
I don't remember my name.
She tried to hide her surprise, but she'd never learned the art of hiding one's thoughts behind a mask. Her words became a jumbled mess as she stammered out a reply. Instead of offering her sympathies, she thought of his immediate needs. I will send to the kitchen to get you something to eat. Emma stood by the window, watching for the doctor. She tried to imagine what it would be like to wake up in a strange home and not know her name. The impossibility of not remembering herself was as unlikely as not remembering her likes and dislikes. It was unimaginable. Yet the beautiful blue-eyed stranger in the green room had no recollection of who he was or where he had originated. It was unfathomable, yet true. When her father and Dr. Price arrived, her father stood next to her by the window while the doctor checked the man's pulse, listened to his chest for fluids in the lungs, and examined his remaining injuries.
Do you have any memory of arriving here?
Price asked. The man looked around the bedchamber before answering.
No.
Her imagination often took flight, which meant every assumption she made might not be true. Yet Emma was convinced he was frightened. How could he not be in a state of panic?
Do you have any memories to assist in finding your family? I keep thinking of the name Bassanio,
he said with a hopeful tone of recognition. He is a character from Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, Emma said from her place by the window. The doctor tapped a finger against his chin.
Upper class, I would say, from your use of the King's English. A firm grasp on Shakespeare speaks of an education, likely Oxford or Cambridge.
A knowledge of Shakespeare, she repeated to herself. She bit her lips together and looked to her father to see he was focused upon the conversation between doctor and patient. The doctor smiled.
Of course, Miss Emma likely covered all of Shakespeare's works while you slept. That too could account for your understanding.
A crease formed between the injured man's eyes, and then quickly softened as he let out a long breath.
Doctor, what happened to me? You were found in the river caught in debris. Thankfully, the pile of wood and mud stopped you from drifting farther downstream. As for your injuries, you are fortunate Lord Anthony was delayed on his journey home. Otherwise, it would have been morning before you were discovered.
I am in your debt, my lord. Her father stepped away from the window.
There is no need to thank me. We are happy in the knowledge that you are healing, her father responded. Dr. Price sent out inquiries to see if a missing person has been reported matching your description. We hope it won't be long before we find your family.
Emma watched as her mother entered the room and instantly set about pulling the covers up to his chin and tucking them around his body. It reminded her of the fuss her mother made when she or her siblings were ill. Until we find your family, take care to keep warm and let us know if you want for anything. We don't want you catching a cold on top of the injuries you've already sustained.
What are my injuries? Your right leg is fractured in 2 areas, but don't worry. You'll have full use of the leg. I've set the bones, and with the lack of movement over the last fortnight, it has started healing nicely. You had 2 gunshot wounds on your shoulder, but the arm is mending. The contusions on your face and body have all but healed, and the bruising has gone down as I expected. You're on your way to a full recovery.
He patted the man's good shoulder before continuing.
Of course, the addition of amnesia is a setback, but a minor one. It could have been caused by the injuries to your head or the shock of cold water. But it should be temporary. In time, you'll regain your memories. How long do you think it will take for my memory to return? Fractures and contusions heal over time, but the mind requires a different sort of medicine. I believe to increase the chances of your memory returning, it will be necessary for us to find your family. You need to be surrounded by familiar people in places you once knew. I don't even know what town I am in. You are in Stafford,
the doctor stated as he gathered his instruments.
Now, my prescription is for you to rest. No more worrying over your identity, no more talking or reading. Not even Shakespeare can heal your mind.
Emma thought it was rather blasphemous of the doctor to make such a statement about the bard, but she stayed silent. When her patient finally drifted off to sleep, Emma left the room to enjoy the sun. She walked out to the garden and thought about the nameless man. If he couldn't remember his name, she would simply have to give him one. That was, once she understood him better, for even though Shakespeare's Juliet claimed a rose by any other name would smell as sweet, Emma was convinced a man must have a name that fit his person. Otherwise, he was a completely different man. Chapter 5. Have any of your memories returned? Emma asked as she pushed her patient through the garden in a bath chair. He was allowed to leave his room for short visits on the grounds, with the expectation that the fresh air and a change of scenery could assist in his recovery.
I keep seeing a face, he said.
Female or male? She asked, trying not to pry, but desperately wanting to know if there was a wife or an intended waiting for him to return.
A woman's face, he said in response.
Do you think it could be your mother or a sister?
I'm not certain.
Speaking to a man who had no memory was the greatest test of her patience. She wanted to scream each time he responded with a short reply, never elaborating, always succinct in everything he said. Do you experience any feelings when you see her face?
What sort of feelings?
Emma held back the sigh, begging to escape. It was possible he wanted to keep his thoughts private, but she was only trying to assist in his recovery. No one could fault her for caring so deeply. Love? Dislike? Indifference?
I suppose,
he responded. Emma pursed her lips to hold back the exasperated cry, "Which one?" Adding her impatience to his lack of memories would do little good. Therefore, she continued to push him through the garden, hoping he would speak, yet he remained silent. As they approached a bench, Emma took a seat so she could see his face while they spoke. She loved his face. The bruises had all but healed, leaving only the scars she'd noticed upon her first examination. The story behind such a deep mark was likely thrilling, but there was no use in asking for details. He wouldn't have any. The silence between them was expected, but only due to his ability to ponder his way through life. She constantly prattled, which worked rather well when conversing with soft-spoken companions. Smoothing out her dress, Emma smiled at him as he studied her face. "Would you like to know about my family?"
You have all been so generous in your care. I would be most thankful for any information you could share.
My father is the youngest son of a duke. This home was not entailed and was part of his inheritance.
It is beautiful, he said. Which of your brothers is the heir?
Henry's the eldest.
Might I inquire as to his age? I had not expected he was the eldest of your siblings.
He is 24. Are you inferring my sister Anne looks old? She asked, raising her eyebrows with a large smile to show she was teasing him.
I would never suggest a woman looks old,
he responded with mock abhorrence. A wide smile crossed his face, bringing a light into his eyes she had never before noticed. What is this upon your face? Emma leaned forward, a smirk forming on her lips as she touched the sides of his mouth. It looks very much like a smile. A blush crept into her cheeks as heat filled the fingers she had pressed against his face. She left her gloves in the house, a terrible decision given the placement of her fingers at that moment. She pulled away, but not before allowing her fingers to brush against the stubble upon his chin.
I haven't had much to smile over. Or perhaps it is the freedom of contusions that has allowed movement.
Emma folded her hands in her lap and continued her recitation regarding her family. Richard and I are the youngest. Richard wants to go into the clergy. He is 20. Anne is 22. Last year we thought Anne would be married by the end of the season. Mr. Bennet spent every moment with her, at least as much as was considered proper. Yet he never offered marriage. We were quite surprised when he departed London, leaving Anne with a broken heart.
Mr. Bennet? I think I might know him.
Emma perked up and turned toward her patient. He is familiar to you?
The name sounds familiar.
Perhaps he will know you. My family will return to London for the season this fall. If you remain, you must travel with us.
I have a few months to heal. Perhaps I will be able to dance by the time the season starts.
He laughed, making it sound as though the pain of his injuries were behind him. Silence followed their conversation as Emma tried to find something more to say about her family. Yet when she looked at him, expecting to regale him with another story from the last time she was in London, she noticed he had closed his eyes as he rubbed the sides of his head. "Are you ill?" she asked, reaching toward him.
A headache is all. I am certain it will go away soon.
He massaged his temples, small circles that seemed to do little good. Would you like to go back inside? He slowly nodded, a pain-filled grimace replacing the smile she'd adored moments before.
I think it would be best. Perhaps we should sit in the shade next time.
They hadn't gone far from the house. The garden where they'd sat had been situated close enough to the veranda that it took little effort to get him back into the house. As her eyes adjusted to the hallway, she hoped to see he had recovered, yet found the pain had only increased. When he was lying in bed once more, Emma stood in the hall, waiting to know of his condition, only to be told he needed rest. Healing seemed far more difficult than it needed to be. But then again, she had never been injured as he had been. Emma was not allowed into the sick room without Nurse Brown now that their house guest was healing. Dr. Price arrived to assess the headache. He decided it was a minor setback, which meant everyone at Spring Hill Abbey could go about their day as usual. It was strange how her life had changed in the few short weeks he had been at their home. She hardly knew what her days had consisted of before he had arrived. Aimlessly walking into the parlour, she considered sitting with her mother and Anne as they worked on their embroidery, but she didn't like embroidery. It was far too dull, and she always managed to poke her fingers with the needle. "Take yourself out of doors with a book or your sketches." Her mother's gentle reminder of how she'd once filled her days was enough to convince her to spend time in the orchard. Locating a soft spot under a tree, she slowly turned each page in her notebook, examining the sketches. She had drawn the man in the green room numerous times as he had slept. Now that she had seen a smile upon his face, she wanted to draw him with his face healed, as a way to remember him. For it would not be long before his memories returned, causing him to leave Spring Hill Abbey forever. "May I join you?" Anne's request was welcome, especially since Emma needed time to remember exactly how his eyes had crinkled and his lips had gently turned up. "You may." "Has he regained any memories?" she asked as he sat. "He said he continues to see a woman's face. I thought I would die of curiosity when he would not answer my question about how he feels when he sees this woman. Do you think he could have an intended?" A knowing smile crossed Anne's lips. More vexing still was that she didn't even try to hide her reaction. What if the woman is his wife? "Never say so!" Emma gasped. "What an awful suggestion." "I worry you have allowed your romantic sensibilities to run away from you." Emma covered her cheeks as heat rushed into them. "I can't help myself." Anne's eyes fell upon the notebook, one of the sketches with his profile clearly visible. "What have you been drawing?" she asked as she reached forward. "Landscapes. They aren't very interesting," she said, trying to hide the book. In her struggle to conceal the truth, the cover opened and one of the drawings fell out. "Oh, Emma." There wasn't any laughter as she lifted the page and examined the perfect sketch of their house guest. Emma looked down at her hands. "I'm very fond of him." "I feared you were." There was no reason to hide the sketches now. Releasing the book, she allowed Anne to examine each portrait. "These are expertly done." "A nice way of indicating I am a lost cause." Unbidden tears leaked out of the corners of her eyes as she turned away, unwilling to watch her sister's reaction as she slowly examined each sketch. The sound of pages turning and the little compliments pierced deep into Emma's heart until she could look away no longer. Resting her head against Anne's shoulder, Emma admired each sketch as page after page turned, revealing the insides of her heart. Anne placed a hand around her, pulling her into a side embrace. "You have recorded every moment of his recovery in these drawings. They are hauntingly beautiful." "Am I a lost cause?" she asked as her sister closed the cover once more. "You are hopeless," Anne said with a laugh. "But it would be wrong of anyone to expect anything less from you." "What shall I do?" Anne stood and then handed the sketchbook back to her before pulling Emma to her feet. "Father and Henry are due from London. Perhaps they will have news of his identity." "How will that help with my situation?" Anne pulled her toward the house, accepting no refusals. "It is simple. As soon as you know his name and situation, you will either be free to fall madly in love with him, or you must burn every sketch in that book and forget he ever spent time at Spring Hill Abbey." Chapter 6. Days were filled with lingering hours of agony while they waited for news. It seemed the sun would never set, but once it did, weeks blended into the next with the same result as the last. Edward woke each morning with the same pressing ache in his chest. Philip was missing. Suspicion had fallen upon every person at the party, but none so completely as Edward. The heir to the dukedom was missing. If history were to be believed, It was the second in line, the spare, who was responsible. Yet Edward was apprised of a secret no one within their local society knew. The heir to the Duke of Ashby was a very unenviable situation. No amount of money, prestige, or land could convince him to accept the role. He'd happily live out the rest of his days as the second-born to avoid the burden his twin brother had carried their entire lives. One need only look at Philip's face to see the toll his position as eldest had taken. The scar near his eye had not been an accident, at least not in the traditional sense. That scar was the only way people outside of their family knew the difference between Philip and Edward. He'd often wondered if Ashby had marked his eldest on purpose. No one would ever know, for Ashby would not admit such a grievous misdeed. Yet it was an accusation with which he would gladly confront his father, if he didn't worry about bringing the Duke's anger upon himself. Running a hand through his hair, Edward stood by the window in the parlour, watching as another group of riders reviewed the maps of the countryside before leaving in search of Philip. He'd been out all morning taking part in the unfruitful search. It was absolutely impossible for a person to disappear in a puff of smoke, and yet that was the only plausible explanation. The first few days had yielded more evidence of Philip's whereabouts than any other. They'd marked his path from the stream through the wooded area, and then the trail had gone cold. There was nothing outside of Bassanio's tracks back to Wentworth Hall, and no new evidence had been discovered since those first days. A rough timeline had been sketched out. Those in attendance at the garden party eagerly admitted to either seeing Philip or speaking to him. The last of which was reported to have seen him was Lord Folly. He'd claimed to have spoken in length with Philip regarding the engagement. Folly had pointed out the direction Philip had gone, but they had already been in possession of that knowledge. Otherwise, there was little to no information to use in the search. The only other useful information had been when Thomas admitted to packing Shakespeare's sonnets in the satchel. The book had been returned in pristine condition. Whatever had occurred in the woods would not be found within the poetical words Philip loved so deeply. Lost in his thoughts, Edward startled as Ashby and Constable Adams interrupted his solitude.
"A private moment with you, Lord Edward." Constable Adams puffed out his chest as he made it clear it wasn't a request. "Anything you have to say to Edward will be said in front of me," Ashby said. He crossed to the sideboard and poured a drink before taking a seat. The lack of an offer to the constable wasn't surprising, at least not in Edward's estimation.
"Very well." Adams nodded his head and moved farther into the room. Edward pointed toward a chair near his father as he invited the man to sit. That was as far as his generosity would extend. He knew Adams considered him the culprit behind the disappearance. The accusation alone was enough to turn his stomach sour.
"Lord Edward,"
Constable Adams said as he pulled his notepad and pencil out of his pocket.
"where were you the day Lord Arundel disappeared?"
Edward had already answered this question. It seemed a waste of time to repeat himself.
"I was at the garden party."
"Which was held where?" Adams asked.
"Wentworth Hall,"
Edward said in response.
"Tell me,"
Constable Adams continued.
"can anyone verify you were at the garden party?"
"I will attest to his attendance," Charles stated as he entered the parlour. "I also spoke with Edward on multiple occasions during the party," Marianne and Charlotte both said at the same time as they followed Charles into the room. Constable Adams turned to look at them.
"You will testify he was at the party the entire time? There was not a single moment he was out of your sight?"
Charles narrowed his eyes. The question was absurd. The same could be asked of any person who had been at the party.
"Certainly he was out of our sight, but he was there."
Constable Adams made a noise indicating his doubt as he wrote upon his notepad. He sat for a moment, crossing his legs as he silently pondered the next question.
"Lord Edward, when did you notice Lord Arundel was no longer at the party?"
Edward shook his head in frustration. The rest of his life would be measured upon this answer. He would never forgive himself for being so thoroughly distracted with the young ladies.
"I spoke with Philip in the shrubbery. He took a roundabout path to the stables so as not to be seen escaping by our parents. As I told you before, he warned me to take care of my reputation, and I warned him to be home in time to escort Lady Olivia into supper." "Why would he leave?" Constable Adams asked immediately after receiving the last answer. "He was dissatisfied with the engagement. He didn't want to marry Lady Olivia," Edward said. His gaze drifted to his father to see his attention focused upon the amber liquid in his glass. "What is your opinion of Lady Olivia?" Edward held back a laugh. "It would be unkind to speak my mind upon the matter." The constable's lips twitched. "Then you do not wish to marry the lady?" "Certainly not." "You were not at the garden party the entire time. I have reports of your absence from more than one source," Adams said. Again, Edward realized the man had not asked a question. It was a statement, indicating the opinion he had unequivocally formed before arriving at Wentworth Hall. Edward hadn't expected anyone to notice he had slipped away from the crush. His assignation with Lady Caroline had been long enough to steal a few kisses, but not so long as to ruin her reputation. "I have a witness who will testify you left the party after Lord Arundel. Where did you wander off to?" Unsure of what he should say, Edward chose not to answer. He looked to his father for guidance, but instead found an accusation. It hardly seemed possible that anyone in his family would consider him capable of injuring, or worse, killing, his brother. If he divulged his jaunt into the shrubbery with Lady Caroline, it would place a blight upon her reputation. His reputation as a rake was not well known, but if he were to admit to his accusations now, all of society would forever view him as unreputable. A few kisses, no matter the passion between the couple, should be kept private. Adams looked up from his notepad, misinterpreting his silence. A smile stole across the constable's face, making him look like he'd won the top wager at a prize fight. "Little to no excuses at the ready. One would have thought you've had time to compose a story or two." "I was gone for a quarter of an hour at most. Not enough time to properly tack a horse." Edward folded his arms as he sneered at the weasel before him. "You have no evidence of foul play on my part, yet you have accused me of the worst sort of treachery, causing my family to question my loyalty. You, sir, are despicable." Unfazed by the statement, Adams didn't respond. Instead, he fired off another question. "Did you follow Arundel into the woods and kill him?" "How dare you ask such a question?" Edward said, his jaw tight, his fist aching to find a punching bag. "Then why do you refuse to admit to your whereabouts?" "Edward," his father said, a frown piercing his harsh features. "Answer the constable so we can move forward in this investigation." "I cannot, father." Edward refused to cower. He'd always found favour with the Duke and didn't fear ignoring an order. He watched as Ashby ran a hand through his hair while he considered the situation. Vexing responses to his demands had a way of ending poorly. To his surprise, the Duke turned on the constable. "Adams, if you have nothing further outside of annoying my son, then you may take your leave." "Your Grace, do you not care to find the man who has done Lord Arundel harm?" Ashby narrowed his eyes, a glint of rage darkening his irises. "I have thought of nothing else these past weeks." The constable's lips turned up in a half-smile. "Then allow me to paint a scenario formed by the evidence we have collected thus far. As a younger son, he has always been one step away from prestige and wealth." "I have sufficient for my needs," Edward said, interrupting the tale. "Yet, he is considered second best to Lord Arundel because of the mere minutes separating their births. Had he fought his way out of the Duchess's womb first, the inheritance and title would be Edward's." "A burden I have never sought." The constable turned away from Ashby, speaking directly to Edward. "Now that you have reached the age of majority, you must have realized the benefits bequeathed to your brother. In a jealous rage, you followed him to the meadow, causing him harm."
The constable's eyes were alive with the story he had concocted. But that was all it was. A story. Edward's fists involuntarily clenched and his jaw tightened as he listened to the fabrication. If he had no sense of loyalty to his family, he would inform the constable that very moment of the dangers associated with being his father's heir. But Ashby would never forgive him, and the results would be disastrous. In truth, if he didn't know Philip had complied with the terms of the engagement with Lady Olivia, he would consider Ashby the most probable suspect in his brother's disappearance. The constable continued speaking. "We found the location where his body was disposed." Edward dropped into the nearest chair, his legs no longer strong enough to hold him upright. Was it possible the constable was telling the truth? Or was this a shocking statement to make him believe he had been caught in a lie? Whatever it was, Edward didn't care for the dramatics. He needed clarification. "Then you have discovered his body?" Adams held his response back, torturing everyone in the room with the delayed answer. When Ashby's patience had worn thin, he crossed the room and took the constable by the lapels of his coat, pulling him to his feet. "Speak, man!" "Not yet. But we are close, and will likely have found Lord Arundel before the week is out," Adams replied. Edward bent forward and put his head in his hands. He didn't know whether he should celebrate the lack of his brother's remains, or if he should wish for an end to the daily torment. Clutching a handful of hair, he took a moment to control his expression before straightening his posture to endure further questions. The only glimmer of hope in this entire conversation was that they had not yet found Philip. This allowed him to believe his brother was yet alive. Adams patted down the lapels of his coat as he stepped across the room to stand in front of the chair where Edward had collapsed. "A ring was discovered by the river 2 mornings ago." He reached into the pocket of his black coat as he pulled out a white handkerchief. Resting the cloth in his palm, the middle bulged, concealing an object the span of a farthing. He slowly pulled back the corners of the cloth one at a time until he revealed a gold band. "Do you recognize this?" Edward reached forward and forcibly took the ring from the constable. Recognition stung his chest, and the blood drained from his face as he realized the ring belonged to him. Philip had an identical ring sitting in his bedchamber, but his held a ruby where this one was encrusted with an emerald. They had purchased them as a lark while in France 2 years previously during a tour of the continent. "It is mine, although I haven't worn it for over a year." He placed the ring back on the handkerchief. "Far too ostentatious, and I am not a dandy." The constable closed his fist, hiding the ring once more. "Convenient." "This ring has been tucked away in my bedchamber. The thief is the one you seek." Constable Adams smiled as he rubbed his fingers along his grey moustache. "A murderer, a thief, a jealous twin. It matters not to me which term you use for yourself, as long as you realize from this time forward you are to remain in my custody." Charlotte stood from the sofa and ran from the room. She didn't have to tell anyone her purpose. Edward knew she would find their mother. Charles followed her to the door, but he didn't leave. Instead, he stood as sentinel, not allowing passage. "How dare you accuse me of a crime with such little proof? A ring is hardly evidence of foul play." "Yet, this little item tells me you are near the river. The place where any trace of your brother disappeared. It is the spot where you killed Lord Arundel." "I would know if he had left this earthly existence. He is my double. A part of him lives within me, and if he were dead, I would have a greater sense of loss." Constable Adams nodded, taking a moment and what seemed a sincere consideration of Edward's words. "Yet you sensed nothing when Lord Arundel was in a fight for his life. The path he took from the meadow was erratic. He must have been frightened. If such a connection between you exists, surely you would have known of his troubles." Edward looked to the Duke,
expecting help, but found his father with his chest puffed up, a smile lurking under his grim features. Was he misunderstanding Ashby's expression? Surely he couldn't find the corner Constable Adams had painted Edward into a pleasing one. "Our tracker found Lord Arundel's frock coat, hat, one boot." The constable hesitated before finishing. "A great deal of blood." Blood? There was no denying the danger Philip had encountered on his ride. Not with the discovery of more blood. In the back of his mind, Edward had fiddled around with the idea of Philip leaving Wentworth Hall and his inheritance for the continent or the States. The prospect of Philip leaving behind an engagement to Lady Olivia was not far-fetched. After a bit of time had passed, he would send a letter informing Edward of the decision. But it had been a fanciful hope, one that had helped to make sense of this awful situation for a short time. Now the situation was far too real. Blood does not mean he is dead. "Lord Edward," the constable said impatiently, "the local surgeon has informed me that a fall from the horse and loss of blood would have weakened Lord Arundel. His body was then thrown into the river. If he had survived the first, the latter would have sealed his fate." Adams took hold of Edward's arm, pulling him out of the chair. "This part is always easier when the prisoner complies. Do not fear, my lord. I have no doubt the Duke will have his solicitors obtain your release. Your time in my custody will be short, and then you will take your brother's place as heir. The guilt and shame of having murdered your brother will soon be forgotten." Edward would have argued, but his mother entered the parlour as the constable concluded his statement. She crossed the room and pushed Adams out of the way as she pulled Edward into her arms. "No one will ever convince me of your guilt." The warmth of his mother's embrace stayed with him as Constable Adams shackled his hands to the railing on the wagon seat. He tried to remember how it felt to have her arms wrapped so tightly around him as the door to his cell closed. But that night, his first night locked away as an accused murderer, Edward realized he was very much alone. Not even Philip's spirit sat with him in the cell, which convinced him even more that his brother yet lived. Chapter 7. Philip held up a small mirror, staring into his own eyes, trying to remember something about himself. Any memory would do, yet all that stared back at him were eyes that resembled a clear summer day. It was very unsettling not to know basic information about himself, his likes and dislikes. Relearning everything about oneself presented an opportunity, but he knew there would be a past that crept back in, and it would be best to understand who he was before the person who had left him for dead discovered he still lived. What sort of man was he? Good, honourable gentlemen weren't victims of gunshot wounds. He knew nothing of himself outside of his name. The knowledge of his name had not come easily. He'd earned it by suffering another debilitating headache. With a gulp of laudanum, his dreams had turned to nightmares. He decidedly hated laudanum. Although it relieved the pain in his head, it had the effect of pouring memories into his dreams that were more like unseen scars hidden deep within his soul, previously locked away. This last dream he'd had convinced him that knowing his past would most assuredly bring misery. Wherever he had lived, whomever he had been. He was certain his past life would one day catch up to him. He only hoped to be healed and able to defend himself when it did. Placing the mirror on the bed, Philip closed his eyes and sighed. He didn't look like his name. When he thought of the name Philip, he expected someone with dark hair and healthy features. A man who had a sense of his worth. Someone important. When he viewed himself, he saw a sickly young man. A nobody. Someone who was lost. In his last dream, there had been a young girl who had called out to him. Even though he'd been much younger than his current age, he'd recognized the shape of his stately nose and his high cheekbones. "Philip!" she'd yelled while waving both hands from the top branch of an apple tree.
The younger version of him ran to the tree, knowing his sister would need assistance if she were to climb back down. Marianne was much younger than he, much more impetuous and disobedient. But despite those qualities, he would see to her safety. The dream had jumped at that point, and instead of his younger self standing alone below the tree, he was joined by a duplicate of himself, a woman he knew to be the governess, and two other people, a younger boy and another girl. The duplicate he didn't understand. Even as he thought upon the dream, it made little sense for there to be two of him. Rubbing the sides of his head, Philip feared another headache. He would fight the pain, no matter how horrible, and refuse laudanum. More dreams were not what he needed. Not after he'd failed to assist Marianne out of the tree without injury. His fingers skillfully massaged the pain away, at least for the moment. Before settling back against the pillows, he ran his left hand over the scar near his eye. If his dream had been a memory, this scar was a result of his inability to safely guide his sister that awful day. He'd climbed into the tree as the weaker branches broke under her small frame. But when they'd neared the bottom, the governess had impatiently pulled Marianne down, causing her injury. When they'd returned to Wentworth Hall, his father had taken the word of the governess over his children. She'd accused Philip of causing little Marianne to fall from the tree. Philip had received many punishments for his misdeeds, most of them leaving him bruised. But this time, his unconscious mind had chosen to remind him of the moment his father had lifted his hand in anger. As he'd slapped Philip's face, the gold signet ring his father wore had turned around and caught the edge of Philip's eye, leaving a scar. Lifting the mirror once more, Philip slightly turned his head so he could examine the scar. In the middle of a half circle, there was an imprint of the head and beak of a bird. There was no way for him to deny the positive effects of mixing a headache and laudanum. If he wanted his memories back, it seemed he would have to endure more nights and weeks of delirium. He placed the mirror on the table next to his bed. At that moment, he didn't know if he truly wanted to remember anything else. The past might well be better off without him digging it up. Although he was happy to know his name, Philip kept the information to himself. He spent the following weeks in bed so his leg could heal. The lack of strain upon his body had helped with his headaches, although he still suffered episodes that left him weak. The one bright spot of each day was when Miss Emma read to him. Guilt weighed heavily upon his thoughts as he considered the decision to keep his name hidden. A Christian name would hardly offer enough information for Lord Anthony or his sons to discover the father who had beaten him. Each dip into the laudanum brought on new memories, ones he wished to bury once more. Although he didn't know his father's name, his memories spoke of a man who cared more for wealth, reputation, and status than the well-being of his children. His family was far different than the one who had welcomed him into their home. Philip wanted to stay at Spring Hill Abbey. If he could manage to convince them to provide house room for the rest of his life, he would be forever in their debt, more so than he already was. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Philip met the concerned eyes of the surgeon.
"Are you certain my leg has healed sufficiently?"
He didn't want to stay wounded forever, just long enough to endear himself to Lord Anthony and Lady Amelia so they would wish to keep him.
"Your recovery thus far has been a miracle, sir. Best you continue forward by using the crutches. When you're not plagued with headaches, that is."
Dr. Price held the crutches out once more.
"Let us see how well you do this first time."
Taking the sticks in hand, Philip pulled himself off the bed, his good leg slightly shaking as he positioned the crutches under his arms. The first tentative steps were frightening, but as he crossed from one side of the room to the other, once, twice, and then thrice, the freedom of moving about without relying upon another made him feel more like himself. The feeling had been sudden. He didn't know himself, at least not enough to know how it felt to be him, yet deep down he knew one of his greatest desires was independence. By the time the surgeon was leaving, Philip had mastered his new way of walking by putting only the slightest of pressure upon his injured leg. Leaving the sick room, Philip made his way down the long hallway to the entryway. He nodded to the footman standing watch as the man opened the door so he could go outdoors. Before the door closed behind him, Philip turned back.
"Do you know where I might find Miss Emma?"
"I believe she is collecting strawberries in the field with Miss Parker, Master Henry, and Master Richard." The young man pointed toward the south end of the property. He debated the wisdom of following them out to the strawberry patch for only a short minute. The surgeon hadn't warned him against the exercise. If he tired out, he could take short breaks along the path. Besides that, Emma had not visited him for 2 days. He missed her. Missed listening to the soothing way Shakespeare's words filled the room when she read. It took longer than it should to make his way out to the strawberry patch. He'd stopped several times to recover, but now with the field so close, Philip gathered the little strength he had left as he hobbled up a little rise in the path. "Have you lost your senses?" Henry asked as he ran forward and relieved Philip of the crutches. He threw them to Richard before assisting Philip to the ground.
"I had heard you were collecting strawberries, and since I have eaten your kitchen clean of them and all the preserves, I thought it my duty to assist."
Philip's eyes fell upon Emma where she sat a short distance away next to her sister. Her chestnut hair was mostly hidden under a bonnet, but the sun managed to make the strands, poking out, glimmer in its rays. As her head came up, he caught the worry in her almond-shaped eyes, the green of her irises darkening as she set her basket aside. A bucket was pressed into his chest, pulling Philip's attention away from Emma. Richard smirked.
"It seems the strawberries are not your sole purpose in joining us."
He was saved the need to respond as Emma knelt in the patch beside him. "Dr. Price said you were healing quite well, but I certainly would not have expected to find you out here. How did you escape the house?"
"I shall never divulge my escape route."
Emma's eyes sparkled in the sun. "A true gentleman of mystery." Henry cleared his throat as he quirked an eyebrow in Philip's direction, a mischievous smile playing on his face.
"We know nothing about him, Emma. He may not be a gentleman."
Philip laughed, as did Henry and Richard. There had been enough evidence with the tailored breeches, the silk waistcoat, and the one boot he'd been wearing to confirm he came from wealth. But there were many questions that had not been answered about his past, that made the pounding of his heart and the butterflies in his stomach dangerous. His ever-growing desire to be near Emma would be far more damaging to her reputation than his own if he discovered he'd left a wife and children behind.
"It is true. I could be a farmer."
Emma was the only one not laughing. "With those soft hands."
"Well, I have been laid up for some time."
Philip picked one of the strawberries nearest him and popped it in his mouth.
"I do believe freshly picked is my favorite way to eat this succulent fruit."
Anne crossed the field and sat next to Emma as he popped another in his mouth. She set a full bucket of strawberries before her, close enough for Philip to grab another. "Springhill Abbey's kitchen will be short on strawberry preserves this year, unless we can find your family."
"I would be quite content to stay in this part of England for the rest of my days. I need not know who I was before my arrival. The future is the most important part of a man's life."
Philip smiled at each of his friends, people he considered family for the kindness they'd shown during his recovery. Resting his gaze upon Emma, he decided the view was quite lovely until his eyes caught a ray of the sun, the bright light causing thousands of tiny pinpricks to attack the base of his skull. The start of another headache was all too familiar, and he knew it wouldn't be long before the pain was unbearable. A few lovely moments with Emma had been his desire when he'd left the comfort of his bedchamber. Now, as he fought to mask the increasing pain, he regretted the distance and effort it would take to hobble back to the sick room. As the laughter around him died out, Philip knew his attempt at hiding the pain had been unsuccessful. A groan escaped his throat, and he grasped at his head before the searing pain made his thoughts drift away, to the world between sleep and awake, where his memories were safely tucked away, ready to haunt his dreams. Chapter 8. Emma tried not to stare at their guest, but she worried over the turmoil in his eyes. The distraction of Shakespeare did little to keep his mind off whatever thoughts had tightened their grip around his soul. The bit of shade where they sat in the rose garden had always been a comforting place for her. Yet it was doing very little to lighten the brooding man beside her. How could he not be anxious? The doctor's pronouncement that morning had been heartbreaking. "I had hoped the fresh air and a bit of reading might improve your day." Emma bit her lips together, holding her breath while she waited for a reply.
"The Merchant of Venice has long been a favourite of mine."
A smile touched his face for a mere second as he realized the memory had been easily found. Emma laughed. "It will not be long before you are revealing all your hidden secrets, sir."
If only I knew how to unlock the floodgates.
Reaching out to place a hand upon his, Emma enjoyed the tingling in her fingers as she squeezed his hand. When he turned his over and accepted the touch, her breath caught once more as a wave of heat rushed over her. A distraction more intense than a book would do him a bit of good. She was certain of it. "I cannot continue referring to you in my mind as house guest or sir. Since we still do not know your name, I must insist on referring to you with the proper name."
"What do you suggest?"
She tapped the pointer finger of the hand he wasn't holding against her cheek. "How do you feel about the name George?" He scrunched his nose and shook his head.
"A name fit for a king, not a pauper."
Ignoring his reference to being a pauper, Emma continued. "Nathaniel?"
"Do I resemble the features of anyone with the name Nathaniel?"
Emma pursed her lips, giving the question a great deal of thought. What name did his beautiful blue eyes, strong jawline, and prominent nose conjure in her mind? She didn't have an answer, so she decided to draw a laugh from his far too serious demeanor. "I suppose you are right. Your name must be as mysterious as you." He nodded his head in agreement.
"Now we are in the right territory. Something like Xavier or Rowan."
Emma giggled. "Neither fit your kindness." Her cheeks heated as he locked eyes with her. The name slipped out before she had a chance to think it through. "Romeo."
"Only if I have a Juliet by my side."
"Very well, Romeo won't work. What about James?" He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders as though he were trying on a new jacket.
"Still doesn't feel right."
"I know the very name to fit your stature. I shall call you the Duke of Venice." A sudden frown pierced the joy of moments before as he looked down at their joined hands. Worried this was the start of another headache, Emma scooted closer. "Are you unwell?" The doctor had warned them that if his diagnosis was correct, the headaches would become more frequent and last longer. He'd only just recovered from the last one.
"It is not a headache. Just a flash of memory I care not to explore."
Hesitating, Emma tried to take their conversation back to a temporary name. "William."
"The bard may keep his name."
Emma shrugged. "Then I am out of suggestions. How would you have me refer to you?"
"Philip. It is my Christian name, and wholly improper to allow such familiarity so soon, but it is my name."
"It suits you." Emma squeezed his hand as she stared into his eyes, knowing he had told her one of the only truths he knew about himself. "How long have you known your name?" Henry's interruption caused Emma to scoot away as she pulled her hand out of Philip's. He sat on the stone bench across from them, nudging his head a little until Emma put another inch of distance between herself and Philip. Philip scooted in the opposite direction until Henry was satisfied.
"I should have shared my name with you on the day we picked strawberries. My apologies.
Emma frowned. Why would you have kept silent for so many days? It had been impossible while he'd suffered headaches, but in between the last two he could have let her know his name. An inkling of doubt regarding her feelings settled in the pit of her stomach. Did he not trust her?
Your family has been so kind to me. I suppose revealing one small detail of who I am means it is one step closer to finding where I truly belong.
Do you not miss your family? Henry asked. Philip leaned back against the bench, stretching out his injured leg a little more.
I'm afraid the answer is not simple. I miss my siblings. At least I believe that is who they are. I have a distinct longing to spoil my sisters with new gowns and bonnets, spend evenings listening to chatter about fashion plates, fabrics, and lace, all of which does not interest me in the slightest, but brings them a measure of joy. I long to ride my horse, Bassanio, by a stream, and then spend an afternoon beneath a tree in a very pretty meadow. Yet I have no idea where that meadow is located.
Emma leaned toward him. Then you have only 2 sisters? No brothers?
2 brothers, I am certain of it. One is my twin, Edward.
Henry whistled a short, toneless sound as he sat forward.
Your name is Philip, and you have a twin brother named Edward?
Philip laughed as he gently knocked on the side of his head.
If my forgetful brain box is to be believed.
Henry stood, surprising Emma with the speed at which he walked away. She turned to Philip, exchanging a shocked expression and a little laugh. Henry was gone only seconds before he turned back. He approached, his finger wagging with a warning.
I want a bench length of distance between the 2 of you.
Whatever could that have been about? Emma asked as Henry ran toward the house. She looked to Philip, expecting he would know, but only because he was a man, and it seemed a very manly thing to avoid giving an explanation when displaying such odd behavior.
One would think he forgot to polish his boots.
Emma giggled. He has a valet for such tasks.
Then I am completely baffled.
They sat in silence, the abruptness of Henry's departure still lingering between them. Emma decided to ignore her brother's final admonition as she scooted an inch closer to Philip. Now she knew his name. There was another item eating away at her insides. The only way to approach it would be to rip off the bandage. If you would prefer not to speak about the doctor's visit this morning, I will understand. Philip lifted his crutches and used them to transfer over to the bench Henry had occupied.
Given the grim diagnosis, it is best we do not allow our growing admiration to become tied up in what could never be.
Emma quickly moved to the other bench, sitting ever closer to him. I do not care about what he said. If you feel half of what I feel for you, then is it not worth our happiness to spend your last days together? He gently cupped her face in his palm as his thumb tickled her skin while he traced circles on her cheek.
I don't know how I will ever leave you, death included.
She shivered as he said the word they'd both avoided. According to the surgeon's expert opinion, the headaches were the result of an inflammation in Philip's brain. It was incurable, and the effects would only increase over time, causing him to suffer a painful death. He'd given Philip weeks, months at most, depending on the intensity and frequency of the headaches. We should marry, as soon as a license can be procured. Emma blushed as the words escaped her tongue. She'd never been so expressive of her wants. It wasn't proper. Yet nothing had ever excited her so greatly. He leaned forward and kissed her forehead. As he slowly pulled away, he let out a pain-filled sigh.
It would be wrong of me to enter into a marriage without knowledge of my past.
I disagree, Emma said, reaching for his face, wanting to touch him as he had her.
We are both frightened by the diagnosis. Acting irrationally will only lead to regret. When I am gone and you look back upon this time, you will realize I am right."
Emma shook her head as she moved away from him, the warmth of his hand no longer caressing her face. Although it pained her to admit it, she understood his reticence. If she were the one with a serious illness, she would not want to cause him to suffer the pain of separation.
"I should never regret you, Philip." "If you are correct, then death's sting shall not sever our hearts. Our admiration will only increase until we are together once more."
"Are you frightened?" She had never considered death. Not until Philip had arrived at Spring Hill Abbey, his body torn and bleeding beyond any injury she had ever witnessed. Philip shook his head.
"We must all meet our end at some point. My only regret is not having the next 50 years to be with you."
50 years would not be enough for her. As long as the sun rose each and every morning, she wanted Philip by her side. Fate was cruel in ways she had never known until that very moment. Emma had finally found the man whose very presence had been the essence of felicity, only to realize she would lose him just as quickly. Chapter 9. When the constable had taken Edward into custody, he hadn't expected to spend more than a night in the cold cell. He'd waited each morning for Ashby and his solicitor to arrive, only to be disappointed as the sun set. His view from the damp underground cellar afforded him little warmth. By the time he received a release, Edward was certain that even a blazing fire in the largest hearth would not break through the chill that had settled in his bones. Wentworth Hall had never been drearier than it was upon his arrival. The windows were covered in black drapes. The knocker had been removed from the door, indicating to neighbours and any visitors that the family was not home for visits. His mother had taken to her bedchamber with a permanence afforded only the dreadfully ill. As for his siblings, they had chosen not to meet him upon his arrival. He'd been welcomed home by Mr. Hodgins, the butler, and Mrs. Fraser, the housekeeper, both of whom had informed him he was to meet with Ashby in 2 hours' time. Edward soaked in a hot bath as he scrubbed the filth of the local prison from his body. The water turned the colour of tea, dragging him out of the tub long before the bath had lost its heat. His valet assisted him with his clothing, tied the cravat as he'd always done, and then he held out a black armband. There was no need for him to ask. The entire house was in mourning. It was only right that he wore an armband for his brother as well. As Edward viewed his reflection in the mirror, he didn't recognize his own image. The days spent in the holding cell had sobered any light-hearted quips he would have made, had it not been his fate to be locked away. The hollow emptiness in his eyes and cheeks were a result of the lack of food and sanitary conditions. Slapping his cheeks a few times, he hoped it would add a bit of colour to his face to combat his pale features. When his valet pointed to the clock on the mantel, Edward realized he had less than 3 minutes to meet his father at the appointed hour. Familiar carpets adorned the hall and staircase as he made his way to the den. Scents of sandalwood and tobacco greeted him upon his entry.
"Sit down, Edward." Ashby pointed to a chair across from the desk where he sat. "We have much to discuss."
Edward accepted the chair, as he wasn't certain his legs would hold him upright for the entirety of the conversation. He expected his father to name him heir, pass the courtesy title of the Earl of Arundel over to him and set a schedule for his training. It seemed distasteful, given he hadn't had time to mourn.
"Father, may I request this conversation to be delayed a week? I have only just arrived and wish to calm my nerves."
Ashby ignored the request. He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers under his chin.
"I am most proud of you, Edward. I didn't think any of my sons had it in them to take what they wanted." "Pardon me?" "Philip was the elder son, which afforded him the place as heir. As such, I spent many years training him to take over the duchy, preparatory for the day I leave this hollow existence. But even with the instruction I instilled upon him, I was concerned for my posterity. Philip didn't have the shrewdness of a duke, but I see now that you do."
Edward pressed himself against the back of the chair as he tried to make sense of Ashby's words.
"I do not understand." "Philip didn't have the courage to kill another man. He could not even find the nerve to end the engagement with Lady Olivia, no matter how greatly he detested her. But you decided to take his position as my heir. I am most pleased, for a duke cannot show weakness in any form."
"Father," Edward said as the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. "I am not the responsible party. Philip's disappearance was not at my hand." Ashby laughed as he sat forward.
"No one need ever know what you have done."
"Yet I fear there is a misunderstanding between us. I was at the garden party the entirety of the day. The short time when I stepped away was when I was with a young lady." Ashby patted both hands on the desk, the thumping rhythmic and boastful.
"You are skilled at telling falsehoods. I almost believed you. But the evidence is far too damning. I am afraid you erred when you lost your ring at the river."
"Father," Ashby ignored the interruption as he continued speaking.
"My eyes have been opened, and I see myself reflected in your countenance. You are like me, quick to anger, impulsive, reckless when necessary. We will hone these traits within you. We will build up this duchy to make your children and my grandchildren influential in ways we can only dream."
Ashby opened the lid for his cigar box. He chose one, cut the end, and then lit it, releasing a puff of smoke into the air.
"Now, I trust you disposed of Philip's body in a manner that no one will discover, not even the hounds they have searching the estate."
Edward had never seen his father more clearly than at that moment. How many men had suffered or died at the Duke's bidding? Was this the sort of man Edward was bound to become? Was it power that turned a man into a beast? Or was it part of his breeding? Ashby was right on one count. Philip never would have thrown his values to the wolves to take from others. He would have fulfilled his duty as the Duke, but his greatness would have been in the generosity shown to others. His giving nature would have triumphed over the cruelty of their father. If he were now to be the new heir, if this was truly his new reality, Edward would have to fight his natural tendency to lose his temper. Clutching his fists by his side, he took a deep breath and counted to 10 before meeting the Duke's watchful gaze. To his surprise, his father's face was alight and sparkling with pleasure. In that moment, Edward realized Ashby understood the turmoil raging through Edward's veins. The desire he had to slam his fist upon the desk or throw a chair across the room was inherited. It wasn't something Edward had learned. It was innate within him. Instead of acting out, Edward cleared his throat, tried to relax his hands, but found his anger had not abated. Without Philip's calming influence, Edward was much like the man before him. Desperation laced his words as he shakily stood, seeking an escape.
"I am innocent. Now, if you will excuse me, I wish to rest until supper."
Edward had intended to hide away in his rooms until he was forced to join his family in the drawing room, but as he entered the west wing of Wentworth Hall, his heart pulled him toward Philip's library. The room was in a flurry of upheaval. Crates piled 3 high, some of them full of books, leaving the shelves empty. The one place he had thought to go to feel closer to Philip was now being torn asunder, likely to make space for his belongings.
"Stop what you are doing this very moment."
"Sir." Thomas stepped forward, one of Philip's books in his hand. Edward took it and placed it back on the nearest shelf. Amid this frenzied packing, he turned to the pianoforte. relieved to see it still sat near the east-facing window. It had been placed in that exact spot, allowing Philip to sit in the morning rays while he played. That was where it belonged and would stay. In his haste to stop the servants, he'd not seen his siblings, all of whom were standing next to the piano as though they were protecting it from harm. He crossed the room and embraced each one, no longer bothered by their lack of greeting upon his return home. They'd been in here, protecting Philip's memory. Edward mussed Charles's hair and then pulled his sisters into his sides.
I have missed you all.
Charlotte pulled away from him and bowed her head. With a curtsy, she addressed him formally. Lord Arundel. A flash of irritation soared through him so quickly it made him take a step backward.
Stop it! Now!
Charles placed a calming hand on Edward's shoulder.
Father said you admitted to killing Philip. What are we to think?
I never said anything of the sort. Edward took another step away from his siblings. He'd been so bolstered by their presence, he hadn't noticed the colour had drained from their faces. Nor had he taken in Marianne's wide eyes or Charlotte's arms wrapped around her middle for protection. None of them were as relieved to see him as he was them. Marianne's hand shook as she reached toward him. Then we are most pleased to have you home. Edward didn't like the fear his presence evoked, but he supposed it was inevitable, given the lack of information surrounding their brother's disappearance. He loved his younger siblings far too much not to allow them the grace necessary to process all that had occurred. Turning back to the servants, Edward pointed to the crates.
Put everything back in the exact place as it was when Lord Arundel was last here. When he returns, he will take solace in this room.
Thomas stepped forward and took the book from the shelf once more.
I apologize, my lord, but we are under orders from his grace. We are far more frightened of his wrath than we are of yours. The piano stays.
Edward pushed past his sisters to take up the vigil. He would sit on the bench for an eternity to protect the instrument if necessary. With his elbows on the lid, Edward rested his head in his hands. He'd expected Charles, Charlotte, and Marianne to leave now that he was there. Instead, he found the warmth of his sisters as they sat on both sides of the bench, squishing him in the middle. He met their gazes and then looked to Charles, who was leaning upon the belly of the pianoforte. It is a shame none of us play as well as he did. I should like to hear a song once more, Marianne said as she rested her head against Edward's shoulder. The warmth and closeness of his sisters was exactly what he needed. It was the welcome he'd expected. Chapter 10. Philip slowly hobbled out of his bedchamber, following the sound emanating from a pianoforte. He loved music. It wasn't quite a memory that gave him this knowledge, it was more an innate desire to be near an instrument and to run his fingers along the ivory keys. Little black music notes formed in his head with each chord played, bringing out a sense of longing. As he stood in the doorway of the parlour, Philip looked to the corner, where he knew the piano sat, to find Emma at the instrument. It suited her. She was an angel. His angel. Without her attentiveness during his recovery, he'd likely have little desire to pull himself out of bed. Knowing she was in this house made him want to continue breathing. Exchanging a glance with Lord Anthony, Philip entered and sat on the nearest sofa. Lady Amelia rushed to his side to position his leg under a pillow, while Anne retrieved a small lap blanket to keep him warm. "Philip, dear, we cannot have you catching a cold," Lady Amelia said as she tucked the blanket around him.
"You are too kind, my lady."
Since the moment he had first gained consciousness at Spring Hill Abbey, this family had been attentive to his every need. It left him feeling loved. From his latest bout of laudanum-induced dreams, Philip knew he had a loving mother. His siblings also seemed fond of him. The one overwhelming source of contention was with the father his unconscious mind presented. If he never remembered the man who had taken every opportunity to punish him, it would not be a loss. Lady Amelia brushed the hair back from his face. "Were you able to rest?"
"I was, thank you."
He'd spent the afternoon in his bedchamber trying to sleep, yet failing. He'd had a difficult time thinking about anything other than Emma and the last few mornings they'd shared in the garden. They both knew their time together would be short, but that knowledge had only heightened their need to be near each other. Henry crossed the room and handed Philip a glass of amber liquid.
"Mother, stop mollycoddling. If I had received the diagnosis he has, I'd want a stiff drink and a good game of dice."
Philip looked at the brandy, considering the drink. He couldn't be certain, but something told him he rarely drank for the purpose of forgetting his problems. Moreover, the suggestion of gambling didn't sit well with him, which surprised him somewhat, as he was fully aware that it was a regular pastime for men of his station.
"The surgeon could be wrong," Philip said.
He wasn't convinced of anything at the moment, especially since his headaches seemed to bring out memories, which could only be helpful in discovering his identity. The music stopped. A near-suffocating silence filled the room as no one other than Lord Anthony would meet his determined gaze. Lord Anthony stood, pulled at his waistcoat, and then stepped to the sideboard and poured his own drink. The clinking of the glass decanter against the cup was unmet by words. A sense of peace settled upon him. No one wanted to convince him of his fate, but they also didn't believe the physician was wrong. Warmth spread through his chest as he reminded himself that he could not have asked for a more comfortable home and kinder people to surround him during this ordeal. Lord Anthony spoke with a gentleness one reserved for the extremely ill.
"The physician and surgeon both agree these headaches are the result of a severe brain injury, unseen and incurable."
Philip placed the glass on the table beside him. As he looked from one sullen face to another, his gaze fell upon Emma. Her head was bent forward, tears glistening upon her cheeks. His continued presence in their home was causing her pain. It was time he left. The only problem was, he had no place to go.
"I know the information I provided before this last headache was not very detailed, but has there been any progress as to my identity?"
Lord Anthony stepped forward and put his hand on Philip's shoulder.
"If you'd like, we can speak in private. This last trip to London was quite revealing. Your family has been most wonderful, my lord. Everyone here has a right to know who I am, good or bad."
"You fear the worst?" Lady Amelia asked. Philip tilted his head to the side, a smirk pulling at his lips.
"A good man generally does not have a murderous enemy to leave him for dead. The person I am without my memories might not be whom I was before."
"I do not think you have anything to fear. A person's true nature is seen by whom they are when ill. If you had a wicked soul, we would have noticed by now," Emma said. She slammed the lid on the piano, daring her family to contradict her statement. When no one did, she made her way to the sofa to sit next to Anne. As she settled in, she tucked her legs up and lay her head on her sister's shoulder. Lord Anthony nodded to his daughter, accepting her stance on the situation. As he turned back to Philip, he smiled, making Philip believe the information couldn't be too terrible.
"You are Lord Phillip Watson, the Earl of Arundel. Your father is the Duke of Ashby."
Arundel. Ashby. The familiarity rushed over every nerve in his body, his mind tingling with the information as though it were reconnecting little pathways of knowledge, and then his memories hit a brick wall. There was nothing beyond the titles. No information to let him know what sort of man he was, gentleman or rake. Everything about him was still safely tucked away in a large bookcase in his brain, hidden as though the memories feared revealing too much. Philip laughed, ignoring the pang of disappointment in only knowing his title.
Arundel, yes. I am Arundel.
The title rolled off his tongue with the ease of having introduced himself as Arundel his entire life.
Your memories?
Emma asked. Philip shook his head.
Not so easily found, I am afraid.
Lady Amelia took his hand.
Write a letter, and we shall send it straight away.
Philip knew his next statement would be a disappointment to Emma, but he had to distance himself from her. He'd never watched a person waste away and die, but he imagined it would be very painful.
If it would not be too much trouble, could I request we set out in the morning? I imagine they must believe the worst.
I am afraid not, Lord Anthony said as he retook his seat.
Not if you want your leg to heal properly.
What good is a healed leg when I will soon meet my Maker? Lady Amelia pursed her lips as she tucked the blanket around him tighter. I will hear no more complaints. You will stay with us until Dr. Price releases you from his care. The letter was far more difficult to write than Philip had expected. How did a man tell his family he was alive after so many months of separation? His title had likely passed to Edward, which didn't bother him in the least. He was indifferent to his position as heir. The following morning, he decided what he had laboured to write was sufficient. As he left it in Lord Anthony's possession, he was thankful it was with the promise that it would be delivered with haste. He imagined the Duke would retrieve him without delay, which meant he had very little time to spend with Emma before leaving the Abbey. As he hobbled to the entryway, Philip noticed Emma tying the ribbons on her bonnet.
Might I join you on a walk?
I would like that very much, my lord. Philip quirked an eyebrow at her.
Whatever could have possessed you to be so formal after all this time?
You must become accustomed to your title once more. It may assist in the recovery of your memories. Philip followed her out the door, taking each step with care.
Did we not agree to use my Christian name?
Before we knew of your title, Lord Arundel.
You wound me.
He would have placed a hand over his heart for dramatic effect if he didn't have a crutch jabbing into his arms with every step. Emma turned to look at him, laughing as she noticed he was flirting. She was right. The doctor had told him to hold on to familiar memories. His title would inevitably have to be one of those parts of his life that would divulge more secrets. As they approached a large boulder, Emma insisted he sit upon it. This is far enough for today. Her ability to accommodate for his needs constantly astounded him. She knew when a headache was brewing. When exhaustion was setting in, she insisted he rest, always thinking of his needs above her own.
This is the perfect resting spot.
It took a few moments for him to situate himself upon the boulder, but once he did, he took her hand in his, squeezing it in appreciation before releasing her. Holding her hand made his heart increase, the pounding in his ears louder than the birds singing in the trees.
I cannot thank you enough for the kindness you have shown through this entire ordeal.
Think nothing of it. Avoiding any topics that would induce him to declare his love for her, Philip decided literature was his best option.
Are there any books of Greek mythology in the library at Spring Hill Abbey?
Yes, there are many options.
I might like to read a few more books while I'm here, if you think your father wouldn't mind.
Not at all. We have many from which you may choose. Stories about Psyche and Cupid. Also novels. The Odyssey and the Iliad.
I cannot wait to peruse the shelves.
Philip turned his head to look at her profile, but found she had done the same, their faces brushing so close together. He could feel the gentle caress of her breath upon his lips. For a moment, he was able to forget the doctor's diagnosis. The concerns he had surrounding his past were swept away, as though a sorcerer's wand had waved above them. making him forget his reasons for not giving in to the desire to be with Emma. A cool wind blew around them, awakening his senses, inviting him to savor the connection. Their hearts both ached for this moment. One brush of the lips, that was all he needed, and then he would gladly welcome death. Closing the distance, his lips softly touched hers, and in that moment he knew this would not be a chaste peck. Pulling away from her would take every ounce of self-control, which he had not yet mastered. Her lips were more like silk than flesh. He enjoyed every inch before deepening the kiss, tasting her as he had dreamed of doing since the day he'd realized he had fallen in love. Kissing Emma Parker had been a mistake. He'd known it the moment their lips had touched. If it were not for her tender heart, he would have continued kissing her until the air within his lungs had completely depleted. But his desire to hold her, taste her, love her was unfair. When he was no longer there, no longer able to feel the brokenness of their love unrealized, she would have to pick up the pieces of her heart and find herself once more. "Forgive me," he said as he rested his head against hers. Emma pulled away, tears stinging her eyes. "Philip, I don't know if I can let you go." "I will speak with your father. Although it is wrong of me to offer marriage given my situation, I cannot compel myself to stay away. I must follow my heart." Philip kissed her cheek. They were in public and had fortunately not been noticed, as they were the only two people on that dirt pathway. But that didn't mean they would be alone for long. It was best they returned to Spring Hill Abbey before he lost his senses again and pulled her in for another kiss. Chapter 11. The weight of his decision to kiss Emma sat heavily upon his shoulders as Philip stood outside the den. Caught up in a moment of blissful ecstasy, he'd allowed passion to guide his actions. Now, as he stood ready to request her hand in marriage, he knew it would likely end terribly. No man in his right mind would agree to allow his daughter to marry a dying man. Although, if he were honest, there was no inkling of a headache on the horizon. Medicine was not a perfect science, especially when it came to the inner workings of one's body. There were many mysteries yet to be discovered, and the brain was one of them. Even Dr. Price had stated his diagnosis lacked evidence beyond the continued pain. The headaches could be caused by another source entirely. They simply didn't know. This was his greatest argument for receiving Lord Anthony's blessing. That, and his burning adoration for Emma. With a long exhale, he lifted his hand and tapped on the door. "Enter," Lord Anthony called. Philip pushed the door open. There was no need to be nervous. It would all be over within a quarter of an hour. "My lord?" "A welcome distraction. Please sit down." Lord Anthony pointed to a sofa. Philip had the distinct memory of having entered his father's den, the Duke of Ashby, only to be shown a chair from across his desk. The differences between his father and Lord Anthony became clearer with each wave of remembrance he had of his life. "Thank you for seeing me, sir. Has the Duke sent word yet?" "I expect we will have a response within the week." Philip nodded, focusing his attention on his hands as he wiped the sweat upon his breeches. In truth, the clothing he wore did not belong to him. Richard and Henry had graciously allowed him to borrow their clothing. Therefore, he wiped his nervous palms along Henry's tan breeches. "My lord," Philip said as he met Lord Anthony's questioning gaze. "My time at Spring Hill Abbey has opened my heart in a way I could never have expected. Not only are you and Lady Amelia the most generous people of my acquaintance," Philip smiled as he jokingly added, "I will repeat the sentiment once my memories return, and you are not the only people I know." Lord Anthony barked out a laugh. "A compliment indeed." Philip kept his head high, knowing the moment a gentleman asked for a woman's hand was not the time to shy away from a conversation.
I wish to ask for your blessing to marry Emma.
Lord Anthony's eyebrows rose into his hairline. The lack of an immediate response marred the ease of moments before.
I wish more than words can express to bless a union between you and my youngest daughter, but I cannot.
Philip had known this could be a possibility. He rubbed his palms on the breeches once more as he waited for Lord Anthony to speak further.
No one at Spring Hill Abbey would dare deny your love for Emma. Even the diagnosis from Dr. Price would mean nothing in the wake of the connection you and Emma share. My one reservation is that we know so little about you.
Then the answer is not no, but maybe.
There are many considerations that must be examined before I can approve a match. Might you share those with me, sir?
Philip would do anything this man requested if it meant Emma would become his wife.
When your memories return, will you have a wife or an intended waiting for you at Wentworth Hall?
I should know if such a possibility exists.
A man does not forget love, no matter how hard he was knocked on the head. Then consider the threat you are under. Once your location is revealed, the person who tried to send you to an early grave may come in search of you. My daughter could become a casualty of this entire affair.
Philip knew deep within himself he would never allow that to happen.
I will protect her with my life. I know you would. Do you have an objection against my character? None whatsoever. You are an honourable young man.
Lord Anthony paused, and then shook his head as though he regretted his next statement before the words would ever be spoken.
I will give you a tentative yes, but it is dependent on the information we discover when the Duke of Ashby arrives.
Thank you, my lord. Philip pulled himself up, excitement adding a hop to his hobble.
You will not regret this decision. Lord Arundel,
Lord Anthony said, his face filled with concern.
If we discover there is another young lady to whom you claim a duty, you must promise to leave my Emma alone. Broken hearts will heal. Reputations may not. You have my word.
Chapter 12. Emma tapped her pencil upon the blank page as she looked out upon Spring Hill Abbey. The home was nestled in the loveliest section of England. She might be the only one to think as much, but it didn't matter. In her opinion, home, no matter where it was located, would always be the perfect place. As grey clouds rolled in above her, Emma gathered her drawing utensils and stuffed them into her reticule. One never knew when Mother Nature would pour out rain upon them. If she had to run back to the house, she wouldn't want to leave anything behind. Folding her legs up underneath her dress, she leaned against the trunk of the tree, attempting to draw the first lines for her sketch. She'd spent so much time over the last little while drawing portraits of one man that she was out of practice for sketching a landscape. As though the mere thought made him leave the comfort of the abbey, she heard the laboured breathing and uneven gait as he hobbled toward her place of solitude. "Your mobility improves each day." Philip laughed as he lowered himself to the ground.
I fear this leg will forever have a limp.
It's a blessing, then, that walking sticks are all the rage. You will fit in with the dandies in London this next season. She was tired of the continued doom and gloom of the doctor's diagnosis. Planning for a beautiful future was far better than worrying about what might or might not happen. Philip nodded, a smile playing on the corners of his lips as he pointed toward her sketchbook.
Henry informed me of your talent for drawing. May I have a glance?
Instant heat pulsated in her neck and ears, which meant her face would resemble a strawberry. Emma wished she had control over such reactions, especially when she wanted to hide something so vulnerable as her sketches. Every sketch in the book was a window into her soul, showing the viewer exactly what she thought of Philip. "Not today. It could rain any moment. If we do not start back to the Abbey now, we should be wet through when we return." Philip smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
I do wonder what could be in that booklet. Masterpieces hidden away, never to be admired due to the artist's reticence in displaying her work. More's the pity.
They are not any good. I have little by way of skill. Her lips quivered with the falsehood. But it was better than allowing him to see how she had admired him while he'd been ill.
I have heard you sketch as well as Michelangelo painted.
Emma laughed as she placed her sketch pad on the grass beside her. An exaggeration, to be sure. Did Henry tell you that? I shall have to punish him for such a fabrication.
I can see it in your eyes. You are being modest.
Philip held his hand out in expectation.
I wish to offer my praise of your accomplishments.
I do not need praise, my lord. Philip tisked in an exaggerated fashion.
What is this? A young lady of marriageable age does not wish to display her talents. This is rare indeed.
Emma demurred as he reached forward and tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. The way his fingers grazed her cheek made her forget her desire to keep the sketches hidden. She wanted him to caress her face in this exact way for the rest of her days. Philip leaned forward. She followed, making up the distance. As their lips touched, she fell into his arms, allowing him to explore her lips, cheeks, and then her neck. Her lips wanted more, but far too soon he pulled away, taking the warmth of his embrace with him. "Don't stop," Emma said, her voice sounding distant and ethereal. She scooted closer to him, this time taking the initiative to kiss him first. As she pressed her lips to his cheek, the stubble of hair on his face tickled. She knew the moment he'd given in to her request when he claimed her lips with a passion she hadn't yet experienced. She couldn't breathe, at least not properly. Every time she took a quick inhale, it was interrupted by a new sensation, which left her wanting more. Breathing was a thing of the past, a necessity no longer, as she let go of the sketchbook to pull closer. At the same moment she relinquished her hold on the book, Philip pulled away.
"Emma,"
he said, his breath as uneven and quick as her own.
"I should not wish to compromise you."
She was ready to argue with the strong statement of how deeply she trusted his ability to be a gentleman when she noticed one of her sketches blowing away in the wind. The distraction of his kisses was nothing to her need to hide the truth of her drawings from his knowledge.
"Portraits?"
Philip asked.
"I thought they were."
Recognition of his image must have overcome his ability to speak, as Emma grabbed one page after another, stuffing them back in the sketchbook. She left his side, crawling on her hands and knees, chasing after the flyaway pages. The pleasant sensations of moments before left as page after page drifted farther away. The careless way in which she'd released her booklet would never be forgotten. Her heart pounded wildly, convincing her that the pages were forever, lost only to be found by a stranger who would look upon the images without the care in which she'd intended. Just when she thought all was lost, Philip dashed past her with his injured leg lifted slightly above the ground so he could maneuver the crutches with haste as he chased after the pages that had drifted far past where she was crawling. She gathered the last of the pages nearby and then chased after him as he stabbed two of the pages with his crutches. She was certain to gather them up before he could examine the sketches upon them, but when she approached, she realized it was too late. Philip held 3 pages in his hands. Emma blushed, which was an accomplishment for all the blushing she'd done while he'd kissed her moments before. "Thank you for your assistance." Philip handed them over and then allowed her to retrieve the 2 pages he'd trapped under his crutches.
"You are quite talented, Emma. I count myself fortunate to have been your subject."
Tucking the sheets safely into the sketchbook once more, Emma bit her bottom lip as she shyly met his gaze. "You are not angry?" He shook his head.
"Not at all. I do think there are more interesting things you could have drawn. but I do not have the eye of an artist.
You do not know that for certain. Once your memory returns, you may discover a love of painting. Laughing, he surprised her by dropping the crutch he didn't need for support before he wrapped his arm around her and pulled her in for another kiss. Emma kept a tight hold on the sketchbook this time as she wrapped both arms around his neck. He kissed her bottom lip and then moved to the top with a deliberate slowness that spoke of his affection. A sigh escaped as she pressed herself against his chest. He was comfortable and smelt of peppermint oil. She would forever love peppermint from that moment onward.
"Are you aware you're in public?"
Richard's rebuke broke through the perfection of their afternoon, causing a rush of panic, much like that of losing her sketches, to pierce her chest once more. The chill of the wind rushed between them as she and Philip separated. She blushed as she met Richard's stern gaze. Tongue-tied, she looked to Anne for assistance, but found her sister to be little to no help. Philip instantly responded to the disapproving glare of her brother.
"I apologize. I was caught in the moment and should never have taken such liberties." "Where is your maid? You should have a chaperone,"
Richard said, his hands balled in fists as though he were attempting to control his temper. Emma hadn't ever known Richard to have a temper. He'd always been soft-spoken and contrite. To see his hands twitching was rather unnerving and made her rethink her actions. If only the repentant feelings could calm the excitement rushing through her stomach, she might have enough wherewithal to feign an apology.
"You are right, Richard. Please trust that I would never compromise your sister in a way that would cause her harm."
Richard raised his eyebrows, a crease forming between them that showed his lack of trust.
"An apology means little when my sister's reputation is at stake."
"Richard, keep your breath to cool your porridge," Emma said, finding her voice.
"Emma, go home. This is between the Earl and me,"
Richard said, his gaze never wavering from Philip. She shook her head. "I will not leave. I am as responsible for our actions as he." Philip reached out and took hold of her elbow.
"I apologize most fervently, Emma. This was my fault, not yours."
"It would only be wrong if I hadn't Anne grabbed Emma's arm and dragged her away before she could incriminate herself by stating she had encouraged the kisses. But it was true. She had tempted him with the kiss on the cheek. Moreover, she had wanted every kiss he'd bestowed upon her. Chapter 13. Philip watched as Emma fidgeted against her sister's grip on her arm. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning they should return to the house. He turned back to Richard, expecting they would argue along the way, only to find the younger man unmoved by the threat of rain.
"You appear ready to strangle me."
Richard lifted his hands, pointing to Philip's injured leg and then to the rest of his body where the wounds had all but healed.
"Were your injuries the result of a duel? A man overcome with rage upon seeing his sister in your arms?"
He had never considered the possibility. The threat of someone wishing him dead had loomed in the back of his thoughts, but he hadn't given it much heed. His heart had constantly pulled him toward the overwhelming admiration he held for Emma, keeping all worries about what or who had caused his wounds away. Was it time to consider his past? Without memories, it was impossible to know if he had engaged in something so deucedly stupid as a duel. Shaking his head, he looked to the ground, hoping an inkling of memory would break through the wall where everything about him lay hidden. Was he the sort of man to leave a woman in ruin?
"I cannot say."
"Stop it!" Richard yelled.
"I will gladly do what you ask. Only tell me what I must stop."
"Amnesia?" Richard ran a hand through his hair as he took a step away. He circled the area as he fought with himself over the words he wanted to shout.
"I have known men of your breeding since I was a child at Eton. Boys who boasted of their father's conquests, and how they one day would behave the same. I am not pretending."
Out of all the words Richard had spewed, the accusation of lying was the most grievous,
given Philip's current situation. His dreams had told him enough of his distaste for his father that he knew even as a boy he wouldn't have bragged about Ashby. "Do you know what those boys had in common?" Richard didn't wait for a response. "Titles. They were all heirs to wealthy men who held titles. Men who care nothing for the little people around them. Men like you, who take what they want and then leave the consequences in your wake." Philip reached out one hand, trying to stay calm amid the accusations. "I have requested your father's blessing upon a marriage. My intentions are pure." "A blessing he didn't give." "It is predicated upon discovering my circumstances. All will be right within the week. I am convinced of it." Richard turned back to him. There was no more hesitation in his posture. No longer did he wrestle with stating his opinion. The younger man's eyes were filled with the fire of a protective brother. "I want you to leave Spring Hill Abbey. Say what you must to my parents to convince them you can no longer prey upon their generosity. There is a coaching inn nearby. The doctor cannot say a short carriage ride would be detrimental to your health. Tell them you are the Earl of Arundel, and you will be given the best rooms on the premises." Although Philip couldn't remember details of his siblings, he understood the conviction in Richard's words. If any man had trifled with his sisters, he would have defended them with his life. "You have my word." Richard bent down and collected the crutch lying upon the ground. He handed it to Philip and then left in the direction of home. As though the heavens agreed with everything Richard had said, they opened, dropping rain upon the ground, making it much more difficult to hobble along with his crutches sticking in the mud. Part of him wanted to turn away from Spring Hill Abbey and find the coaching inn without delay. He had no belongings at the Abbey. The clothing he'd arrived in had been thrown out. He'd only had one boot. Everything upon his person he wore was through the goodness of Lord Anthony and his family. But he couldn't leave, not without explaining himself to Emma. Slowly and deliberately, he made his way back to the Abbey. The rain penetrating every inch of his clothing sent a chill through him he would likely not soon forget. When he entered the house, the butler nodded but said nothing. Philip apologized for the mud he tracked in, but otherwise he walked to the green room without encountering anyone else. His body ached. His head hurt, but it was nothing like the headaches he'd previously suffered. This weariness in his muscles was of a nature he hadn't yet experienced. Needing a moment to rest before removing the wet clothing, Philip sat on the settee. He removed the boots and then rested his head against the soft cushion. He didn't know how long he'd been on the settee when his shoulders shook, Richard's voice disturbing his strange dreams. "What the devil? You're burning up with fever." Remembering the request Richard had made, Philip tried to pull himself from the soft-cushioned settee, but his arms collapsed, and the little effort he'd put into movement was soon forgotten as he drifted into full unconsciousness. Chapter 14. Riddled with embarrassment, Emma paced her bedchamber, unable to calm the rapid beating of her heart and the fluttering in her stomach. Richard and Anne had walked in on what she would consider a very private moment, one she hadn't wished anyone in her family to witness. The rain did little to dispel the angst building in her chest. How would she react upon seeing Philip this evening? Would he regret their kisses? She certainly didn't. How could she face her parents? Would Richard or Anne report her behaviour? Pressing a hand to her chest, Emma sat on a chair near the fire, willing herself to find peace with what had happened. But there were too many uncertainties plaguing her thoughts, and she couldn't help but run through the many scenarios that could result from her actions. Choosing her dress for supper was far more difficult than expected. She wanted to wear the pink, but it had the problem of heightening the effects of her blush, if anything occurred to bring one about. Certainly, Richard would not keep silent on what he had seen. She loved her brother, but she knew if anyone was to speak of what had occurred, it would be him. He had the heart of a vicar, and that of a tattletale when it came to his siblings. If he had told her parents, she would spend the evening in the deepest shade of pink. So the frock she wanted would not do. Instead, she chose a white muslin with lilacs. As the maid finished pinning the last strand of Emma's hair, the door to her bedchamber opened. Anne stepped in and took one look at Emma, which caused a blush to rush over her face. Anne laughed. "If that is all it takes to heat your face, I dare say you will not do well this evening." Emma looked to the maid. "Thank you, Hazel. You may leave." Anne sat on the edge of the bed while they waited for the door to close. This was the sort of gossip that didn't need to be spread throughout the house. "What will you do if he does not ask for your hand?" "He must. For if he does not, I will die of a broken heart." "If father hears of it, there will most certainly be a wedding. If Lord Arundel is unable to be the groom, then father will find a man to do the job." The prospect of marrying a man she didn't love made her limbs go numb. She couldn't possibly go down to supper now. One blush or longing look in Philip's direction would tell her father all he needed to know. Placing a hand over her heart, Emma's voice sounded unfamiliar with a squeaky quality. "Has Richard told everyone?" "Richard is a blabbermouth, but only when it comes to certain matters. Your unstable reputation is not the sort of thing he would announce, even to our parents." Anne walked over to her and took Emma's hands. "You are safe for now. Only do not allow Lord Arundel to take any more liberties. I beg of you to guard your reputation." Far too soon, at least in her estimation, Emma and Anne were walking into the drawing room. She'd expected to find her parents, brothers, and Philip waiting so they could go through to supper, but instead she found her brothers. Ignoring Richard, Emma crossed to the sofa and took up the book that was on the table. She opened the pages to find it was one of Henry's books on agriculture. He had boring taste in literature that bordered on the mundane. In her estimation, a person should spend their leisurely hours with poetry and works of fiction rather than anything else. Anne sat next to her, taking up her embroidery. "Where are Mamma and Papa?" "Lord Arundel is ill." Richard's statement was followed by a sigh, and then he added one word. "Again." "A bit unfeeling, Richard," Henry said reprovingly. Richard lifted his gaze to Emma's, which made her blush. She stood and walked toward the corner of the room where a chessboard sat. The pieces were all in their starting places, which meant she could not study the board as an excuse for avoiding her siblings. A bit of movement behind her drew her attention. She expected one of her parents would tell her it was just another headache, nothing they couldn't handle with a little sleep. Instead, she found Richard had crossed to the fireplace as he poked the wood and stirred the flames. When he was finished, he replaced the fire poker before responding to Henry. "I asked Lord Arundel to leave Spring Hill Abbey. It is time. He can wait for his family at the Coaching Inn." "You had no right to do so." Henry didn't seem upset over the confession, but he was surprised at Richard's boldness. Richard kept his focus upon their brother, purposefully not looking in Emma's direction. "I have my reasons." "No matter what they are, he is here at our parents' invitation. You must take your concerns to our father, and then he will make the decision." Emma stepped forward, uncertain as to what she would say, but knowing she didn't want her father informed of the kisses she'd shared with Philip. She was fumbling for an excuse that would appease Richard's concerns when their mother entered. All thoughts of arguing left as she noticed her mother was not dressed for supper. Usually, one of Philip's headaches was seen to without a delay in their daily routines. At least now that they were well stocked with laudanum and the knowledge of how to care for him. "What is this arguing? I will not have our home turned upside down with contention." Her mother's rebuke pulled an apology from both her brothers. "Henry, a letter arrived for Lord Arundel this afternoon. Your father said it is in his den. Please fetch it for me." "Of course, Mamma." Henry rushed from the room, then turned back. Is it another headache? I'm afraid not. He is quite ill. The doctor has decided we must do a bloodletting.
Emma rushed around the sofa, expecting to spend the rest of the evening by Philip's side. She would hold his hand to let him know he wasn't alone, offer the comfort he needed during this terrible ordeal. As she neared the exit, her mother took hold of her arm. You may not enter. I cannot have any of my children catching this infection. He should never have been out in the rain. Who will attend to him? Her mother smiled. It was a silly question. Nurse Brown and the maids are quite capable. They will not read to him. She was convinced, above all else, that the calming words of Shakespeare's sonnets were a large part of what had helped him heal the last time he'd been so ill. He needs rest, Emma. Her mother tightened her hold on Emma's arm. I am in earnest. You are not to enter the sick room. Emma turned back to sit on the sofa, catching the satisfied expression upon Richard's face. Worried for Philip's condition, Emma ignored her brother and sat next to Anne. She was certain nothing more could be said that evening to cause her further discomfort. But she was dreadfully wrong. Henry returned with the letter intended for Philip. Her mother broke the seal and quickly read through the missive. The Duke of Ashby and one of his sons will arrive on the morrow. I will expect whatever this argument was to have been exhausted by then. Once her mother had left, Richard took his seat once more, a smug smile playing on his lips. I believe the argument is no longer necessary. Emma understood his meaning quite clearly. If this latest infection didn't kill Philip, he would leave with his father and brother. She should be happy to have him reunited with his family, but this new development only made her sad. Philip would soon leave Spring Hill Abbey. Once he was gone and his memories had returned, would he ever think of her? The romantic within told her the separation would be of a short duration. But she felt a small inkling of desperation, and she feared the arrival of his family would separate them forever. Chapter 15. Spring Hill Abbey was picturesque. Set amongst rolling hills, it was gentle and welcoming in a way Wentworth Hall had never achieved. Edward was drawn to the area. Perhaps it was knowing his brother would soon be with him once more. Or it could have been the way Philip had described the family who had found him and taken him under their care. It also could have been the stark difference between the harsh black stones of Wentworth Hall and the honey brown of Spring Hill Abbey. He couldn't be certain, but whatever it was, this was a part of England he never wanted to leave. Lord Anthony is the youngest son of a duke, I am told, Ashby said. Thankfully, we will not be dealing with peasants. Edward quirked an eyebrow at his father. If a peasant had saved Philip's life, I would have gladly paid call to retrieve him. Ashby grunted. Since the arrival of Philip's letter, Ashby had been out of sorts. Was he happy to have his rightful heir alive? Or would he truly have preferred despair take possession of the title? Edward would never know. He was thankful to have had his position within the family reaffirmed and his innocence proven. As the carriage came to a stop, Edward followed his father to greet the welcoming party. He searched each of the faces for Philip's, but found he was missing. Your Grace, welcome to Spring Hill Abbey. The man who could only be Lord Anthony shook Ashby's hand. I am most thankful you found my son. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Lord Anthony nodded and then looked to Edward. My goodness, you are the exact likeness of Lord Arundel. Edward laughed. It had been years since anyone had been shocked to see he was a duplicate of his brother. It was as though God had taken a mould and pressed out replicas. Lord Anthony, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Does not my brother wish to welcome us? Lord Anthony shook his hand and then turned to Ashby. I'm afraid Lord Arundel fell ill during the rainstorm last evening. Dr. Price is with him now.
The fever was highly contagious, but he is over the worst of it."
"May I see him?" Edward asked. Knowing his brother was so close made him eager to be near him. It had been far too long since he had heard Philip's voice. He stepped forward to cross the threshold and find his brother's chamber, but he stopped abruptly as the Duke stretched out his arm, placing it directly in Edward's path.
"Lord Anthony, I wish to speak with the doctor before either of us enter Arundel's sick room. I must know his condition so we are not exposed to this illness."
Arguing would do little good, so like a dutiful son, Edward forced a smile on his face and accepted his father's decision. As he nodded in agreement, he noticed a slight movement from one of the young ladies. Edward turned his attention to them as their host introduced his wife, Lady Amelia, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest, Miss Emma, was the one who had caught his attention. She looked rather unimpressed with the Duke. That is, if he understood her pursed lips and widened eyes correctly. He smiled as her eyes suddenly narrowed with every word Ashby spoke. It was possible he might enjoy Spring Hill Abbey for other reasons. Miss Emma Parker seemed exactly the type of woman with whom he'd enjoy sparring right before stealing a kiss or two. The second Ashby had given his nod of approval, Edward left the den to follow Lady Amelia to the sick room. The air was stale, even with the windows open. The smell of blood permeated the room as the nurse placed a clean bandage on Philip's arm before removing a bowl of blood. Bloodletting was an awful treatment he'd seen done only one other time. Their grandfather, the previous Duke of Ashby, had been ill, and the physician had insisted upon relieving his body of impure toxins. The only result it had had upon the prior Duke was to end his life, thus cementing the title upon the current Duke. Memories of his grandfather's death had been impressed upon his young mind. Looking upon his brother's sleeping form, he knew this was one of those moments he would never forget. If he had the authority to demand a stop to the bloodletting, he would. But it was now his father's decision. Edward sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Philip's chest rose and fell with each breath. Did Philip know he was there? Could he sense their bond while unconscious? "Philip, you have a great deal of explaining to do. First, how did you find this beautiful part of England without dragging me along with you? I would have left that wretched garden party." The nurse moved in front of him, tucking Philip's arm under the blankets to keep him warm. She handed Edward a book. "When you cannot think of anything else to say, he enjoys books. This one in particular." Edward looked down to find it was a collection of sonnets. I suppose his love of Shakespeare breached the lock upon his memories. She didn't have to answer. Edward knew Philip, even with amnesia, would love the same things as he had before. Shakespeare, music, books, horses, and family. He nodded in appreciation and then waited until the nurse and Lady Amelia had left. "Second, however did you survive that awful ordeal? I have always known you were the better of us, but now you have proven it in spades." Opening the cover of the book, Edward placed his hand over the first page, taking in the words his brother loved so deeply. He would read every word in the book out loud if it would bring Philip to consciousness once more. Before he read even a single word, he asked one more question. "Finally, which of Lord Anthony's daughters would best suit me? They are the most handsome creatures I have ever laid eyes upon. The younger of the daughters has a high spirit about her, but preference must be given to the elder. She is quite lovely, although her expressions didn't seem as strong-willed." He laughed at himself and then gave Philip a playful glare. "I know what you are thinking. You may stop gathering a discourse on how I must reform my wicked ways. I'm a changed man since you last saw me. Prison has a way of making one review their life choices." Edward shivered as he remembered the dark, musty cell. Shaking away the chill, he settled into the chair with one leg crossed over the other as he held up the book and read the first lines. He read 3 sonnets, and then sat forward to stare at his brother's sleeping form once more.
Something deep within needed to verify this man before him was truly his brother. It didn't matter that they were identical. If one looked hard enough throughout the world, they were bound to find a duplicate of themselves. He searched his brother's face, his eyes landing upon the most prominent feature that would prove his identity. The scar from their father's ring sat exactly where it was expected, grazing his left eye. This was his brother, with one exception. If the amnesia has provided you with the gift of peace, then I pray you never find your memories. Even without his memories, the future would take this serene world he'd discovered away from Philip. Ashby would begin anew with his ducal lessons, which would only prove to ruin every chance his brother had at happiness. As his father's voice boomed in the hallway, Edward straightened and stopped speaking. "I would like another round of bloodletting," the Duke said. The doctor's face contorted, the smile he'd worn upon their arrival completely gone. "Your Grace, I would not recommend another full round." Ashby pushed past the doctor to enter the bedchamber. He crossed to the bed and frowned down upon his heir. "If he does not wake by morning, then I will require the start of another full scheduled bleeding." Edward stood, placing the book he held upon the table. He needed to impress upon the doctor that arguing with his father would only encourage him to go against the recommendations. Ashby needed proof that the medical procedure had done its intended purpose. "Father, can you not see how peaceful Philip looks? I believe he's on the mend." Ashby leaned forward, examining Philip's face. Just when Edward thought he had not succeeded with his attempt, his father straightened and turned to the doctor, his face turning tomato red. "Why did you not tell me he is improved? We certainly would not want to continue bleeding him at this stage." Relief filled the doctor's face. "I apologize, Your Grace." "Leave me." Ashby sat upon the edge of the bed, his focus solely upon Philip. "I want time alone with my son." Leaving his father to sit next to Philip felt odd. But as he exited the room, the desire for fresh air took him out to the veranda and to the gardens. A pathway was easily found, so he followed it until he reached the rose garden. As he pushed open the gate, he stepped under an archway that led into a patch of multicolored roses. "Lord Edward." Edward turned to find Miss Parker and Miss Emma sitting on a stone bench. Offering a slight bow, he sauntered over, choosing a spot on the bench opposite where they sat. "May I join you?" "Please do," Miss Parker said. "Has there been a change in Lord Arundel's condition?" "He sleeps yet," Edward replies. "My father wanted time alone with him." "I'm sorry to hear this," Miss Parker said. He noticed she squeezed her sister's hand as though she were offering strength or compassion. "He looks quite peaceful. Your Dr. Price has been brilliant with the care he has provided. We are most thankful." Miss Parker dipped her head in acknowledgement. Searching for something to say, he remarked, "This garden is beautiful. Do you spend much time out here?" "Indeed. Emma enjoys taking in the beauty of nature far more often than I. But we do both enjoy the gardens at Spring Hill Abbey." "With gardens like this, I have no doubt. This is quite a lovely spot." Miss Emma demurred. She was far different in her behaviour at that moment than she had been upon his and his father's arrival. Perhaps he had misinterpreted her tenacity. In this moment she seemed like all the other young women he met each year, willing to tell him exactly what he wanted to hear. She would follow him into the shrubbery with little coaxing, something he had grown tired of since his last outing with the lady at the garden party. He wanted a challenge. At least he thought he did. Her voice was soft when she finally plucked up the courage to respond. "Yes, the garden has been wonderful this year." "Lord Arundel has also enjoyed the garden," Miss Parker said as an aside. Edward looked between the sisters in understanding. Miss Parker was teasing her younger sister. "My brother?" he asked, hoping he sounded surprised. The doctor made it sound as though he had been stuck indoors for the entirety of his time at your home."
Miss Parker's cheeks flared with the prettiest shade of pink he'd ever noticed. Her green eyes sparkled in the sunlight as she squeezed her sister's hand once more. "It is quite true, I assure you. There have been moments when Lord Arundel took the air with my sister as his companion." Miss Parker was hinting at a friendship, but from the reaction of Miss Emma he knew it was far more than that on her side. He only hoped Philip hadn't allowed anything further. He was already promised to Lady Olivia, but then again he likely had no recollection of that fact.
"I'm certain he enjoyed the time. When he is home, Philip spends so much time outdoors his hair takes on a lighter shade," Edward commented. "It's one of the easier ways to tell us apart."
"I hadn't noticed the difference," Miss Parker replied. "Emma, did you notice?" "No," Emma said, her voice rising in pitch. Her face turned a shade of pink at the falsehood.
"We have a rose garden at Wentworth Hall similar to this. Has Philip spoken about it?"
"I'm afraid not," Miss Emma responded. "Didn't Lord Arundel mention the amnesia?" Nodding, he realized his question had been ridiculous.
"Yes, he did. I had hoped he would have a few memories, though."
"He never mentioned the garden or Wentworth Hall," Miss Emma responded. As silence fell over the little group, Edward stood to take his leave. He knew it was best not to overstay his welcome, especially if he wanted to leave the ladies with a bit of intrigue.
"Forgive my intrusion."
He gave his most courtly and flirtatious bow to both the Miss Parkers and left without a backward glance. As he walked along the path outside of the garden, he overheard Miss Parker speaking. "Do you think Philip and Edward are as similar in personality as they are in looks?" Miss Emma responded. "I doubt it. And is it strange? I don't think they look anything alike." He quickened his pace as he walked back to the house. It was strange to hear Miss Emma say they didn't look alike. He and Philip were identical. They were duplicates minus the scar. He shook his head in amusement and moved to the veranda, where he saw Dr. Price speaking with the Parkers.
"Lord Arundel has made it through the worst of the infection. He is on the mend," Dr. Price commented.
"This is wonderful to hear," Lady Amelia responded.
"His Grace would like to move Arundel to London before the end of the week. It won't be long before your lives will be back to normal." "We will forever be thankful you found my brother," Edward said as he stepped through the open doors.
"As are we,"
Lord Anthony said with a smile. "Lord Arundel is a welcome addition to our home. Life will not go back to normal with his absence."
"That is kind of you to say." Dr. Price placed a hand on Edward's shoulder.
"Lord Arundel is awake."
Edward nearly ran to the sick room, unwilling to wait any longer to speak with his brother. He slowed his pace and then stopped at the entrance to look in upon the scene. Philip lay in the same position, but his eyes were open. Ashby had moved to the window. Neither was speaking.
"May I enter?"
Ashby didn't turn around, but he waved his hand in response, beckoning Edward to step forward. He waited until Philip met his gaze. A blink of his eyes and a nod of his head was answer enough. Edward sat on the edge of his bed carefully so as not to cause distress.
"High time you exited the world of dreams. How are you feeling?"
"Well enough, given the circumstances."
"How bad is the amnesia? You do know who we are, do you not?"
Edward made certain to point to their father. He wasn't surprised to see Ashby's head slightly turn in interest.
"Thunder and turf, you aren't my reflection?"
"I am in earnest," Edward chided. Philip chuckled.
"I've had dreams that feel more like memories. There is still so much I do not know. Do not concern yourself over it. I will tell you everything. You may trust me on that."
Edward quirked an eyebrow at him.
"Now, to my most pressing question of all. Which of the young ladies in this household might I wish to court?"
Philip closed his eyes.
Do you not answer for fear of overstepping? Or is it you do not know my personality well enough to give a suggestion?
Edward didn't expect his brother to confide in him, but a hint of his feelings for the youngest Miss Emma Parker would be helpful.
The elder, most likely. He opened his eyes and sighed. The younger is obsessed with books, and my instincts tell me you do not care to hide away in a library.
Edward softly clapped his hands together.
You are healing already. It will not be long before we are leaving for London. London?
Ashby turned from the window and approached the bed.
Edward is correct. We will leave for London when you are able to travel. Meaning, you must stop threatening to die. We will no longer accept such behavior.
Edward spoke with a wide smile upon his face to ensure Philip understood it was a jest. There was no telling what he would understand from the interaction. When Philip slept once more, Edward and his father left him in the care of Thomas and the nurse. Having his valet care for him was one of the many steps they would take to help Philip regain his memory. At least, that was what the doctor had prescribed, and Ashby agreed. This meant Edward was only necessary in the sick room to engage his brother in conversation. Chapter 16. For many weeks, Philip had wondered who his family was and where they were. One of the most pressing questions that had plagued his mind was if they were looking for him. The arrival of his father and brother should have brought him peace. They knew the person he was, his likes, dislikes. They knew if he was a good man or something less desirable. But even with the stories Edward told him, none of it felt real, and instead of finding relief, a deep sense of melancholy settled upon his shoulders. Although a valet had assisted him during his time at Spring Hill Abbey, it was strange having a valet who knew him well. Thomas had taken to his role as naturally as if he had been doing it his entire life. He anticipated Philip's every need, often suggesting things Philip hadn't even realized he wanted until the moment they were offered, leaving him both impressed and bewildered.
How long have you been my valet? Philip asked.
Thomas had been a constant presence in his room, straightening things, taking care of his clothing, assisting him with his toilette each day since he'd arrived with the Duke and Edward. Thomas didn't turn around to answer the question. Instead, he continued to straighten items on a table as he arranged the toiletry kit in perfect order.
3 years, my lord.
Thomas continued to set each item with precision in a dedicated spot. His shorter frame, raven black hair, and dark brown eyes didn't strike Philip as familiar. This man was as much a stranger to him as everyone else had been. Even the mole on Thomas's chin, with the long black hair sticking out of it, eluded his memories. Certainly, something as ghastly as that would come back to a man.
How old are you?
He asked, knowing it was a rude question but not caring. This man was in his father's employ. He was paid well for the impertinent questions.
I'm 27 years old, my lord. Do you have a wife and children?
I have not been so fortunate, but my family lives in Derbyshire, near Wentworth Hall, and I visit them on my half-days. Philip scooted to the edge of the bed. He didn't trust his valet with his injured leg. Not yet. He reached out for a cloth, expecting to give himself a quick wipe down instead of hobbling over to the bath.
If you will hand my clothing over, I will dress myself. No need to help.
My lord, Thomas said, I must earn my keep.
Ah, well.
He hesitated, looking at his leg. He would guide Thomas through his routine. It wouldn't hurt to give the man a chance.
Go ahead, then.
Thomas nodded, looking a bit uncomfortable with the entire conversation.
You can stay right as you are, sir. I will take care of everything.
It didn't take long for Thomas and a few other servants to carry in buckets of water. As each bucket was emptied into the tub, Philip dreaded the moment he would have to lower himself into the depths and then somehow pull himself back out. His leg was healing, but it wasn't strong enough to support his weight, as would be needed for a tub. When the dreaded moment came, Thomas handed Philip his crutches. Philip removed his robe and then handed one of the crutches over, leaning heavily upon one crutch before slowly lifting and then lowering his uninjured leg into the water. Pulling his leg out as quickly as he could, he glared at the valet.
It could use some cold water to temper the heat. I apologize, my lord. I must have forgotten to pour it in.
Once the water was at the right temperature, the bath was heavenly. Thomas had added peppermint oil to the water, which brought his memory back to kissing Emma. He hadn't seen her since that last kiss, which was likely the reason for his low spirit. With his head resting on a plush cushion, Philip closed his eyes as Thomas brushed shaving soap across his face. The process was as normal to him as when Lord Anthony's valet had done the same. But this time, as Philip was drifting off to sleep in the warmth of the bath, his eyes came open with a start as the shaving knife cut into his chin.
"Have a care,"
Philip said, touching the spot. As he pulled his fingers away, they were sticky with blood.
"I apologize, my lord. My hand slipped. Are you always so careless with my toilette?" "No, sir. Never. I'm simply out of practice."
Thomas held a towel out, assisting Philip to his feet.
"I apologize most profusely for my careless behavior."
Philip brushed it aside. Another scar or two upon his face would be nothing in comparison to the one near his eye. Carefully maneuvering out of the tub, he noticed too late that Thomas hadn't provided him with his crutches. He would have to lean upon Thomas's shoulders, which he had done with others before, but he didn't truly trust the valet. He didn't have any reason for it, but somewhere deep inside he had an inkling of concern itching to rise to the surface. As he lay one arm across Thomas's shoulders for balance, he used his other hand to slowly lift his injured leg out of the water. It all went well until Thomas lost his balance, sending Philip tumbling to the ground. Catching himself with his good leg in both hands, Philip huffed out a curse he would never have said in any other circumstance. This was one of the many reasons he'd wanted to stay away from the tub. Re-injuring his leg would ruin the progress he had made thus far, although it would be one way to stay at Spring Hill Abbey for another few months. Turning his head as he still hovered on the ground with his hands and one leg supporting his weight, Philip tried to keep his voice even without shouting. The last thing he wanted to do was alert the household to his situation.
"Are you trying to injure me further?"
"No, my lord. I would never."
"Please, just leave me to care for myself."
Philip waited until the door closed and Thomas was no longer in the room before he pulled himself to the side of the bed. Thankfully, the towel was close enough that he could take care of the water upon his person, his wet hair, and then dress himself once more. The only problem he had in the end was shakily lifting himself off the ground without his crutches, which were positioned against the wall. Before he'd fallen ill this last time, he'd had the strength to pull himself up with his crutches. But it was proving rather difficult since he was still in a weakened state. Instead of fighting, Philip rested in a sitting position against the side of the bed. Edward was bound to visit at some point that evening. Chapter 17. Edward would have given anything to experience a supper at Spring Hill Abbey without Ashby in attendance. Lord Anthony and his family attempted to keep the conversation light, but Ashby's overall demeanour had a way of casting a pall upon the happiest of situations. After spending a few days at the Abbey, Edward had perfected the art of casting little glances in Miss Parker's direction. While her parents attempted to engage in conversation with Ashby, he attempted a silent conversation with the dark-haired beauty across the table. Yet she didn't respond with the greatest of enthusiasm, not like the women he usually perused. "We are quite pleased to hear Lord Arundel has greatly improved since your arrival." Lady Amelia's statement was met with a grunt from Ashby. Edward peered up from his plate, his eyes catching Miss Parker's before she purposefully turned away, making him believe she had no desire to win his admiration. This was a game in which he couldn't allow anyone to be suspicious, lest they put an end to the subtle flirtations. Averting his gaze before he was caught, he noticed Lord Anthony's lips twitch as he met his wife's gaze.
Your Grace, we do hope you and Lord Edward are comfortable.
Edward instantly agreed.
Quite so, my lord. Lady Amelia has outdone herself by seeing to our needs.
Before returning to his plate, Edward caught a little smile playing at the corners of Miss Parker's lips. Her gaze drifted to his once more, before she busied herself with her glass of wine.
This is a rather quiet part of England. Are there any games to be had nearby?
Ashby was always seeking gambling dens to satisfy his appetite for a wager.
Viscount Harding has a game night once a week. I will make inquiries,
Lord Anthony responded. Ashby nodded.
I have had dealings with the Viscount. Good man.
Your Grace, Thomas said as he stepped close to Ashby's chair. Might I have a moment of your time?
What is it, boy?
I did as you requested, Your Grace, although there was an incident. Thomas's legs twitched as though he were preparing to run, yet he pressed forward. Lord Arundel was injured during the process. Edward instantly stood, his chair scraping against the wood flooring.
What sort of injury?
A few cuts upon his chin during the shave. Ashby waved him off.
If that is all?
I'm afraid not. His leg may have been re-injured.
May have? You do not know?
Edward started toward the door, but was stopped by Ashby's hand gripping his arm.
Continue, Thomas.
Ashby tightened his hold, stopping any progression. That is all I know, Your Grace. Arundel was so angry with me, he told me to leave. I left him on the floor. Henry and Richard both stood, neither one of them pausing in their retreat as Ashby demanded they allow Arundel to fight his way off the floor. Edward pulled his arm free. He took a step forward but found his arm caught in his father's grasp once more.
Allow me to see to my brother. If Dr. Price is correct regarding these headaches, it will not be long before you are the Earl. Earls do not pick up invalids off the floor. They have servants who do such work.
Pulling away from his father once more, he snarled his response.
The doctor is wrong. I will never be the Earl, nor do I want the title. It is your duty.
Edward backed away.
Philip is the one cursed with the duty of being your heir, not me.
Taking a wide path so the Duke couldn't stop him, Edward left the dining room to see to his brother. When he arrived in the sick room, Henry and Richard had assisted Philip off the floor, tucking him beneath the blankets once more.
Your leg?
Edward asked, sitting on the edge of the bed.
Sore, but no harm done.
Edward took hold of Philip's chin, turning his head so he could see the cut.
Thomas has never been so careless. Can't understand what has gotten into him.
Philip chuckled.
Another way to differentiate us.
You are bound to have a permanent limp. No one will mistake us now.
It is for the best,
Philip said, his eyes full of mirth.
I would not want my would-be murderer to get confused.
I am not amused. Philip closed his eyes.
When are we to leave?
Not until you are well enough to travel.
Rest, and do not concern yourself with our travel plans.
Edward stayed until Philip's breathing evened out, and then he made his way back to the dining room. The argument of moments before still hung heavily in the air, thick enough to tell him his defiance toward Ashby would not soon be forgotten.
Arundel's leg?
Ashby asked. Edward refused to look at his father.
He claims it is uninjured. I think it is best the doctor confirm as much.
Ashby grunted. He pushed away from the table and, standing to his full height, towered over Edward.
Your valet will see to Arundel until Thomas has worked out his jitters. Make the arrangements.
Of course, Your Grace. The tension followed Ashby out of the dining room, an audible sigh releasing around the table when the door closed behind the Duke.
Lord Edward,
Richard said,
I do not wish to cause greater alarm this evening, but concerning Arundel's statement of earlier, do you know who tried to kill your brother?
It was an honest question, one that deserved the proper answer.
According to the local constable, I am the most obvious suspect, although I assure you, I could never harm my brother. He could have stayed in the dining room, especially since he'd not eaten even a portion of his supper. But Edward didn't have an appetite. Excusing himself for the night, he made his way to the guest chamber where he had stayed since his arrival. It was quite possible no one would ever know the truth of what had happened to Philip. He was only thankful to have discovered his brother was still alive, no matter how long that would be. Chapter 18. Wearing clothing he was told was his might have been comfortable if he hadn't lost weight. Philip had been wearing Henry's clothing since he woke. The clothing had been large on him, but that was to be expected when wearing someone else's things. Philip hobbled into the breakfast nook, knowing no one expected him to attend the morning meal, but he was tired of being abed. It was time to heal. Moreover, he hadn't seen Emma since he'd kissed her in the orchard. Now that his brother and father could vouch for his situation, there would be no reason for Lord Anthony to refuse the match. Philip hobbled to a seat directly across from his father and next to Edward.
Constable Adams will be here this morning. You should prepare to speak to him. We will leave for London on the morrow,
Ashby said, his attention fully upon a copy of the morning newspaper. London? So soon? Philip asked. There was little time left, which meant he needed to speak with Emma. There was still time to make promises he was determined to keep.
You've trespassed upon Lord Anthony and his family for far too long. It is time we gave them back their home.
Your Grace, Lord Anthony said before anyone else could speak.
My family and I do not begrudge Lord Arundel the time he has spent here. We are happy to have been of service.
You are very generous, Lord Anthony. This time it was Edward who spoke. Ashby wouldn't have been so kind.
Philip could not have stumbled upon a better situation.
Yes, Ashby said, cutting off any response from Lord Anthony.
But it does not mean we will continue to trespass upon your kindness. Constable Adams will interview Arundel this morning. The good doctor will make a final visit and then we will leave for London.
Turning to Philip, he said,
Arundel, prepare yourself for the journey.
Philip didn't speak. He nodded to let his father know he had heard.
You speak as though I should know the constable.
Yes, Ashby reassured.
He has been in the village your entire life, and he worked in the stables at Wentworth Hall before taking the position of the constable.
Edward let out an exasperated sigh that sounded more like a curse. Although Philip didn't condone swearing in front of women, he couldn't help but smile.
I expect you have an opinion upon the matter.
Adams has no intention of finding the assassin, Edward replied as he attacked his toast with a knife and a heavy layer of strawberry preserves.
Once the constable finds the culprit, I will request a formal apology. But for now, you may make yourself scarce while he is here,
Ashby said. An apology? Philip asked with concern. Edward finished chewing his toast before he spoke.
I was accused of your murder. Spent a bit of time in the local prison. A miserable place, if I do say so.
Philip looked to Ashby for confirmation of Edward's words and then back to his brother. His concern over the ill-fitting clothing seemed frivolous now that he knew Edward had been incarcerated.
I received a release because Adams and his men failed to find your body, Edward finished.
Why would the constable suspect you? Miss Parker asked with vehemence. Henry answered.
If the elder is dead, the younger becomes the heir.
Edward nodded.
Somehow my ring ended up out in the bushes near the place where Philip entered the river. Whoever did this had access to the house.
Is that why the constable is coming? He wants me to say it was Edward who tried to kill me.
Ashby grunted. It's a possibility. Adams was very unhappy I allowed Edward to accompany me here to retrieve you. Apparently, it will give him access to finish the job.
Philip chuckled as he lifted his knife, reaching for the strawberry preserves.
Well, then, Edward, do make quick work of the whole affair. With this limp I shall not easily escape. Although I do believe it only fair I warn you that I am quite skilled with those crutches. I need only one to move about. The other will do well as a weapon. He was nearly finished slathering the toast with the delicious jam when Edward took hold of Philip's wrist.
"What, pray tell, are you doing?"
"I would think it obvious." Philip looked down at his toast, curious as to his brother's reaction.
"Breaking my fast."
Edward removed the knife and plate from before him. He then set the jar of preserves out of reach.
"Is there any of the jam on your hands?"
Philip quirked an eyebrow at him, bewildered, and checked his hands as he noticed everyone in the room had stopped eating to watch the strange interaction. Attempting levity, he grinned at his brother.
"No, sir. I have impeccable table manners and did not soil my fingers."
Releasing his hand, Edward gave him a strained, unamused glare.
"You have an allergy to strawberries. I'm afraid you cannot eat them. The result is a megrim, awful headaches that last for days. Trust me, it is not worth the temptation." "An allergy?"
He dared not believe it was possible. Even so, he allowed his gaze to drift to Emma. This revelation provided a measure of hope neither of them had seen when last they'd spoken.
"Then it is possible the doctor was incorrect about the inflammation."
"A relief, to be sure," Ashby proclaimed as he accepted a card from the footman. He read the inscription and then placed it on the table. "Constable Adams has arrived. Edward, make yourself scarce. Arundel, I do not want any more of these flippant comments. Say what you must to clear your brother's good name."
"Yes, Your Grace."
Philip slowly made his way to his feet. He didn't know what he would say to the constable, given he had no memory of the event. But he would do all within his power to answer the questions truthfully, especially now that he had a new outlook on life. It was very possible his situation was no longer dire. Once his leg healed and his memories returned, he would be himself. Philip looked at the constable, trying to pull memories from his brain. He was tired of the constant fog covering his thoughts.
"My lord." "I apologize. What did you wish to know?"
Philip asked.
"Can you tell me why you left the garden party at Wentworth Hall?"
Constable Adams had a pad of paper and a pencil similar to what Emma used for sketching. He tried to remember the garden party, but instead remembered his horse Bassanio. It was a memory he'd had before.
"I don't know why I left, but I know I was riding Bassanio."
The constable grunted as he wrote upon his notepad.
"Is Bassanio back at Wentworth Hall?"
Ignoring his inquiry, the constable inquired again.
"Can you tell me anything about your purpose that day?"
Philip closed his eyes, hoping to bring out a memory. He could see his horse standing by a stream.
"I remember sitting by a stream, although I have no recollection of what I did there or how long I sat. We found a spot by a tree where you rested for a while. A tracker was brought in to tell us what path you took. You were on your way home until you veered off into the woods. Do you remember any of this?"
Frustrated, he concentrated on what he thought was a memory when he remembered the sound of a bullet. Relief flooded over him, and his words came out a little faster as he realized a memory was fighting its way to the surface.
"Someone shot at me. I had a bullet in my arm. I think I fell off the horse when I was shot."
"How did you end up at Spring Hill Abbey?"
"Lord Anthony found me in a river."
"How did you end up in the river?" Philip looked out the window. He concentrated on the horse tethered in front of the house. He remembered the dark figure standing over him.
"I was dragged to the river."
"Did you see your assailant?" Everything about the other man was dark, like a storm cloud covering any identifying features. For a moment he'd thought part of himself was waking from the traumatic events of that day, but now he realized it had been too much. His head hurt, and he needed rest.
"My memories are blocked."
Constable Adams switched tactics without notice.
"Tell me about your relationship with Lord Edward."
"He's my twin brother. Some would call him my other half. He's doing everything he can to help me, and I am thankful to him." "Has he tried to injure you since he's been here at Spring Hill Abbey?"
"Certainly not,"
he replied, raising his voice. The one person to cause me injury since being here is my valet. He chose not to cool the hot bath water. He was clumsy with my injured leg, and he gave me a few cuts on my face while shaving. Perhaps he's the culprit."
He didn't know why he accused Thomas, but the words flew out before he stopped himself. Constable Adams looked at him for a long moment, as though he was assessing the truth of each word.
"What could you have done to your valet to cause him to want to harm you?"
There was nothing, at least not that he knew.
"I cannot think of anything."
Adams tapped his pencil upon the notebook.
"If you remember anything, please send word."
Frustrated with his lack of memories and inability to help the constable, Philip wished he could storm out of the parlour, but his escape was uneventful. He fought to stand and then hobbled very slowly to the exit. He was hobbling down the hallway to take himself out to the veranda when Ashby's voice reached him.
"Was he able to contribute to the investigation?"
Ashby asked.
"He doesn't remember anything we didn't already know." "What of Edward?" "He is still my only suspect, Your Grace."
Philip chose not to eavesdrop on the rest of the conversation. As he neared the back of the house, he could hear music. Someone was playing the pianoforte. Hobbling toward the open door, he realized this door had been closed during his time at the Abbey. At least he had never noticed the room before. As he pushed the door open, his stomach flipped and the warmth spread from the tip of his head down to his toes as his eyes fell upon Emma. The morning sun shone through the window, rays of light falling upon her as the sole occupant in the room. The music room held many fine instruments, but the one that tugged upon his sensibilities with a semblance of familiarity was the piano. His fingers itched to touch the ivory keys just assuredly as his lips ached to press against Emma's once more. He waited until her song was finished before entering.
"I would applaud, but my hands are occupied at the moment."
Emma stood, her cheeks heating as he approached the side of the piano. "You are too kind, my lord." Philip tried to control the painful expression upon his face, but it did vex him to no end that she insisted on referring to him so formally.
"Emma, darling."
He made his way to the bench so he could sit beside her.
"Must we be so formal?"
She leaned toward him as she placed her fingers upon the keys once more. Each note awakened a desire for music, yet he didn't understand what was happening within. It was as though his mind anticipated each note before it was played, allowing his thoughts to think of variations within the tune. "Until your memories return, we must refer to you with your title."
"Edward does not call me Arundel."
Emma gave him an impatient side glance. "He is your brother. Siblings do not have to be formal."
"What of lovers?"
A blush crept into her cheeks as she considered his question. "Do you love me?"
"Most ardently. If music be the food of love, play on, my dear sweet Emma."
Emma stopped playing as she turned to face him. "That is unfair."
"What is?"
"You cannot quote Shakespeare and expect that I will do anything but fall into your arms." Philip cupped her cheek, running his fingers upon her soft skin.
"I would not object."
He could see the desire in her eyes, but there was a spark of doubt holding her back. Instead of kissing her, he continued to caress her face until she pulled away. Emma took his hand, holding it between both of hers. "I love you. I think you have known this for quite some time."
"Neither of us has hidden our feelings. Open books, per se."
She nodded. "Have you spoken with your father about a match between us?" Philip slowly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't wish to marry her. He wanted it more than he cared to have his memories return. But approaching the subject with Ashby would be a bit more difficult than even he understood.
"My father is not easily persuaded. At least, I do not believe he is. I wish to seek Edward's advice on the matter."
"When? I cannot bear to think of you leaving Spring Hill Abbey without everything settled between us."
"Today, if possible."
He lifted their joined hands and kissed her knuckles.
I will settle everything with both our fathers before I leave."
She leaned into him, her lips close enough for him to claim, yet the uncertainty of their situation kept him from it. She was right. He should have settled everything with Ashby the moment he'd woken to find his father had arrived. Ahem! A loud feminine sound that was far too proper given the scene Anne had walked in upon forced Philip and Emma to part. Emma's fingers instantly went to her lips. He knew the tingling sensation she was experiencing must be similar to what he felt now that her breath no longer warmed his lips. Anne didn't wait for either of them to make excuses. "We have an appointment at the Modiste." "Oh?" Emma nodded. "I suppose we do. Dr. Price is conversing with the Duke. He will likely examine your leg today." Anne left without another word. Philip closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was far past time for him to settle an engagement with Emma. He would see to everything before the sun set that evening. Chapter 19. Edward compared 2 walking sticks, choosing the one that was the least foppish. Philip would hate the idea of anyone thinking he carried a stick to join the echelons of society's dandies. He searched through the haberdashery for other options, but found the one he'd chosen, with a bear carved into the handle, was the least ostentatious. "What do you think?" Edward held the stick up for Henry and Richard to offer an opinion. "I think this one is more suitable, my lord." An unfamiliar feminine voice pulled his attention away from his companions. Edward turned on his heel to find 2 of Viscount Harding's daughters smiling up at him. He'd spent a bit of time with the elder Miss Harding the previous fall. A memory of stolen kisses in a gazebo crossed his mind as she batted her eyelashes at him.
"Miss Harding, Miss Clarissa Harding, a pleasure to see you."
Edward turned to his companions.
"You are acquainted with your neighbours, I am sure."
With pleasantries exchanged, Miss Harding snatched up one of the more elaborate walking sticks with the gold handle. "Is Lord Arundel here?" She looked about as though she would spot him near a different table.
"He did not join us for the excursion."
Miss Clarissa placed her hand on Edward's arm, a bit more forward than he would have expected in the haberdashery. "We meant to visit Spring Hill Abbey. We only learned this morning that Arundel has been in residence since spring. It was rather unfeeling of him not to pay call to our family. We would have gladly offered the comforts of our home." Edward extracted his arm out of Miss Clarissa's reach.
"Lord Arundel is not accepting visitors at this time. He has been under the weather."
Miss Harding put a hand over her mouth. "I do hope it isn't anything serious."
"With the capable ministrations of Lady Amelia and the local surgeon, he is healing quite nicely."
"Then you will be in London for the start of the social season?" Miss Harding asked.
"We would not miss it."
Edward nodded to the ladies.
"Now, if you will excuse me, I must see to my purchases."
Edward was certain the outing would end as unremarkably as the conversation he had had with the Harding ladies, but found himself unnerved under the piercing glare of Richard Parker as the carriage began the journey back to the Abbey.
"Out with it, Richard. What have I done to incur your displeasure?"
Edward crossed one leg over the other as he settled against the plush velvet cushion for the duration of the trip.
"You are a rake. Have you ruined both those girls?"
Edward quirked an eyebrow as he considered the accusation.
It was true. He deserved the moniker, but it was also true that he didn't want to be the cad he had once been any longer. Not since he'd had a brush with the inside of a prison cell. "True, but I am attempting to reform my wicked ways, and no, I have not ruined either of Lord Harding's daughters."
"What of Lord Arundel? Does he play with women's hearts? Lead them down poorly lit pathways and steal kisses, compromising their virtue? Give a man a title and he will take whatever he desires." Edward couldn't help the smile pulling on his lips.
"Philip is not his title, at least not in the way you describe. Your assumptions of my character are correct, but my brother has a heart of gold. He would never compromise a woman for his own pleasure. In fact, I dare say he would consider a kiss as sacred as a commitment of marriage. Any woman he was to kiss could certainly expect an offer for her hand." "And how many women has he offered for?" Richard asked. Edward looked at each of his companions. Henry, Emma, and Anne all perked up with the greatest of interest in his answer. "To my knowledge, Philip has yet to fall in love."
"Then he is not married?"
Emma asked.
The engagement with Lady Olivia had been postponed. In fact, last he had heard, the Duke of Norland had given her the approval to marry Lord Folly. Of course, that approval had been given based upon incorrect information. But it was possible the marriage had already taken place. If it had, then Philip was free from the obligation. If it had been delayed for any reason, Philip and Olivia could still find themselves engaged. Whatever the status of the engagement at that time, Edward knew the information was not his to divulge.
"Philip does not have a wife, but he also does not have the option of choosing his bride. As heir, he will accept Ashby's choice."
Miss Parker took hold of her younger sister's hand. "Then he will be married to someone he does not love?"
"I am afraid that is correct. His life is not his alone. It is dictated to him by the duty of the title he will one day hold. That includes the choice of a wife. Ashby will choose a woman who has connections and familial influence. It will be an arrangement to increase his standing in society, and of course he will be expected to take a bride with a substantial dowry. I am afraid love will have little to do with his future."
"What will Ashby do if Lord Arundel disagrees with his choice, such as if he were to offer marriage without Ashby's approval?" Edward leaned against his arm as he considered how best to answer the question. He was not blind to Emma's admiration for his brother. She'd failed to keep her eyes off him that morning over the breakfast table. Dashing her hopes seemed cruel, but it was better than allowing her to dream of a match that could not be.
"Ashby does not accept disobedience. I shall have to remind Philip of this when we return to Spring Hill Abbey. The amnesia has likely made him forget his duty."
Richard leaned forward, his elbows upon his knees.
"You did not answer the question. What would the Duke do if his heir left for Gretna Green with the lady of his choosing?"
Edward's humour was completely gone. His temper simmered in the pit of his stomach as he considered everything he knew about Ashby. The Duke was capable of hiring men to kill his enemies. There was little doubt he would kill his own flesh and blood if he thought his heir guilty of disloyalty. Instead of giving the answer he knew was correct, Edward shrugged his shoulders.
"I do not have to worry about it, because Philip has never shown any inclination of falling in love."
"What of you?" Miss Parker asked. "Do you have a choice in who you wed? Or are you bound to the same stipulations?"
"Ashby has not imposed any marital expectations upon me. He will likely do so once he has secured the future Lady Arundel."
Edward pursed his lips as he considered his next words. Miss Parker was an intriguing woman, beautiful, and her question had seemed a little more than a passing interest.
"Mayhap I shall choose a bride before Ashby entertains my options."
Chapter 20. The book Philip held was decidedly uninteresting, at least in regard to other options available to him. Emma's request from that afternoon distracted him from any other pursuits, as he planned the conversation with Ashby. He'd attempted to speak with Ashby earlier in the day, but after his visit with Dr. Price, his father had left the Abbey, not returning until supper. He'd prefer to sit next to Emma and discuss her trip to the modiste, admire her talent as she sketched. Yet, without an engagement settled between them and the approval of both their fathers, he didn't dare sit too close. If he did, he'd find the temptation to hold her hand and whisper words of love too great. Philip's eyes drooped and his book tilted to the side as he listened to the banter of a card game between Henry, Richard, Edward, and Lord Anthony amidst the backdrop of Anne playing the piano. The evening was exactly what he would expect while in the country. Slow, quiet, an evening of contemplation instead of frivolous pursuits. Just as his head lolled to the side, Philip startled awake as Edward called out, "Philip, when last did you entertain anyone with a song?"
Pardon me?
Philip asked as he adjusted his position on the sofa. Edward placed his cards on the table.
I have not heard you play the pianoforte since the morning you were last at Wentworth Hall.
Philip straightened his book and settled back against the cushions.
I do not remember how to play any instruments. Might I suggest your reticence is one of fear instead of a lack of memory?
Instantly recognizing the comment as a challenge, Philip chose not to rise to the occasion.
A valid point. Miss Parker is likely a superior musician.
Well, you are right.
She is quite accomplished, where you do leave the audience in want of a melody.
Feigning as though he didn't care if his brother favoured them with a song, Edward gathered his cards once more. As Philip looked back to the page he'd previously read, he thought the conversation was settled until Edward turned to Ashby.
Father, would you not agree? I'm enjoying a book, Edward. I don't need you to manipulate me into performing,
Philip remarked, cutting over any comment their father might make, although as he looked to Ashby, he realized there hadn't been a need for worry. The Duke was completely uninterested in the conversation.
And I'm enjoying cards. After thinking on it, I'd prefer you don't play. It could prove distracting.
Anne stood from her position at the piano, pulling her elbow-length gloves into place.
Lord Arundel, if you would like, I have a selection of sheet music.
He doesn't play from music pages anymore, not due to the amnesia. He stopped playing pieces by Mozart and Chopin when we were 7 or 8.
Then what do you play? Anne asked.
Philip looked around the room, the ease of the evening completely forgotten as everyone waited for his response. It was a valid question, yet he had no idea how to answer.
You don't want to hear what he plays. It's music of his own composition.
You're a composer?
Anne asked in surprise. Philip closed his book.
I do not know.
Will you please favour us with a song?
He hesitated. What was he supposed to play? If Emma had requested it of him, he would have hobbled to the pianoforte and forced his hands to create a melody. But as it was, he feared he would sit at the keys only to find his mind completely blank. As though Edward had been waiting for someone other than himself to ask for a performance, he jumped out of the chair and pulled Philip to his feet.
You can't turn down a request from a lady.
In a loud whisper so everyone could hear, he asked,
Do you need me to press the pedals as you play?
Perhaps another time.
Although he'd experienced a longing earlier that morning when he'd heard Emma playing the instrument, he hadn't understood how to put the notes together to form a song. It hardly seemed possible that could have changed within the hours since.
Dr. Price believes you must be reminded of your likes and dislikes to regain your memory. Stop arguing and sit at the instrument. Do you have a specific request? Play, and I will tell you if it fulfills my desire.
Philip took the music sheets from Anne so he could give a miniature performance. He recognized notes, understanding their designated spots on the staff as tunes played in his thoughts. Edward instantly pulled the sheets out of his hands.
You have always told me when you sit at a piano the notes fill your mind. So let's see what happens.
Go away, Philip said with a shake of his hand. Focusing on the keys, Philip wondered how long it would take before he discovered a melody. A familiarity itched at the edge of his mind, as though a memory wished to break through the fog. He focused upon the thought, and then, like a breath of air, the music appeared in his mind. Notes sitting upon the bass clef and treble clef, waiting for his fingers to give them life. His fingers found their places, merging with the piano as if the keys were an extension of himself. The first chords flowed from his hands, cascading through the piano and filling the room with sound. Though his memories remained lost, the pleasure filling his soul told him everything he needed to know about himself. Music was the very essence of his existence. As his fingers danced over the keys, he knew this song was for Emma. As the song came to an end, Philip's gaze fell upon Emma. It pleased him to see her tears, not because he wanted to cause her pain, but because he knew she had felt the melody as deeply as he had.
"You should play for Lady Olivia when we arrive at Lancaster House," Ashby said.
He spoke in the most normal tone, as though Lady Olivia was known to him, and he should recognize her role in his life.
"Who is Lady Olivia?"
Philip asked as he scooted to the edge of the bench. The cards Edward held flew out of his hands. He scrambled to gather them, busying himself to avoid the question. Ashby's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline.
"She's your intended, Arundel."
"Pardon me?"
Edward left the card game, an explanation spluttering out as though he was making amends for Ashby's abrupt announcement.
"The betrothal happened right before you went missing."
Philip shook his head in confusion.
"I cannot be engaged to someone I do not know."
"Arundel," his father said, his attempt at a soothing tone doing little to calm the rapid beating of his heart. "We will discuss this in detail when we arrive in London."
"Do I even know this woman?"
he asked, his voice rising as he looked between his father and brother. He wasn't going to wait until London to understand his situation. If anything, he would find a way to end the engagement, now that he had developed feelings for Emma. Edward laughed.
"You are acquainted, but you find her to be spoiled and a poor match. But do not be discouraged. Lady Olivia despises you as well and would prefer to marry another." "Well, I refuse to stand in her way. She can beg off the engagement and I shall wish her joy," Philip responded.
"You do not have a choice, Arundel. The bans were posted months ago."
"The bans have been read?"
Heat rose in his neck as he looked upon his father. Ashby sat as though he hadn't a care in the world. His demands would be met, no matter the consequences to Philip's heart.
1 week of bans only. If there is to be a wedding, they will have to begin anew."
Philip slammed his hand upon the keys, the cacophony filling the room as he glared at his father, then his brother.
"Put an end to it. I must have the right to choose whom I wed."
Edward turned to his father.
"The Duke of Norland gave his daughter permission to marry Lord Folly. I cannot imagine they postponed the wedding."
"Norland never gave his blessing upon the marriage. Not completely. Lady Olivia is still engaged to Arundel."
"No!"
Philip ran a hand through his hair, wishing the words spoken that evening could be taken back.
"It is not possible. Father, the doctor said to ease him into distressing information about his past. I don't think we should have told him yet." "Shouldn't have told me."
Philip repeated the words, trying to make sense of what he was hearing.
"When would be a good time to tell me? As I am standing before the vicar? What am I, a puppet for Ashby, to pull my strings?"
"Arundel, you have known this since your birth. A fleeting brush with amnesia will not change your duty."
Ashby stood and pulled at his waistcoat.
"Hand me my walking stick,"
Philip demanded. Edward grabbed the cane and moved over to the piano.
"It's not wise to argue right now. Allow Father to consider your words. Give him time to calm down before you approach him with a request." "Calm down!" Philip yelled.
His hands shook as he pushed Edward out of the way. Ashby paused before stepping through to the hall.
"Arundel, you will be compensated well for the marriage. She has a dowry of £70,000, and she is required to give you an heir and a spare."
Philip steadied himself against the piano.
"Oh, well, let me rejoice in my good fortune. I have no doubt I will inherit more than £70,000 from you one day. I do not need the dowry."
Smirking, Edward remarked,
"She's at least pleasant to look at when she isn't scowling."
"Shut up, Edward!" "Arundel!"
Ashby yelled, losing his temper.
"There's no more to discuss. You will marry Lady Olivia. The bans are set to be read this Sunday in London. I will allow 4 weeks for you to consign yourself to the marriage. It's your duty."
"Duty?"
The word escaped his mouth, sudden and raw, bursting forth before he could hold it back. The word was unrefined, more like a plea to fulfill a duty to his heart and not a title.
"That is right, your duty,"
his father yelled, his eyes blazing with a heat ready to burn anyone who stood nearby.
Your social standing doesn't allow for a love match. You will do your duty, and I will hear no further argument."
"Wait," Philip said, a little light shining through the darkened cloud his father had cast over the room. "The title has been transferred to Edward. You must marry Olivia now." Edward gave a nervous laugh as he placed a hand over his heart. "I would do anything for you, Philip, anything. But I must draw the line at Olivia."
"No, it doesn't change the engagement."
Ashby sighed. He rubbed his forehead, closing his eyes.
"You are the one engaged, not the title. And Edward doesn't have the title. Since we didn't have a body, the transfer of my courtesy title was not made official."
Richard cleared his throat as he left the gaming table. "I know it isn't my place to interject."
"Then stay silent,"
Ashby said, not sparing Richard a glance. "Yet I must speak. Forced marriages are frowned upon in the church. Does the vicar of your parish know the circumstances of this marriage?"
"This is an arranged marriage, as has been done for centuries, and I will not hear any more arguments."
"It sounds forced to me," Philip argued. "I agree," Richard said. He stared Ashby down.
"You accepted the arrangement, Arundel. You cannot back out of it now."
Philip looked to Edward to see if there was any truth to the statement. Edward slowly shook his head in the negative. "I did not," Philip contended. Ashby sighed.
"You were not happy about the engagement, but consigned yourself to the union."
"Well, I'm not consigned to it now."
"My patience is wearing thin. I will not retract the engagement. There is too much at stake. You do not understand what you are asking of me."
Ashby left, leaving a stunned audience in his wake. Ignoring Edward's advice, Philip followed Ashby out of the room and then out of the house to the front steps. He would not give in. Not now, not ever. He had too much to lose, his love for Emma being forefront of his consideration. "I cannot marry Lady Olivia." He heard the hysteria in his voice, knowing everyone in the house could still hear their conversation.
"Noland and I made a wager. If I don't fulfill my part, I lose everything that is not entailed. Is that what you wish for your family? Your sisters will lose part of their dowry. Edward will lose part of his inheritance. And what will you have for your future children?"
"Why would you enter into such a ridiculous agreement? The stakes are far too high. Negotiate something within your control."
"It's a gamble," Ashby said. "And you are in my control."
"Father?" Philip tried to speak in a way that would put his father at ease. Arguing had done little good up to that point. Rational thinking was best. "I love Emma. The thought of marrying someone else makes me ill."
"Love fades over time. Trust me. In a year you will have forgotten her name and features. She is a passing fancy."
"You are wrong. True love, the reality of my heart, cannot be so easily forgotten."
"Go to bed, Arundel. You will need your rest if we are to leave tomorrow."
"Not until you acknowledge this engagement is a farce and agree to release me from it. I have already asked Lord Anthony for permission to marry Emma."
"Retire for the evening. I won't say it again."
Ashby's hand twitched. Philip stepped backward, but the furious need to get out of this engagement filled his every thought. "I won't marry her." The temper Ashby had controlled since his arrival at Springhill Abbey flared to life. His father's face turned purple, splotches of red and veins bubbling up on his forehead as his hand came up with the quickness unmatched by anything Philip had ever known. In his dreams, Philip had relived episodes of abuse, his father's temper always finding its way to the surface. But he hadn't expected a demonstration. He knew it was dangerous, but he argued again. "I won't marry her." Ashby's hand again rose into the air, hitting against his face like a biting winter storm. Philip rocked back on his feet, the part of him that loved Emma refusing to cower before his father. His defiance did little good. By the time Ashby's hand rose in the air once more, Edward had run out of the house, taking hold of Ashby's wrist mid-air.
"What do I have to do to get out of the engagement?" Philip asked, gaining control of his emotions. "Death is your only option."
His father's voice was tight, as though he was trying to stay calm but failing at the same time.
"Instead of fighting it, accept it. I'll give up my place as your heir. You've already tried this many times, and I've told you it isn't possible."
Ashby turned from him.
"Go to bed. We will leave in the morning."
"Father," Edward said, unrelenting in his hold on Ashby's wrist. "The doctor said it would be too dangerous for Philip to leave right now. His leg needs another week."
"I don't agree, and it is better we leave now, before Arundel makes a promise he can't keep."
He'd already committed himself to Emma. He'd kissed her, sought her out for private conversations. He'd declared himself. What a fool he'd been. Philip didn't retreat into the house. Instead, he sat on the front steps, staring out at the darkened landscape and the star-filled night, regretting the beauty of the scenery that conflicted with the turmoil rolling in his stomach. Bowing his head into his hands, Philip wished his heart had not been so easily touched by Miss Emma Parker. He loved her, always would love her. Yet she was like strawberries, desirable, forbidden, constantly at the forefront of his mind, yet untouchable. Chapter 21. Emma kept her eyes averted as she left the parlour, focusing on each step so she had something to think about outside of the argument taking place in full hearing of everyone at Spring Hill Abbey. Her family and servants alike could hear every word. She'd encouraged Philip to speak with the Duke, and now, it seemed, the suggestion had been ludicrous, dangerous, as she heard flesh hitting against flesh. Her bedchamber overlooked the front entrance, which meant she only need to slightly open her window to hear every word. Curled up on her bed, tears leaked onto her pillow as she listened to the argument. If Philip had gone to bed as Ashby had demanded, she didn't know. She only knew that Edward now spoke with his father. The click of her door lock did little to pull her thoughts away from the emptiness engulfing her chest. Love had never seemed so impossible as it did in that moment. She lay facing the window as the bed dipped behind her. Pins were slowly removed from her coiffure, allowing locks of hair to fall around her shoulders. "You will have a headache by morning," her mother said. "My heart is broken. I can no longer feel it beating in my chest." Her mother pulled her into her arms, cradling her in an embrace. "Then I shall hold you until the world seems a little brighter than it does at this moment." "I never want to see him again. Tell me they are leaving in the morning." She'd heard Ashby's pronouncement that they would leave, but Lord Edward had made a compelling argument. Philip's leg would do better with rest. The argument in the yard interrupted any response her mother might have given. "It was unfair of you to ambush him with the engagement. A private conversation would have sufficed," Lord Edward said.
"Did you know he had developed feelings for the girl?"
"I was not aware of his intentions."
"But you knew she had expectations?"
Ashby asked. Edward sighed. "How could you not have noticed her regard? Miss Emma does not hide her emotions. She brightens like the sun at noonday when he is near. The poor creature was likely smitten before she knew what word to use to describe her happiness."
"This is a complication I had not expected."
"Philip isn't himself. The amnesia is worse than we were led to believe. Perhaps the loss of himself allowed him to fall in love with Miss Emma. It gave him something to hold on to while his memories were lost. Whatever it is, his feelings are genuine."
"It's not love. He has been ill, and she read those blasted books to him." The poor thing doesn't know she could never make him happy. Once he is away from this place, he will forget about her."
"I disagree," Edward argued. "She is his match in every way. He will not easily forget."
"What are you inferring?"
"When you presented the engagement to him before, he didn't have anything outside of himself to fight for. Now that he has found love, he will not be easily persuaded." Ashby grunted, and they either fell silent or went into the house. All Emma knew was she could no longer hear their conversation below her window. As her mother ran her fingers through Emma's hair, Emma stared at the wall. "I shall never love again." The following morning, as Philip and his family left, Emma stayed in the house. She paced the hallway, debating whether to see Philip once more or make the wiser decision to avoid temptation. In the end, she peered out the window overlooking the yard where the carriage sat waiting for its passengers. She watched as Philip embraced her mother, then shook hands with her father and both her brothers. He spoke a farewell to Anne and then looked to the door. His eyes softened as his hopes faded before her. He was waiting for her. But the fear of Ashby's temper kept her feet rooted to the carpet. Chapter 22. As he left Spring Hill Abbey, Philip sat with his head resting against the plush green velvet seats. The carriage ambled down the road, taking each rut with a smoothness born of well-sprung hinges. His leg was propped up, allowing him to rest far easier than he could have with it in any other position. Philip couldn't help but think of Emma. Her beautiful green eyes that mirrored a summer meadow, would forever haunt his dreams. If he had known the last time he'd kissed her that it would be the very last time, Philip would never have pulled away. He would have stayed in that moment forever, frozen in time as he held her in his arms. The gentle, melodic tone of her voice as she read to him would forever repeat in his head each time he picked up a volume of Shakespeare. The sonnets were now ruined for him. He couldn't read words of passion and love without thinking of the woman who had captured his heart. It wasn't just that she had intrigued him. He had given the best part of himself to her, and she would forever hold his heart. Taking it back was not an option. Although it had been less than a day since he'd last spoken with her, the knowledge that their futures would be separate left his chest aching. In the quiet hours he'd had to contemplate the future, there had only been one certainty that had crept into his every thought. He could no longer think of a future in connection with Emma Parker. Their lives were on separate paths, never to converge again, if Ashby's demands were to be met. 3 days in a carriage, long hours on the road, and nights at coaching inns had done little for Philip's peace of mind. He missed his life at Spring Hill Abbey. Spring and summer days that had gone too quickly as he'd come to know his greatest happiness. Although the amnesia continued, he knew without reservation that his time convalescing at the Abbey was the happiest he had ever been. The secluded days with Ashby and Edward had done little to restore his memories, or his hope in the future. Edward was light-hearted and a gem of a brother. Ashby was a deuced wreck of a father. As they neared their home in London, Lancaster House, a sense of nervousness began brewing in the pit of his stomach. Was his mother as gentle as his dreams had made him believe? Were his sisters as lovable as they'd appeared? And what of this younger brother? He simply didn't know.
"Only a few more blocks before we arrive," Edward patted Philip on the shoulder. "Everyone will be pleased to see you."
Philip's uninjured leg twitched and then involuntarily bounced, shaking the carriage.
"Calm down, Arundel,"
Ashby said, putting a hand on his leg to temper the movement.
"What if my memory doesn't return?"
he asked, running his hand along his leg as the twitching began again.
"I have no idea which sister is Marianne and which is Charlotte. The doctor believes a familiar place should bring everything back. Everyone knows about the amnesia. No one is expecting you to remember their favorite color or even their name.
Edward paused before continuing. Charlotte is blonde, and Marianne has auburn hair. Philip nodded, repeating the colours of their hair with their names in his mind. As the carriage slowed, he peered out the window to find the front stoop occupied by his family and the servants. A homecoming worthy of someone important. He dared not expect it was for him. For all he knew, Ashby expected this sort of reception each time he arrived at an estate. Edward held the walking stick as Ashby assisted Philip down from the carriage. As soon as he was able, standing firmly with his uninjured leg holding his weight, his mother pulled him into an embrace. Her arms were warm, inviting and familiar. The smell of eucalyptus oil in her hair offered a peace he hadn't realized he needed, until his nerves settled and a sense of belonging pierced his overwrought nerves. His mother was the essence of home.
"Philip, we brought all your favourite books to town," Marianne nervously chatted, naming each book and where she had placed them in his bedchamber. Charlotte held tightly to Marianne's arm, as though they feared his reaction. He knew from his dreams they were loving individuals. One day he would know it because his memories would return. But for now, he kept hold of his mother but held out a hand to let his sisters know he appreciated their thoughtfulness. Ashby cleared his throat, an impatient guttural sound that belonged anywhere but in that moment.
Ladies, allow Arundel to rest. The trip was taxing.
Charles took hold of Philip's arm, offering his own as a solution to the walking stick.
The stairs can be treacherous with an injured leg. Allow me to assist.
His mother took his other arm.
Rest as long as you need.
Words caught in his throat as he realized that despite the difficult relationship he had with Ashby, he was loved by the rest of his family. He fought to speak, wanting everyone to know how deeply this moment meant to him, but nothing could break through without tears. More than anything, he knew tears would not be well received by Ashby. So he kept silent, biting back the sensation bubbling in his chest. Charles wasn't the only one to guide him up to his bedchamber. Edward, Charlotte, Marianne, and his mother continued up the large marbled staircase leading him to a bedchamber that appeared foreign. He accepted the walking stick, taking time to look at the books lining the shelves.
Are these the ones you brought?
He asked, looking to Marianne. She nodded, a pleased smile brightening her features. You always enjoy reading the sonnets. I added a few other poets into the mix since the season tends to drag after the first couple of weeks.
A very thoughtful gesture.
He returned her smile and then moved on to the other side of the chamber, taking in the cherry wood of his four-poster bed and the heavy blue drapes.
Does anything look familiar?
His mother asked. She stepped up beside him, taking hold of his free arm. He turned to his mother.
You are familiar, but I am afraid that is all I can say. This room, the house, none of it feels as though I have been here before. I am sorry.
She leaned into him, kissing him on the cheek.
You will remember when the time is right. For now, I wish you to put every worry out of your mind. Rest and get well.
When he was finally alone in his room, settled beneath the warmth of his bed linens, Philip allowed his thoughts to wander back to Spring Hill Abbey. If he were there, he and Emma could be sitting under a very large shade tree reading a book, talking, and possibly even kissing. How he wished he could go back and spend just one more afternoon with her, enjoying the blissful reality of not knowing anything about his life. Philip slept through afternoon tea. When his valet arrived to help him dress for supper, he reluctantly decided to join the family. Taking a tray in his room would likely be acceptable, but part of him wanted to be near people who knew him. They knew his past, which meant they could enlighten him with stories. He sat in the parlour, waiting for his parents. Charlotte and Marianne played a duet on the piano, their giggles filling the room with a cheerfulness his soul craved. He wanted this happiness, craved a relationship with his sisters. The whole of it stolen from him by the person who'd tried to kill him. Charles and Edward sat at a chessboard in deep concentration. Neither one of them moved as they studied the board. Philip lifted the book he'd brought down to the parlour and flipped it open to the first page to read a poem by Sir Walter Scott. He was comfortably settled in the corner of the sofa when his parents entered the room, followed by 3 guests. Philip closed his book, pulling himself up as he nodded to each of their guests. He had hoped for a quiet evening with family. Instead, he found the blonde-haired beauty who had entered with her parents glowering in his direction. She stepped forward as she stuck a finger into his chest.
"Why could you not have died, like anyone else would have given the situation?"
No one had to tell him who she was. The boldness of her displeasure was enough of an introduction. Philip quirked an eyebrow at her as he forced her finger out of his chest. "A pleasure to see you, my lady." Olivia huffed out a grumble.
"Who shall I blame for your recovery?" "Olivia, please remember your manners."
The Duchess of Norland took hold of Olivia's arm, pulling her to the sofa across the room. The distance did little to ebb the curiosity Philip had for his intended. She obviously despised the thought of their upcoming marriage. Her loathing for him was as loud as an advertisement in the morning papers. A small inkling of hope began to sparkle in his stomach. Given her current state of mind, he might be able to convince her to end the engagement, for he knew the option did not lie with him. The following morning, Philip entered the breakfast room to find the Duke and Duchess of Norland and their daughter were still in residence. As he took a seat, he noticed the scowl of the previous evening had not yet been wiped from Lady Olivia's face. It meant very little to him, but since he'd hoped to speak with her, a happier disposition was preferable. He ate in silence as his father sat at the end of the table perusing the newspaper. His siblings each entered, taking their seats, staying silent as they ate their morning meal. The atmosphere at Lancaster House was a far cry from the ease he'd found at Spring Hill Abbey. Pushing his plate forward, Philip took one last sip of tea before motioning to the footman to bring his walking stick.
"Lord Arundel,"
Olivia said, her voice far more timid than the continued frown upon her face.
"I wish to request an audience with you, my parents, and your parents this morning."
"We already know what you wish to discuss, Olivia,"
Norland said as he pushed his plate away.
"We may discuss the matter here, if you are in agreement, Ashby."
Philip looked over to see his father nod.
"Would you like us to leave?"
Charlotte asked, looking to their parents.
"No, you may stay,"
Ashby replied, taking a sip of tea. Olivia sat to her full height before she began a prepared speech.
"I don't mean any disrespect to the Duke and Duchess of Ashby or to Lord Arundel, but I am requesting to be released from the engagement."
Norland gave his daughter a blank look of disappointment.
"Is this request the best you can come up with? No, Olivia. You and Arundel will be married as soon as he is well. Last night Ashby and I agreed to postpone a renewal of the banns due to his continued amnesia, but we won't delay long."
"I beg of you, please have compassion. I love Lord Folly."
A shrill cry escaped before she covered her mouth. Tears poured from her eyes, pooling on her cheeks as she pled with her father.
"Arundel?"
Norland asked, seeking his opinion.
"Your Grace, I'm not one to stand in the way of true love. I'm more than willing to release your daughter from the engagement."
Norland and Ashby exchanged a knowing glance before Norland turned to his daughter.
"Love fades over time, as does attraction. I believe you will find happiness in a marriage that is suited for your stations."
"Olivia, it is unfair of you to take your dowry from Lord Arundel. He has been promised £70,000 for your hand,"
the Duchess of Norland said as she buttered her toast. Philip adjusted in his seat, his leg tingling from the position in which he'd previously sat.
"Your Grace, Lord Folly and I have been friends since Oxford."
Philip stopped as he realized what he had said. The memory of friendship had returned without any effort on his part. He was elated at the recollection, a smile slowly forming on his lips.
"Folly is a good man, and the dowry will bring far better prosperity to him than it could ever bring me."
Edward interjected before anyone could speak.
"You remember you know Folly?"
"Yes,
just now."
"Amazing," Edward said, his surprise evident.
The doctor said memories would come back, but I didn't think it would be so quick.
Olivia let out a sob, pulling the attention back to their immediate issue.
Darling,
her mother said, attempting to placate her daughter.
Your father and I are certain you will be happy once you are married to Arundel and installed at Arundel Castle. You will have your own home to decorate and command as you wish. I do not care about such things. Folly's father is willing to settle a cottage upon him once he is married. I will have a home with him.
Can we not come to an agreement to end the engagement?
Philip asked, hopeful her pleas would not be in vain. If he were not engaged to Olivia, he could make an appeal for Emma's hand.
I'm more than willing to free Olivia from the contract,
Ashby said, a glint of mischief shining like a flame in his eyes.
Of course you are, Ashby. You will declare yourself the winner, taking with it my unentailed lands.
Ashby settled against the back of his chair.
That was the agreement.
The Duchess took her daughter's hand.
Do not worry, Olivia. We will spend our morning at the modiste. You can order a new gown. A new frock can make the darkest days seem far more cheery.
Olivia stood, her chair scraping against the flooring.
I do not care for a new frock, Mamma. I wish to marry the man I love.
Philip followed Olivia's escape from the dining room. Perhaps if he wasn't already in love with Emma, he could have found affection for her. But his heart was already taken. And it appeared he was not the only one whose affections were engaged elsewhere. Chapter 23. London was less enticing than she remembered from the previous season. Emma wound a finger around a lock of hair as she watched the city roll past the carriage windows. The first ball of the season was upon them, and to her dismay, it was an invitation from the Duke and Duchess of Ashby. It had been 3 weeks since she'd last spoken to Philip, and even 1 day away from him had been torture. But 21 felt like an eternity as her heart ached to be near him once more. She wished to hear his voice, to see his smile as he gazed upon her, his tender expression making her believe she was the only reason breath continued to enter his body. He'd shown her that she was worthy of the greatest love story ever written, greater even than Romeo and Juliet.
I'm surprised Ashby has set a party so early in the season,
Henry said. He sat next to their mother, the 6 of them bunched into one carriage for the evening. Why should they not? The Duke and Duchess have an obligation to society to provide entertainment. I think it is wise to host the first ball, allowing themselves to enjoy the rest of the season. Anne tugged at the end of her gloves, ensuring they were snug against her fingers. Henry nodded in agreement.
A sound observation, Anne. Yet Richard and I were at White's yesterday, and we learned that no one has seen Lord Arundel since he supposedly arrived in town. It is rumoured he was sent to a country estate to recuperate. One would think it's wise not to draw attention to his absence.
Richard placed a calming hand on Emma's arm as she turned away from the shops to look at her brother.
Do not fret, Emma. Rumours are not always correct. Most times they are the imaginings of people who have little else to do than whisper falsehoods about others. Do not encourage her, their father said.
Emma understood his misgivings. She'd been terribly upset over the last 3 weeks after learning that Philip was engaged to Lady Olivia Harrison. It was a cruel trick of fate to have been offered a love that had been so very perfect, only to have it ripped away without notice. Her only reason for attending the ball at Lancaster House that evening was the expectation of seeing Philip from across the ballroom. She needed to know he was well. I am fine, Papa. No one need concern themselves. I shall stay to the corner of the ballroom, and if I am so fortunate as to receive any request for a dance, I shall accept. Her words were rushed, divulging the barely contained angst she'd attempted to hide since the invitation had arrived. Anne leaned forward so she could speak around Richard. You do not need to put on a brave face around us, Emma. We know you are still fragile. She hated the thought that her family considered her weak, but they well knew her heart had shattered. I need only to see him one last time.
I shall say farewell and wish him joy. Philip will always hold a special place in our home. He was more like a son than a guest. Her mother's sincerity would have meant more if Philip were to be her husband, but it was likely he would never visit Spring Hill Abbey again. It was for the best. His engagement to Lady Olivia Harrison is said to be the event of the season. I expect we will meet her this evening, her father said, his gaze resting upon her. Emma bit her lips together. She continued wrapping her finger around the tendril of hair, tighter and tighter until she had to unravel the lock. I am sure she is quite lovely. Ashby would want nothing less for his heir. She turned back to the window, choosing not to engage in the conversation any longer. As the carriage queued for the entrance to Lancaster House, her stomach fluttered in anticipation of seeing Philip once more. Her lips tingled at the memory of their last kiss, wishing it had been a prelude to another. Lancaster House was everything she had expected and more. Large marbled columns greeted them in the entryway. Oversized ancient vases filled with all manner of flowers engulfed large tables on both sides of the hallway, each of them offset by luxurious embossed gold mirrors and gilt frame paintings hanging on the walls. Statues of Zeus and Hera stood as sentinels outside the ballroom, but the statues were nothing to the beauty of the Duchess of Ashby and her daughters. Emma held tight to Henry's arm as they waited in line to greet their hosts. She'd attended parties at her uncle's home. Her uncle was also a duke, but not as loud and ostentatious as Ashby. As her parents reached the front of the line, the duke performed the introductions. She was surprised to find he remembered each of their names. As his eyes fell upon her, the duke stalled for a moment, as though he were assessing everything from her coiffure to the frock she'd chosen to wear. Did he disapprove? Was she not to be included in the invitation? Sweat pooled upon her neck as her heart quickened. Just when she was certain her legs would give out from the pointed attention, the Duke introduced her to his wife. The Duchess was regal, exactly how a duchess should look. Her voice soft, her expressions as kind as Philip's, her gestures welcoming. Lord Anthony, Lady Amelia, I have wanted to meet you from the moment we received word that my Philip was safe and recuperating at your home. I cannot thank you enough for the kindness you showed my son. He is a dear boy. I notice he is not here to greet us. Might we inquire as to his health? Her mother asked. The Duchess smiled. Her blue eyes had a genuine quality within. Another reminder of Philip. I am afraid he is still unwell. Large gatherings such as this would be overwhelming, given he would need an introduction to all the guests. But we will give him your best wishes. Please do. Her family finished walking through the line. They greeted Edward, and he introduced his brother and sisters. Emma chose not to speak. She didn't trust her voice to stay steady. Instead, she held tightly to Henry's arm until they were settled in a corner of the ballroom. She would gladly spend her night holding up the wall, if only she didn't have to endure another interlude with the Duke of Ashby. Her heart had yet to stop pounding, her ears still thumping with the beat. Emma held her fan closed in both hands, twisting it around as she tried to regain her composure. She'd been so very determined not to give in to the heartbreak, but now that she was here, her resolve was quickly crumbling. Lord Anthony, might I request your permission to dance the first set with Miss Parker? Lord Edward's voice momentarily entered her thoughts, the softness of his intonation and the mannerisms within his person reminding her of Philip. You may, if she accepts. Emma slightly turned her head to see her sister's response. Anne's cheeks heated as she accepted the offer. Edward tucked Anne's arm through his as he led her to the queue. For a moment, Emma wondered if she and Philip had gotten everything wrong. Perhaps the reason he had been brought to Spring Hill Abbey hadn't been for them to fall in love. It may have been a way for fate to bring Anne and Edward together. They never would have met otherwise. Could this moment in time be for Anne, and not for her? Shaking her head at the thought,
Emma turned to see her mother's concern. A question wasn't verbalized, but it was certainly asked.
I am well enough. Then dance with me, Henry said, holding his hand out for her. No, this is a rare opportunity for you and Richard. Do not squander your time with me. Emma wished she had stayed home. If she were curled up in her bed, she could dance the entire night away in her dreams with Philip holding her close. She was prepared to argue more, but stopped as Lady Charlotte and Lady Marianne approached.
Are none of you dancing this evening?
Lady Charlotte asked. Richard stepped forward.
I would be honoured if you would stand up with me.
Lady Charlotte nodded.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Lady Marianne narrowed her eyes upon Emma.
I wish to know you better, Miss Emma. Would you take a turn about the room with me?
Deciding it couldn't hurt, Emma agreed. She and Lady Marianne set out walking about the room in quiet conversation. Emma spoke about Spring Hill Abbey, answering every inquiry posed about the nature of her home, from the gardens to the library. As they spoke, Lady Marianne led Emma out of the crush of the ballroom to a quieter section of the house. Emma went willingly, her nerves settling as she spoke of her favourite books, most of them being Shakespeare.
We have an extensive library here. Of course, it is not as complete as the one at Wentworth Hall, but my father does take pride in his collection.
I would love to see the library. Although, does the Duke spend a lot of time reading? He does not strike me as the quiet, contemplative sort of man.
Lady Marianne laughed.
No, I suppose he isn't. The collection of books is more of a hobby than anything else for Ashby. It is my siblings and I who find the most joy out of his obsession.
They walked down the hall, past a footman who was guarding the area. He nodded to Lady Marianne but said nothing as they passed. Emma found it odd but didn't ask. It was likely the Duke didn't want anyone outside of his family in this section of the house. Lady Marianne twisted the knobs, opening 2 doors that led into a spacious library. Emma's hand instantly went to her mouth as she took in the number of books lining the shelves.
It would take years to read everything.
A lifetime, more like it. Or so that is what Philip claims.
Philip. The moment his name was said, Emma's heart skipped a beat. She didn't need her every thought occupied by Philip. She had yet to dispel his memory from her own. Is he in London?
I am, Philip said, rising slowly from his chair by the fire. His gaze, haunted and filled with inner turmoil, locked onto her as he struggled to keep himself from moving. She could see the doubt, the fight holding him in place, keeping her reputation safe at the forefront of his efforts. Emma's resolve crumbled the moment she saw him. After holding back her tears all evening, she could hold back no longer. A sob escaped her lips as she rushed forward, throwing herself into his arms.
I thought I would never see you again.
She wanted to say more, tell him of the torture she'd endured since he'd left Spring Hill Abbey, but her words were lost as he claimed her lips. She had lost the fight with herself, and for this moment, she decided there was little hope of convincing herself she wasn't still in love. Chapter 24.
Emma's lips tasted like strawberries, sinfully delicious and out of his reach. It was a moment of weakness that had caused him to kiss her, but as his senses came back to him, he pulled away. Attempting to catch his breath, Philip released her from his embrace and ran a hand through his hair as he turned to find the audience had grown, from Marianne to his parents and Lord Anthony and Lady Amelia. He closed his eyes, teetered backward as he realized the severity of their situation. Marianne, go back to the ballroom and do not speak a word of what you have witnessed. Close the doors behind you.
His mother didn't wait to see if Marianne had followed her orders. She crossed the room to lock the doors leading out to the veranda. Philip didn't dare look at his father, but he couldn't avoid him for long. Not as the Duke started speaking.
Ashby's deep purple cheeks and controlled chastisements were a prelude to what was to come once they were alone. He was certain of it.
How could you risk everything I have built for you and your posterity?
He couldn't answer that question, not without knowing what he had risked. His father had yet to admit the purpose behind the wager. Perhaps if you trusted me with the reason for an arranged marriage, I might not be so inclined to feed my starving heart. Ashby threw his hands in the air, turning away. As he turned back, his jaw tightened as he pointed a finger at Emma.
This is not love, Arundel. You are grasping for something familiar, and this girl reminds you of one of your greatest enjoyments. She read to you while you were ill. Books, learning. That is the part of your soul she has captured, and with your lack of self-awareness, you have clung to what she represents.
You are wrong. Philip looked to his mother, begging her to intervene, but she was as shocked as Lord Anthony and Lady Amelia. When I am near Emma, nothing in the world is more important than making her smile, drying her tears, reminding her that she is the sole reason I am still alive.
Stop with this nonsense!
Ashby yelled. It is true. I had consigned myself to death, and it was her voice that pulled me from the darkness. Yes, she read to me, but she also told me about herself, her family. She spoke of the nearby village, told me about her first season in London. She explained women's fashion, although I shall never understand why one notion is better than the next, but I understand why Emma believes it to be true. I know Emma, more than I know myself or even you and Mother. I know very little of my family, and you wish me to think what I feel for her isn't real. You wish me to exchange the warmth and calming presence when I am with Emma for something that is of less value. I cannot do that.
You are a selfish child,
Ashby said. He crossed to one of the shelves, pulling out a long, fat book. Ashby, he cannot remember any of this. Please have patience. His mother stepped forward, her calming presence doing nothing to stop her husband's tirade. Ashby threw the book onto a table, opening the cover.
This is the history of our family, showing our line of descent from the House of Lancaster. This home in which you now stand is a testament to your lineage. Your blood is descended from royalty, which means all your choices, whom you marry and with whom you associate, are to be determined based off the blood that flows through your veins.
Philip laughed. The absurdity of his father's claim was more than he could bear. A distant, virtually non-existent tie to one of the daughters of royalty has compelled you to force a marriage with Lady Olivia. What is she? King George III's best friend's niece?
Norland's line has been traced back to the royal house of York.
Philip nodded his head, feigning understanding. Brilliant. A distant cousin. Ashby slammed the lid of the book closed. He took a deep breath, meant to calm his temper. Little good it did as his words came out clipped.
I have given you time to come to your senses, but it seems we must proceed without your memory. I will have no more of your excuses. You will rejoin society. The bans will be posted. You will do your duty to the title you will one day hold by marrying Lady Olivia.
Lord Arundel, Lord Anthony said before Philip could argue with his father. If you love Emma as you say you do, you must leave her alone. As far as I am concerned, nothing happened this evening. You were in the library, speaking of books. Books. Emma repeated the word, slowly, deliberately, and then she reached out and took hold of Philip's hand. Philip accepted her touch, pulling a little but finding her feet were firmly planted on the carpet. Emma's eyes welled up with tears. As she blinked, they fell, one by one, down her lovely cheeks. Do you remember when I asked if your name was Romeo? He nodded, his throat constricted with emotion. This was her way of saying farewell. Part of him wanted to stop the words from being spoken. If nothing was ever ended between them, there could always be the chance of fighting their way back to each other. But speaking the words put a finality to it. think His Grace is correct. We have confused emotions with books and the stories that evoke passion within the reader. We put ourselves into the pages of Shakespeare, and it isn't real. I am not Juliet, and our story will never be told because it wasn't real. Please, Emma, you do not mean it. He'd never begged anyone, other than Ashby, for anything. Yet he would fall to his knees in that moment if he thought she would take the words back. Emma released his hand and curtsied. I wish you joy. I am afraid I did not receive an introduction to Lady Olivia, but I am certain she is lovely and worthy of your affections. Emma, don't go! He called out as she retreated, her parents following in her wake. Philip crossed to the door but was stopped as Ashby put out a hand.
Let her go, Arundel.
Chapter 25. The night had barely begun. The second set of the evening was well underway, but Edward was tired of dancing. Guiding Miss Parker away from the crowd, he led her out into the night. The veranda was well lit, leading to a path through the garden, where his mother had instructed servants to light torches in case couples wished to escape the heat of the ballroom. Escape. Yes, that was his way of wooing women. He could be one of those honourable men who took to the dance floor, offering his arm to a different woman each set. But what fun was there in dancing when he would rather be kissing a woman in the garden? Miss Parker intrigued him in a way no other woman had. He'd thought of her often enough since their first meeting, which meant he needed to steal a few kisses and remove her from his mind. After all, he had a reputation to uphold. The women he generally associated with knew he would wish for a dalliance at least once at each party during the season. "Where are you taking me?" Miss Parker pulled him to a stop as he turned to guide her down one of the darkened paths. "The torches are along the other lane." Edward quirked an eyebrow at her.
Are you not curious as to what lies beyond the light?
"Of course not." Miss Parker pulled him over to the well-lit path. She ignored his hesitance, which made him all the more curious.
How intriguing.
Miss Parker slowed her pace, allowing them to walk with ease along the hedges that would take them to a rose garden. "I am prepared for your games, Lord Edward."
What games would that be?
"You are a self-proclaimed rake. A woman would be rather bold to put herself in a precarious situation with you." Edward thought back to when he'd made his pronouncement. Had he declared himself a rake? Possibly a rogue. Either way, she was right. He'd made a name for himself, kissing without any intention of pursuing a courtship.
Then you are preserving your virtue, I suppose.
"My lord, may I be candid with you?"
Please say what you will.
"When you marry, will it be to a woman who ventured off on less travelled paths, or will you expect her virtue to be intact?"
A bold question, Miss Parker. I think you may already know the answer.
Miss Parker placed a hand on her hip as she studied him. "I think you do not wish to marry. You claimed the need to find a wife before Ashby arranges a marriage for you. But if he leaves you to your own devices, you will not take a wife." Edward laughed.
You have figured me out, Miss Parker. I wish to make merry with the time I have, and if I cause a bit of mischief, no one will care. Most women do not mind sharing a kiss, especially if it is in the privacy of a garden.
He inched closer, expecting she would acquiesce. He'd never had a woman deny his flirtations. As he leaned forward, Miss Parker turned her head away, his passionate kiss missing the mark as his lips landed in the curls of her coiffure. "Not tonight, Lord Edward." She left him standing in the garden as he quietly contemplated her ability to refuse his charms. How she had done so, he would never understand. Edward slowly followed her back into the house. She was a mystery, one he vowed to unravel before his thoughts led him to distraction. Edward whistled a jaunty tune as he chose the perfect bouquet of roses to send to Miss Parker. With a flourish of the pen, he wrote a little note and signed his name. He'd rarely sent flowers the morning after a ball. Floral arrangements led to expectations, which led to courtships and eventually marriage. But Miss Parker had told him she was ready for his games. Therefore, he planned to meet the challenge. As a rake, Edward had done all within his power to set expectations as low as possible. But Anne Parker had ignited a part of his soul that no other woman had dared touch. She'd refused to walk with him down a darkened path. Turned her head just in time so he couldn't claim her lips. The audacity of her actions had led him to distraction, so greatly that he hadn't slept that night, at least not properly. To make matters worse, the morning meal had been completely disrupted by his errant thoughts. Miss Parker's kissable lips were bound to be his. He only needed to woo her. This was a completely new concept to him, and he planned to meet the game head-on. Satisfied with the dozen roses he'd selected, Edward left the florist determined not to think about Miss Parker any longer, at least not until the next party. He stretched in the light of the morning sun, ignoring the other people who were out in the early morning until his eyes fell upon Philip. Edward instantly made his way across the street, dashing between carriages so he could catch up with his brother. It should have been easy, given Philip's limp, but as he followed behind, he noticed the limp was much improved. It wouldn't be long before the evidence of the horrible accident was no longer noticeable. Calling out to his brother, he tried to get Philip to stop, but he was too far ahead and the bustle of carriages and people likely convoluted his voice, making it difficult to hear. As they approached the bridge, Edward suddenly feared his brother was lost. If Philip had gone out for a walk and taken a wrong turn, it was likely he'd never find his way home. Although the amnesia had not taken Philip's general knowledge, the concern pressed Edward forward. He was nearly upon his brother when a man stepped out of the shadows of a cluster of trees, hitting directly into Philip. Not expecting the collision, Philip lost his balance as he stumbled into the roadway, directly into the path of a hansom cab. The movement happened so quickly, Edward had little time to react. He ran forward and pulled Philip to safety seconds before the carriage sped past. "Stop!" Edward yelled. "Grab that man!" He pointed to the culprit, watching as the man escaped. Knowing he needed to discover the person behind this second attack, Edward left Philip in the care of the crowd as he ran after the would-be murderer, one purpose firing the flame of passion as he ran. Success was his only option, and Philip's life depended upon the speed in which he ran and his accuracy in apprehending the right man. Heart pounding, Edward sprinted across the street, his eyes scanning every shadow and alley, desperate in his attempt to capture the assailant. A gnawing sensation of dread curled in his chest, thickening the air around him as his search yielded poor results. The streets between the shops were eerily silent, the people standing around in confusion as he searched their faces hoping to find someone familiar. Someone who would have a reason to kill his brother. But that was one of the more frustrating parts of the situation. Philip was the best of his family. Why would anyone want to kill him? Ready to give up and make his way back to the scene of Philip's near death, Edward took one last look to discover the man he'd been searching for slipping around a corner. The chase continued, one alley after another as he followed the man until he had disappeared into the morning crowds. Defeated, Edward punched the brick wall, breaking open the skin on his knuckles. He would have kicked the wall as well, if not for the concern that it would break his toes. Blast! He retraced his steps back to where he'd left Philip. His brother sat, waiting for him to return. A constable stood nearby, taking down statements, but no one had seen any identifying features of the assailant. No one, not even Edward, could identify the man, which meant Philip was not safe. Edward sat impatiently in the parlour, allowing the still maid to spread a salve on his cuts. She wrapped his hand and then left with a curtsy. Now that his wound was dressed, he glared at the constable. "Well, is there anything we can use from the witnesses to discover who is attempting to kill my brother?" The constable reviewed his notes as he gave a disappointed shake of his head.
I do have one question. How does this person know which of you is Lord Arundel?"
Philip crossed the room, displaying his limp for the constable.
"Edward does not have a limp." "No, but unless I am mistaken, neither did you until the first attempt on your life."
Ashby nodded.
"Then you believe it is someone in our home?"
Edward shuddered at the thought of being accused once more. No one could deny that he'd done all within his power to stop the assailant. At least, he hoped his part in the events that morning would not go unnoticed. It was strange. He'd started the morning with the hope of removing Miss Parker from his thoughts, only to find she'd been temporarily removed by the havoc on the street. But once he was settled in a soft chair with a soothing glass of brandy, even the harrowing events of the day could not remove her laughing green eyes and perfectly plump lips from his thoughts. More than ever, he needed to kiss the chit and move on to the next lark. Chapter 26. One part of the London season Emma could do without was the exhaustion that came from morning visits, garden parties, and evening events. At first, the diversion of company allowed her to forget her heart was slowly turning black, dying as it threatened not to work any longer. But after days of the same thing, it grew old, and her daydreams often clouded her thoughts while she stood in conversations with women she hardly knew. Emma only partially listened to her sister and some of the other debutantes as they chatted about men they wanted to ensnare. She was ready to search out her mother and beg her to leave the party when one of the girls mentioned Philip.
"The Earl of Arundel has been strangely absent this season,"
Miss Willis stated. Taking a sip of her lemonade, she gave a knowing look to one of the other girls.
"We heard he has been ill."
"I heard he was out at Spring Hill Abbey this summer," Miss Barry said, looking for gossip. Neither Anne nor Emma offered confirmation, but they needn't have done, since the women seemed to have more than a passing knowledge of the situation.
"Did you hear about the incident near London Bridge this week?"
Miss Willis asked, leaning forward as though this was the newest gossip society had yet to divulge.
"Lord Arundel was almost killed."
"What?" Emma blurted out. She didn't temper her voice, allowing her words to carry across the room, causing a stir of disapproving tuts from the elderly ladies nearby. Miss Willis smiled. The reaction was exactly what she had hoped, giving her the opportunity to share every little morsel of news she had learned.
"He was pushed in front of a hansom cab. Lord Edward pulled him out of the street right before the horse trampled him underfoot."
Emma turned from the group, frantic for information on Philip's condition. She may have told him their love was not real, but she didn't believe it. Not for a second. When they'd arrived at the garden party, she'd seen Lady Charlotte and Lady Marianne, and now it was imperative she find at least one of them. A search of the outdoor area, a greenhouse and a shrubbery garden proved a waste. Her step quickened and her hands shook as she raced through the large grounds, expecting to find her quarry. As she entered the blue room, she found Lady Marianne with a group of giggly women. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she willed her feet to move at a regular pace so not to bring attention to her frantic, pounding heart. "Lady Marianne," she said, nodding her head in a slight bow.
"Miss Emma, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see you."
Lady Marianne put her arm out and took hold of Emma's.
"Will you walk in the garden with me?"
As they left the house, Emma tried to think of a way to ask about Philip, but every time she tried to form the words, she stopped herself. Would it not be best for her to leave well enough alone? Her decision to deny his love for her meant she must find a way to go on without him.
"Everyone is speaking about the incident on the bridge. My brother is shaken, well in body, but quite concerned about his future."
Emma closed her eyes, her heart fluttering but no longer pierced with concern. "I am most happy to hear he is well."
"May I ask you a question?"
Lady Marianne stopped walking as she turned to look at Emma. She didn't wait for an agreement.
"Do you love Philip?"
"I cannot say."
"He will always regret you. Will you do the same?"
"Until the day I die." Lady Marianne smiled.
Then they continued to walk, making their conversation look natural. I would prefer to have you as a sister. Lady Olivia is not all bad. In fact, she is a very nice person when she wishes to be. The only problem is, she does not love my brother. Cannot love him, for she has already set her cap for another. Emma nodded, not trusting herself to speak. As tears pooled in her eyes, Emma pointed to the door. She left Lady Marianne in the garden without explanation. There wasn't much she could say that would make any sense. What she did know was that her lineage was not important enough for a match with the Duke of Ashby's son. That had been made abundantly clear when he'd declared their connection to royalty. It had been difficult, had nearly killed her, to tell Philip she thought they were deceiving themselves. But now that it had been done, she needed to disconnect her heart from Phillip Watson, the Earl of Arundel. The best way to do it would be to find another man she could love, for she was not bound by titles and familial expectations. She could love whomever she wished. Emma arrived at Almac's assembly rooms with the expectation of letting go of Philip forever. Her father had enough influence to garner an invitation from the patronesses each season, which meant her evening would be filled with dancing and the forming of advantageous connections. Upon entering the ballroom, she stayed close to her mother and Anne. It would not be wise to wander away, given the number of people in the crowd and the eagle eyes of the patronesses. It was as though they had spies set about the room, watching for any misconduct as an excuse to exclude the guilty party on the next invitation. Emma searched the large ballroom, expecting to see the Duke and Duchess of Ashby and Philip, but as she looked about, she decided they had either not arrived or were possibly in the other social spaces. "Whom do you seek?" Anne asked, taking Emma's hand. "No one in particular." Emma's cheeks heated with the falsehood. She may not be able to outwardly love him, but she could hold a candle for Philip, at least until she gave her heart to another man. She didn't have long to think about Philip. As more people arrived, Emma secured the first dance with Mr. Carson. They'd danced at Almac's the previous year, but he hadn't seemed interested after that first meeting. To find herself the recipient of his attention once more was less exciting than the first time. With the musicians in place and the first set announced, Emma accepted Mr. Carson's arm so they could line up in the queue. They stood in silence, both of them waiting in anticipation for the start of the music. When it finally began, Emma curtsied as he bowed. "Have you found the season to your liking, Mr. Carson?"
"Quite wonderful,"
he said as they passed by each other, dancing alongside other couples.
"I see Lord Edward is paying call to your sister. Are they courting?"
Emma turned her head to find Lord Edward smiling at Anne. She didn't know how to answer the question. If they were courting, Anne hadn't informed her of the situation. Instead, she decided to go with the truth she did know.
"Lord Edward is a dear friend of our family."
"As is Lord Arundel, I am told,"
Mr. Carson said, stepping again to her side.
"Yes."
Emma tried to smile but found her tolerance for the questions lacked any enthusiasm.
"Are the rumours true?"
"I don't listen to idle gossip, Mr. Carson, so I can't confirm any rumours."
She took her hand out of his, wishing the dance would end. The only problem was it had only just begun.
"I heard he spent the entire summer at Spring Hill Abbey."
"You have heard correctly, sir."
Emma didn't think the confirmation would cause any problems. She forced a smile, but it failed to provide ample encouragement to keep Mr. Carson's regard. By the time the dance ended, she was more than ready to rejoin her family. She chose to ignore Mr. Carson's farewell, especially when he claimed that another dance at the next ball would be a delight. As he walked away, Emma grumbled her response.
"Did Mr. Carson say something wrong?"
Henry asked.
"He only wished to confirm the rumour that the Earl of Arundel graced Spring Hill Abbey with his presence this summer. Is that all I am now? A source of gossip for society's most beloved bachelor?"
Richard chuckled.
If that is the case, you do not have to worry for long. Did not the Duke announce the banns would be posted this Sunday? Emma nearly growled at her brother. She was making a ninny of herself. It was difficult not to do so, but she should school her emotions while in public. Henry reached for her hand, before she could say anything she would regret. Dance with me, and I will refrain from any questions about Arundel. Henry escorted her to the floor as the next dance was announced. A waltz. She'd received the nod from the matrons the previous year, which meant there was no reason to decline her brother's kind invitation. But she simply did not wish to dance with anyone. Dancing was a joyous activity, especially the waltz. More than anything, she wished to sit in a darkened room and cry herself into oblivion. As Henry led her around the room in a perfectly executed dance, Emma's eyes fell upon Philip. His leg had to be healed, given the precision of his steps. The blonde he held in his arms, a woman who had put a smile on his face, left her breathless, as she realized it was possible he had decided to find happiness with his intended. The room around her spun, and she clung to Henry more tightly than she would have if her world were not crashing down around her. "Emma, are you ill?" she gasped. "He is here, dancing with her." "With his sister, Lady Charlotte?" Emma looked back to the couple, taking in the scene a little more directly than before. Although her chest was still tight with regret for everything they couldn't have, it was a little less strained as she realized he wasn't looking upon Lady Olivia with his eyes that echoed the blue in the heavens. She repeated Henry's words, solidifying the information in her mind. "His sister. You must find a way to forget him. Elsewise you will spend your life in absolute misery. Love is not so easy to dispel from your heart, not when it is as tangible as a rose petal." When they finished the dance, Henry led Emma back toward their mother. Her eyes fell upon Philip at the same time that he found her. She wanted to go to him, admit to her falsehood and declare her love, but it was of no use. It wouldn't change the outcome of their futures. She would still be left to find herself once more as he was forced to the vicar's noose to marry another. Philip dipped his head, too far away to speak a greeting. She froze, her movements caught somewhere between acknowledgement and a demur. It was one of the strangest moments of her life, which was somehow compounded by the sound of something quite loud echoing around the room, followed by the shrill cries of the women around her. Emma blinked, watching as Philip crumpled to the floor. Not understanding what had happened, she tried to go to him but found Henry's grasp on her arm had tightened. He pulled her to the floor, her legs going out from under her. Although she hadn't any idea what had happened, she'd seen a pool of red liquid on the ground under Philip's head. Pushing against Henry with her fists, Emma fought to release herself from his hold. But it was no use. "Is he dead?" "Emma, we must leave," Henry said as he pulled her to her feet, nearly carrying her away from where she had last seen Philip. "Take me back! I must go to him!" "Stop fighting with me!" Henry grasped her wrists, pulling her arms down so she would stop resisting his efforts. "Emma, it is unsafe. We must leave now." "I cannot leave until I know if he is—" She couldn't speak the words any longer. It was too real and awful to consider the outcome of what she had seen. There had been blood. Too much for her to think anything other than the worst. They were nearly to the hall when a man pulling two women with him crashed into Emma. She was thrown backward against the wall, her breath completely leaving her lungs. Her legs turned to jelly, causing her to collapse as she gasped for air. "Emma, can you stand?" Henry asked, gently patting her cheek, trying to revive what little wit she had left. "Emma, answer me." "I can stand," she said, allowing her brother to pull her off the ground. She looked back to the side of the room where she knew Philip lay. A crowd stood gathered around him, none of them concerned for their own lives. For a moment, she was allowed to look on, and then Henry lifted her from the ground as he carried her out of the grand ballroom to their family carriage. Emma's mind was numb. It was strange how she couldn't think of anything. Absolutely no thoughts entered her mind as she sat staring at the green cushions. The sun had already set, leaving them in absolute darkness until Richard brought a lantern in with him. Tears trickled down her cheeks, yet there were still no actual thoughts entering her mind. "Emma?" Henry had his hands on her shoulders, his face closer than anyone had ever been, except Philip, when he had kissed her. As thoughts of Philip filled the empty space, she registered the question. "Are you injured?" "It was Philip," she said. I saw the blood," she said as she stared at her brother. "Emma, answer me. You fell. Are you injured?" Henry asked again. She didn't understand why he was asking her if she was injured. Yes, she had fallen, but she was also sitting with him in the carriage. "Philip is injured," she said again, trying to get him to realize what she'd witnessed. Henry pulled her into his arms and held her as they waited for the rest of their family. She didn't understand his concern for her until she heard Henry and Richard whispering. They were in agreement. She had lost her nerve, and due to her sensitive nature, she simply couldn't understand what had happened. Perhaps they were right, she thought, because she couldn't dispel from her mind the image of Philip lying in his own blood. Not even the warmth of her brother's embrace could take that memory away.
Chapter 27. Almac's assembly rooms was frightfully protective of their patrons, which meant Edward had to be a little more devious than usual to satisfy his routine. He'd convinced Miss Parker to join him in the hallway, claiming he knew the artist of one of the paintings upon the wall. "You know this artist personally?" Miss Parker had asked, her lips delectably puckered. Edward held out his hand, waiting for her to accept. "Indeed. He is a dear family friend, and would likely blush knowing how completely I brag about his talents." Miss Parker narrowed her eyes at him. "You are teasing me, Lord Edward."
"Me?" Edward placed a hand over his heart. "Upon my word, Miss Parker, I shall never tease you. That is, unless you allow me the liberty of doing so."
"Very well. Show me this masterful painting, and then I shall expect you to introduce me to the artist." Edward accepted her hand, leading Miss Parker out into the hallway. There was a vestibule, well hidden away from prying eyes, that would do for his purposes. A few stolen kisses, and he would rid himself of this charming woman who had intrigued his mind so completely. They only needed a moment for their tête-à-tête, which would go unnoticed by the elderly matrons who patrolled the assembly rooms like a warden.
"There it is,"
Edward said. He pointed to a painting of the countryside. There was nothing significant about the artwork, but it had worked well enough to convince Miss Parker to leave the safety of the ballroom. "And you know the artist?" she asked, turning her head as Edward leaned closer. He wasn't a rake in the traditional sense. If a woman refused his advances, he wouldn't continue. But no woman, outside of the one standing next to him, had ever declined a kiss. Miss Parker laughed and pushed him against the wall. "Lord Edward, you are incorrigible." A smile spread across his face without his permission, yet it fit the moment quite perfectly.
"Tell me what I must do to win a favor from you."
She backed out of the vestibule. He followed behind as though she held a string tethered to his chest. "I expect what every young lady of reputable stature wants." Edward frowned. The word tasted ill upon his tongue.
"Marriage."
She turned back to him, a wide smile upon her face. "Ah, you do understand, my lord."
"Yes, but it requires a bit of reformation, which I have yet to figure out."
Edward took hold of her hand as he flashed a smile that had stolen more than one lady's heart.
"Just a little kiss, short enough that there are no expectations."
"No, thank you, Lord Edward." She pulled her hand from his. "I shall see myself back to the ballroom."
"Miss Parker,
You wound me with your refusal."
She turned around, her eyes wide as she made a shushing noise.
"Comments like that will only prove to trap you in a marriage you do not want."
He shrugged his shoulders.
"There is only one way to keep me silent on the matter."
Edward pointed to his lips. If he could convince her to kiss him, it would be a triumph indeed.
"You are wicked."
Miss Parker's comment might have discouraged him if it wasn't followed by the cutest laugh he had ever heard. They were nearly back to the ballroom when a loud noise pierced the air, followed by the shrill cry of females, much like what he would expect to hear from a call of angry sirens. Forgetting about his desire for Miss Parker, Edward took her hand and ran to the ballroom. Given the events on the bridge, he had only one purpose. He needed to know Philip was safe. Edward pulled Anne through the ballroom, searching the faces for his family. A chill started at the base of his skull and ran down his back as he heard Ashby's voice booming over the continued cries from the women running about.
"Is there a doctor here tonight?"
"I'm a doctor," a man yelled as he tried to push through the crowd. "Will everyone please make way?" he demanded. As the crush parted, Edward took hold of Miss Parker's arm, using her to keep his balance. It was far worse than he'd expected, but then again, he hadn't known what was hidden behind the gossips and gawkers. He simply hadn't realized how completely life could be snatched away when surrounded by music, dancing, and frivolity. The wait for a prognosis, any word, on Philip's condition was inhumane. Edward stood in the upstairs hall at Lancaster House, his back against the wall, waiting.
"I failed him again."
His words had come out as a whisper meant for his ears only, but he'd managed to catch the attention of his brother and sisters. Charles sat on the floor, his head resting against the wall.
"You could not have stopped the bullet." "No, but I could have been there for him, standing nearby as a way to distract the culprit. If I had been there, it could be me lying in that bed."
Charlotte sat in a chair near the door to Philip's room. She nervously stitched her embroidery, only to instantly pull the thread out once more.
"Where were you this time?"
"Attempting to steal a kiss."
Marianne gasped.
"At Almack's? Have you lost your senses?"
Edward smirked. It didn't take much to shock his younger sisters.
"I believe that is a distinct possibility."
Charles tutted, shaking his head.
"Is there a woman amongst the ton who can reform my brother? I dare you to find her, Edward."
He didn't want to admit it, but he was certain Miss Parker, with her refusal to fall for his charms, was the woman who would break him of his bad habits. It was too early to admit as much, so he stayed silent, his eyes focused upon the door separating him from his twin brother. Just when he was certain the night could not last any longer, the door opened. Ashby stepped out into the hallway. For the first time in his life, Edward realized that beneath the rough exterior of the Duke there was a man, a father, who in his own way cared for his children. It might not be the same way that other men showed affection, but it was evident this night had taken something from the Duke.
"Arundel will heal."
Edward pushed away from the wall.
"May I see him?" "Wait until morning. He needs rest."
Charles scrambled up from the floor to stand next to Edward.
"Then he is not terribly injured?"
"We have much to be thankful for. The bullet grazed the side of his head."
An audible sigh of relief filled the hallway.
"The doctor dressed the wound, and Arundel is sleeping."
"Has he been conscious?"
Edward asked, as he ran a hand through his hair.
"He has a terrible headache, but he will be fine."
A smile crossed their father's face as he let out a chuckle, completely out of sorts for the man Edward knew him to be.
"Arundel's memory is back."
The loss of memory hadn't completely changed Philip. He'd still be the same reserved man Edward knew him to be. but there had been a sense of peace about his brother that was now lost. He'd realized the change the moment he'd sat next to Philip's bed. The strain in his face, and the tense way he lay, unrelaxed even in bed, proved his memories had returned.
Do you need anything? Food? Tea? A book?
Philip slightly shook his head and then winced in pain.
I shall never consign myself to this new reality. What could I have possibly done to deserve death by murder?
Edward shrugged his shoulders. He knew Philip was trying to make light of his situation, and so Edward offered up an unlikely scenario.
Have you trifled with anyone's sister or daughter?
Emma Parker, but that was after the first attempt at my life.
He hadn't thought about Emma.
Edward nodded.
True. And you were not simply having fun. You were in love with her.
Were?
You make it sound like it is an illness, a condition of my past.
Philip held his hand up to stave off the comment Edward had poised as a rebuttal.
I cannot bear to think of the hand fate has dealt. If this person does not succeed in killing me, I may actually have to marry Lady Olivia.
Edward chuckled. Philip was in good form this morning. 2 quips in one sitting.
Olivia's not all bad. I am certain deep down there are qualities a man could learn to love. Until then, I can teach you the ways of a rake. That reminds me,
Philip said, a flash of irritation causing a wrinkle to form between his eyes.
Do not trifle with Miss Parker.
I would not dare. Edward relaxed, crossing one leg over the other. If Philip had been in his right mind at Spring Hill Abbey, this warning would have come weeks ago, he was certain of it. A low chuckle erupted right before Philip grimaced once more.
What is this? You have already tried and she hasn't fallen for your charms?
Edward glowered.
Then your memory has returned in full. When you had amnesia, I could tell a falsehood directly to your face and you would think I was being honest. What could you have said that was not true?
He shrugged his shoulders.
Absolutely nothing. I was honest in every way. I will discover your secrets, Edward. Trust me on that.
Philip closed his eyes, the pain evidently causing discomfort.
The surgeon left medication. Laudanum. I know you do not like it, but sleep will help you heal.
Philip lifted his hand, pushing the bottle of laudanum away.
Tell me, has Miss Parker reformed the rake? Or are you still as unrepentant as I remember? She refuses to grant me a kiss. It is rather rude.
It made him happy to see Philip smile, even if it was laced in pain.
Tell me more. She feels my every thought. I cannot sleep properly. At first, I thought a kiss would suffice to remove all the desire for her, yet I have come to believe it would not work. Whatever shall you do?
Edward knew it was a risky venture, but he had to do the most nonsensical action his heart had ever conceived.
I expect a marriage is in my future.
Ah, Philip said.
Reformed rake it is. Well, I see this has brought you pleasure. Do rest easier knowing my life is turning upside down with this realization. You do realize Ashby would have found you a wife eventually. Yes, but that doesn't mean I would have to care for her. Admire everything about her. Love her.
Philip laughed, winced, and then lifted a hand to press against his head.
Love is one of those pesky little things that enters our hearts when least expected. It endures forever, regardless of challenges and our own stupidity. Are you inferring that I am stupid? Not at all. Simply that even a rake as daft as you can find himself at the end of Cupid's arrow.
Edward grumbled.
Devil take it, Philip. I never wanted to be in this mess. I wanted to spend my life going from one fruitless flirtation to the next. If Anne had agreed to kiss me that first night, I would never have fallen into her trap. Do you have Ashby's approval? Ashby was rather pleased with my decision.
Edward hadn't wanted to tell his brother of the conversation with their father. He'd hoped to speak of his own heart, and then seek Lord Anthony's blessing upon the union. But now that Philip had inquired,
It would do little good to keep the information hidden. Our father found delight in the knowledge that you would forever be tied to Emma by marriage.
As he said the words, Edward touched Philip's shoulder. He wanted to offer what little comfort he could.
I am not surprised.
Philip rubbed the side of his head in a circular motion, massaging the pain.
Go now. Secure her hand. At least one of us should have a happy marriage. Philip, I am more sorry than I can say. Do not be silly. I am quite pleased you have found a match. I approve of Anne Parker, and when I am no longer laid up, I shall insist we have a party for your engagement. No need to rush. The first of the banns will be read this week. That is enough to make you ill for the foreseeable future.
Edward held up the laudanum once more, hoping to convince his brother of the necessity, but it did little good.
Go on with you.
Edward closed the door behind him, but he had a difficult time walking away. Concern for his brother made him want to stay. Protecting Philip seemed the best course of action, yet the person intent on killing his brother had proved impossible to find.
Sir, might I assist you with anything?
Thomas stood before him, a breakfast tray in hand.
I apologize, Thomas. I did not see you there.
Edward opened the door before he stepped out of the way.
Not to worry, my lord. Servants are supposed to be invisible. I suppose you are right.
Edward shook his head to rid himself of the overwhelming concern for Philip as he left Lancaster House. Philip was safe. He was in their home, tucked away in bed. For now, Edward had much to do by way of securing an engagement. It was best he did so before the day got away from him. Chapter 28. The conversation with Lord Anthony went as expected. Delighted to have an offer for his daughter, the blessing was given, but it wasn't without reservation. Edward had done all within his power to convince his soon-to-be father-in-law that everyone in his family was sympathetic to the situation between Philip and Emma. Everyone except Ashby. Yet, as he walked beside Anne in Hyde Park, Edward could imagine the complications of uniting their families. Instead of asking Anne for her agreement to an engagement, he silently walked beside her as he considered exactly what he was asking of her sister and his brother.
You are quiet. Is Lord Arundel as well as you claimed?
Edward smiled down at her. He'd never strolled through Hyde Park with a lady on his arm, unless it had been his sister's. Courting was out of the question, when one was a determined flirt.
Everything I said to Miss Emma was the truth. Philip's memories are back, and he will heal.
Then what has your tongue tied in knots? You have barely spoken a word since we left the house.
Guiding her off the path, Edward led her to a bench where they could speak without being overheard or interrupted by the other patrons of the park that day. He noticed her maid had stopped near the edge of the greenery, close enough to keep everything proper.
I have a sincere question to ask you, yet I am concerned of the outcome of my inquiry.
Concerned because you do not know how I will respond? She'd be insensible to refuse him. He had 5,000 a year settled upon him for the rest of his life, which was quite well off for a second son. Moreover, he was charming, even with his rakish tendencies. Although he had made a personal vow not to indulge in such activities any longer, especially given his intense desire to be with Anne.
Not at all. It is more the aftermath of your response. It concerns our families.
Anne turned away as her cheeks heated. He loved the dichotomy of how she could be demure with such delicacy, and yet when he wished for a kiss, she could push him away with the force of a determined woman. We shall not know the outcome if the question is never asked. The honesty in her response spurred him forward. Taking her hands in his, he positioned himself so he could look into her green eyes.
Since I have met you, my life has been turned upside down. I hardly know who I am anymore.
Not a good start to this conversation, but please continue. Edward laughed, his hands shaking as he tried to say what was in his heart.
I am a man who has led more ladies down darkened paths than I care to admit. I've stolen kisses with little to no regard for what was expected afterward, and now I find myself at a loss, for I no longer desire that life.
What do you want from your life, Edward? He traced a finger along the palm of her hand.
I want to be a respectable gentleman, but I cannot do that by myself.
Nonsense. You have the power to be whomever and whatever you wish. There is no outside force that can change who you truly are, and I suspect you are not happy with the life of a rake. Edward smirked, his sarcasm sneaking through for only a moment.
Work, work, work. As a gentleman, I abhor the statement.
Then what has changed to cause your discontent?
I have fallen for a brown-haired, green-eyed beauty who saw through my antics and put me in my place. She has denied my every dishonourable advance and has proved herself far more worthy of love than me.
Anne's blush deepened. What do you expect to do about it?
My greatest hope is that this diamond of the first water will do me the honour of accepting my hand in marriage.
If she accepts, what then?
Then I shall post the banns without delay.
What of kissing other women and darkened pathways?
I shall promise to only ever take the path less travelled with my wife, and my lips will never more seek pleasure, but with the one to which I am wed.
Then my answer is yes, Edward, for I too have fallen for you. Chapter 29. Emma was of two minds. If she stayed home, she wouldn't have to see Philip. That was a solution and a problem. She missed him far more than she had ever missed anything. Food tasted bland. Shakespeare held no meaning. Nothing made sense anymore, which meant she could lay in bed staring at a wall for the rest of her life. You cannot miss the party. Anne walked up to the bed and threw back the blankets, forcing the first sound out of Emma that wasn't a sob since the previous week. Everyone in our family must be there. Leave me to my misery, Anne. Emma pulled one of the pillows over her head. Hiding away was a much better option than finding herself near enough to touch and speak to Philip without having the right to do so. Anne yanked away the pillow. You have lost your first love. There will be many others this season. That is, if you rise from this bed and allow your heart to heal. I shall never heal. Not from Philip. He is my everything. She nearly repeated his last words to her, that she was the only reason he continued to breathe, but it hurt too much to think about the last time she'd spoken with him at Lancaster House. Anne threw the lovely yellow dress they had commissioned since arriving in town upon the bed. It'll be the perfect night for you to wear this. Emma rolled onto her back, staring up at the bed hangings. Why? So I can appear lovely and completely miserable at the same time? Not at all, Anne said as she pulled Emma up from the comfort of the bed. This is so Lord Arundel will have a reason to fight for you. He has tried. There is no hope of Ashby relenting. I do not know about that. Emma pulled her legs up, hugging them to her chest. Has Lord Edward intimated there could be a way to end the engagement between Philip and Lady Olivia? No. Anne sat on the bed next to her. But there must be a way to end this foolish engagement, and one way you can support Lord Arundel in doing so would be to dazzle him with your beauty. What if I am not pretty enough? Then you shall make him jealous of all the men who are free to ask for your hand, because this dress and the others in your wardrobe bring out your finest features. No man will dare look away from you. This is to be a small gathering, though. The only man in attendance outside of our brothers, Lord Edward and Philip, will be Lord Charles. I cannot flirt with Philip's brother. It would be too cruel. Very true. You shall not flirt with him. But you must attend the party.
I cannot step out on the arm of my intended without my sister with me."
Emma pursed her lips. This was a trick, and she didn't like it. "You will not even know I am missing."
"Trust me, dearest. I need you by my side. When I imagine preparations for a wedding, you are always there."
Anne went down on her knees.
"Must I beg?"
"Of course not." Emma knew her sister wouldn't relent. There was nothing she could do but dress for the party. "I suppose when it comes to taking part in a tragedy, one must see it through." Lancaster House was very much the same as it had been the last time Emma was there, although this time, as her gaze fell upon Philip, she could see there was something different about him. It was as though the weight of the world sat upon his shoulders. She'd kept her eye on him throughout the evening, and she could hold back no longer. Leaving the safety of Mother's side, Emma crossed the drawing room to speak with him. "My lord," Emma said as she dipped into a curtsy, "I am happy to see you are well after the incident at Almack's." Philip nodded to her, placing the glass he held on the mantel. He'd spent most of the night staring into the grate, watching the flames dance about. "Has your time in London been everything you hoped?" "Not at all. Although I am quite pleased for Anne and Lord Edward. They make a fine couple." Searching for something more to say outside a declaration of regret for having denied her love for him, Emma bit her lower lip as she bounced on her toes. She was ready to make her excuses and leave him to his pondering when Lady Olivia approached.
"Lord Arundel, I have not had the pleasure of meeting your friend."
Lady Olivia's amusement sparked Emma's interest. It was not every day a woman looked pleased to find her intended speaking with an unattached female. Philip cleared his throat. His eyes momentarily caught something behind her, causing Emma to turn. To her dismay, Ashby's attention was drawn to their little gathering. "Lady Olivia, I am pleased to introduce you to Miss Emma Parker."
"Ah, Miss Parker's younger sister. Well, I am quite pleased to meet you."
Emma curtsied. "It is I who am most fortunate for this meeting. I expect you will hear this many more times before the wedding, but I do wish you the greatest of happiness."
"You are too kind."
Deciding her time would be better spent in the corner with a book, Emma made an excuse to leave. She turned, noting Ashby's continued gaze upon her as she found a seat next to Henry. To her relief, a book sat upon the table. She didn't care about the title or the subject. She would feign interest until it was time for her family to depart. Opening the cover, she resigned herself to the words of Thomas More's Utopia. Chapter 30. Olivia stood next to him, unmoving, until Emma had settled onto the sofa, picking up the book Philip had left there that very morning. He was happy, in a way, that Emma had chosen to read the book. The next time he picked it up, it would remind him of her.
"Why did you not tell me about Miss Emma Parker?"
Olivia asked. Her smirk was reminiscent of a child who had discovered a sweet. Philip lifted his glass from the mantel. He'd never been one to drink spirits. Wine with his supper was acceptable. The coarser drinks that induced oblivion he left to his father and Edward. But he had decided there was no reason not to indulge any longer. Not if he was to spend his life forgetting he had once loved so deeply that time stood still. "There is nothing to tell."
"The only person you are fooling is yourself."
She turned away, her eyes falling upon their father's.
"Ashby and Norland certainly aren't convinced. If I were to set a wager with you—"
"Brilliant, another wager." Philip's sarcasm spilled out of him so quickly he set the glass of brandy upon the mantel once more. Perhaps a few sips were far too much when a man had not imbibed before.
"Humour me, Arundel."
She stepped in front of him, exactly where Emma had been seconds before.
"If I were to wager, I would say Ashby is on pins and needles, ready to jump into action if he thinks you will make a scene with that pretty young lady who was just standing here. Norland, on the other hand, is praying to whatever devil he worships that you will declare yourself in love and whisk her off to Gretna Green.
You have the measure of our fathers.
Why have you not told me your heart belongs to Miss Emma Parker?
It is hardly worth mentioning, given she does not feel the same.
Olivia turned around without an attempt to hide her appraisal of Emma.
A blue stocking?
Hardly.
Arundel, Olivia said.
I always considered you to be intelligent, until now.
Thank you, Olivia. Your blunt assessment will give me comfort as I attempt to sleep this night.
You misunderstand.
Philip smirked at her.
Tell me, what part did I fail to comprehend?
It is only that you believe Miss Emma is not in love with you. The only man I have ever cared to gaze upon with such tenderness as she just looked at you is the man I love.
I see.
Also, the moment Miss Emma approached you, not only did our fathers perk up with interest, but Lord Anthony had to hold Lady Amelia's arm to stop her from intervening. I think that is enough evidence to prove she has more than a passing fancy for you.
Philip took a sip of the mind-numbing liquid, regretting the length of time it took for a man to completely lose all feeling.
What do you suggest I do about it?
Leave for Gretna Green.
What of you? Why do you in folly not leave for the border?
Olivia tilted her head to the side as she pursed her lips.
My father has spies following me. I cannot spend an afternoon in the garden without 2 footmen standing guard. He has threatened to lock me in my bedchamber if I attempt to lose this wager.
Then we must get creative. Surely we can figure something out that would stop either of them profiting off a marriage between us.
When you have discovered the solution, I will gladly participate.
Philip leaned against the mantel as he considered the problem. Of course, he'd been over it so many times, it was difficult to imagine a way out of the wager.
I will ponder upon the matter.
Olivia curtsied, taking her leave of the conversation to rejoin her mother on the sofa. Philip intended to spend the rest of the evening in contemplation, staring into the flames in the grate, but found his day would not end so quietly. Ashby had a way of making anything beautiful turn ugly. He could turn a situation from one of mutual understanding to ruin, and for some reason he chose that moment to press his thumb upon the matter, strangling an argument in the otherwise delightful evening.
Lord Anthony, would you like to enter a wager with Norland and me?
Lord Anthony frowned.
I am not a betting man, Ashby. It is one you and I cannot lose.
Ashby smirked. His pleasure at Norland's discomfort filled his face, making his cheeks shine in the candlelight.
I have just convinced Norland that Edward and your daughter will be the first to procreate. Norland believes his daughter and Arundel will be the first to provide an heir.
All conversation, no matter how quiet it had been, stopped. Every head bowed, waiting for a response. Philip refused to provide Ashby with entertainment. He'd been baited by his father more times than he could remember, and it never ended well for him. This time he would stay silent. If Olivia had still been standing next to Philip, he would have done whatever he could to convince her not to rise to the occasion. As it was, her ire got the better of her.
I can promise you, with my word as a lady, that Lord Arundel and I shall never provide heirs for either of you to gloat upon, your grace. In fact, this charade of my Tudor blood and Arundel's Lancaster blood will end here and now.
Ashby smiled. He'd gotten the response he'd expected. The memory of his father's statement from the previous spring, right before he'd fallen prey to the would-be assassin, reminded Philip that an heir and a spare were part of the wager. Norland held his hand up to stop any arguments.
I have not explained that portion of the wager to my daughter, Ashby. This does not mean you have won anything.
What more could you have decided for Lord Arundel and me?
Olivia folded her arms as she glared at her father.
We are not your servants to command.
Hold your tongue, Olivia, Norland grumbled. We shall discuss this matter at another time.
Olivia stood, her chin jutting out as she straightened her shoulders.
I will not be faithful to Arundel.
Ashby pushed up from his chair, his cheeks turning the familiar shade of purple Philip knew all too well. He took a step toward Olivia, concern for her drawing him away from the fire. For a moment, Philip was certain his father had lost his temper, but then it slowly abated, his cheeks turning scarlet instead. Philip held his hand out, hoping to keep Ashby in his current position across the room.
"She does not understand, Your Grace."
"I do understand." Olivia turned to him, her eyes wide with a crazed look about her.
"You will be forced," Ashby said. "If you marry my son, I will force you to give him an heir."
Olivia met her father's eyes and then Ashby's, fire shooting out of them as she assessed the men before her.
"Very well, Your Grace. I will bear children. But you will spend the rest of your life wondering if the child who will inherit the dukedom, the legacy you wish to pass on to your posterity, is of your blood. For I vow in this very moment to take a lover from the day of my marriage."
Philip took a step backward, uncertain how best to respond to Olivia's pronouncement. He knew this was an attempt at ending the wager, but it was a bit too ruinous for his preference. Turning away from his father, Philip faced Olivia. Out of the corner of his mouth, he whispered,
"When I mentioned creativity, this was not in my purview."
"I realize that," she hissed. "But now I have said it, I cannot take it back."
"You might as well have run away to Gretna Green for the damage you have done to your reputation in this moment."
"Stop whispering!" Norland stepped forward and took Olivia's arm. "Apologize to Ashby, and then we are leaving."
"To Ashby?"
Olivia laughed.
"I did not vow to be unfaithful to the Duke. It is Lord Arundel who deserves the apology."
Norland huffed out a displeased grunt.
"He has likely put you up to this nonsense.
Fancies himself in love and will do anything to get out of the wager without losing it for Ashby." Olivia yanked her arm away from Norland.
"It is a mutual sentiment."
As Norland took hold of Olivia's arm again, Philip stepped forward.
"Release her, Norland. She is my daughter."
Philip nodded, and then took hold of Norland's wrist, the one squeezing Olivia's arm.
"And at this moment she is my intended, which means she belongs to me. You will not harm her."
He didn't like thinking of Olivia as his, but since an engagement was as good as a marriage, he would assert his position to save her from whatever punishment Norland chose to hand out. If her father was anything like his own, Philip would choose to defend her at all costs.
"Very well, Arundel. When she steps out of line, I will allow you to deal with her as you see fit."
Ashby lifted a glass, his pleasure at the argument toasted as he took a sip.
"I believe that ends this little gathering for now."
Philip pulled Olivia to his side.
"Will you be safe at home, or should I have a guest room prepared?"
Olivia rubbed her arm where her father had squeezed.
"I should be perfectly well. Thank you for defending me."
"Your servant, my lady."
Philip dipped his head before he stepped away so he could bid farewell to the Parkers. He may not be permitted to marry their daughter, the choice of his heart, but he thought of them with fondness. They were the family of his choosing, as long as he could take his mother and siblings along with him. Chapter 31. A morning turn about the garden had done little to calm Emma's nerves. She walked next to her mother, uncertain as to how she should proceed with the season. Deep down, she knew it wasn't anyone's fault her attempt at love had hit such a monstrous snag. But if she could find anyone other than the Duke of Ashby to blame, she would. "Why did you and Father agree to an engagement between Lord Edward and Anne?" She wiped the tears away as they fell, wishing she could control her nerves while in the company of her family. If she were in her bedchamber, tears would be perfectly acceptable. "Anne believes she will be happy with Lord Edward, and your father and I agree. There are other men she could marry. Would you have your sister turn away the one she loves? Emma, this is her 4th season. She is no longer a debutante, and Lord Edward's proposal was most welcome."
I would not wish for Anne to spend another year seeking a husband. In truth, I am quite happy for her." Her mother squeezed her arm. "It is a mark of your impeccable character that you think kindly upon your sister at this time, especially when you are hurting so deeply." Emma hung her head in shame. "I nearly died last night when Philip declared Lady Olivia to be his intended." She paused and then quickly added, "I understand why he did. She needed his protection, but it still felt like a pile of bricks had fallen upon my chest, and I nearly suffocated as he stood in her defense. He lives in a world you and I do not have to accept or understand. Status and titles are a burden. Be thankful you do not have anything other than Miss before your name. You and Father are titled. Why is it so different for us than it is for Philip?" Her mother pulled her close, releasing her arm to wrap her in a side embrace. "You know full well the reasons it is different. Your father is a younger son, and we have chosen to be happy in our circumstances instead of seeking the notice of society. Why does it have to be difficult? He loves me. I'm certain of this. Love, when one is burdened with responsibility, does not always bring happiness. He'll find fulfillment with his role and by performing his duty as Ashby's heir. Philip will be a duke one day. The Duke of Ashby has a great deal of influence and wealth. This is the duty with which his birth order burdened him. I don't think duty should control the heart." "Prepare yourself, dearest," her mother said as they walked from the garden back into the house. "You will see him tonight and many more times before your sister is wed. We are invited to a ball at Willard House this evening. Our hosts are the Duke and Duchess of Norland." Emma had taken her mother's advice quite seriously as she built up fortifications around her heart. She'd chosen a new gown, a white and silver frock that could be easily pinned up to allow her to dance. Both Henry and Richard had agreed to partner her for any sets she hadn't secured, keeping her busy and her thoughts away from the ever-growing pain in her chest. Every moment of the evening was planned, including that Richard would escort her into supper. There was no room for error, no room for errant thoughts, no chance of falling into a puddle of tears in front of the other guests. Nothing would penetrate the fortress. That was until she entered the ballroom to see Philip standing with his siblings. A smile, much brighter than she'd ever witnessed, lit his features like that of the sun at noonday. A laugh reached her ears, instantly pulling her toward him. "Over here, Emma." Henry took hold of her arm, guiding her to the side of the room where her parents stood. Richard placed a hand under the elbow on her other side. "Remember your plan." Planning the evening had been absolute rubbish. All of her resolve was gone as her bottom lip quivered. "Get me out of here." "Emma, you cannot allow your sensibilities to be so affected." Her mother put a finger under Emma's chin, attempting to help her gain control, but it did little good. "Please allow me to go home this one time." "Very well. Henry, will you see her safely home?" Henry nodded, his hold tightening in a protective manner. "I will have her laughing by the time you all return from this night of frivolity." Emma chanced one last look at Philip. His attention was still focused upon his sisters. He had a teasing manner about him that made her realize all she had lost. It wasn't as though she hadn't already considered the depth of her situation. It was more the reality of it crashing down upon her. As Henry sat next to her in the carriage, Emma lay her head against his shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks, unwanted and unyielding. Emma would have preferred to lie in bed, but Henry refused to sit alone in the parlour waiting for their parents. So she stayed with him, a handkerchief in one hand and a book in the other. She'd not given up on Shakespeare. Not yet. Somewhere within one of his works, there had to be a solution to her predicament. Something outside of the tragedies, for those characters had all met such awful endings. Blowing her nose, Emma knew the constant misery she inflicted upon herself could be avoided, if only she could erase Philip from her thoughts. but he was far too prevalent, far too important.
"Emma," Anne said as she ran into the parlour. Throwing her wrapper onto the sofa, Anne sat beside her, a wide grin upon her face. "It is the most wonderful news."
"We have waited the entire night for you to tell us," her father said as he settled into an armchair across from Emma and Anne. "Out with it, Anne."
Anne waited until everyone was settled before she pulled the book out of Emma's lap. She closed it, not caring to mark the spot. It really wasn't necessary, but it still bothered Emma that her sister could be so careless. Emma took the book from her sister, found her spot once more, and placed a bit of material she'd fashioned into a placeholder to mark her spot. "What news is this?" "Lord Arundel has secured an appointment with the Archbishop of Canterbury. It is to take place on the morrow." Anne squealed and then took hold of Emma's hands. "Do you understand what this means? If his petition is accepted, Ashby and Norland cannot force the marriage."
"How likely is that to happen?" Richard asked. "I would like to believe the decision lies fully within the clergy of the church, but can the Archbishop override duty to one's family and a title?"
Anne shrugged. "Edward said he has never seen Arundel so happy, at least not since he was at Spring Hill Abbey." Anne's smile faded as she took in Emma's lack of response. "I thought you of all people would be skipping around the parlour. He is fighting for you, Emma. Arundel loves you, and he will not give up without exhausting every avenue."
"It is a lovely gesture."
Henry whistled as he shook his head.
"This is more than a gesture, Emma. He is defying Ashby. The only person in England more influential than the Archbishop is the King, or the Prince Regent. You must recognize this move for what it is."
Emma nodded. She understood more than her family assumed.
"Philip is moving a pawn on the chessboard, that is all. It does not mean he will defeat the Duke."
Anne squeezed Emma's hand.
"Dearest, this is his way of letting you know he still loves you. I am certain of it."
Hugging her book to her chest, Emma knew she had to acknowledge that statement as truth. She would never deny Philip's admiration. He had proved himself many times over, but there had come a point when she had to protect herself. Elsewise, she would take to her bed, never to rise again.
"If you will excuse me, I am too exhausted to properly think upon the matter."
She pulled her hand free from Anne's grip.
"You will let me know how it turns out."
"Arundel will likely request a special license and bring the happy news himself. You should be married in this very parlour by nightfall."
A lovely sentiment.
She meant every word. Anne's hopeful prediction, if it were to come to fruition, would be rather lovely. But it was the most unlikely of circumstances. Emma lay in her bed that night, the sketchbook that held all the renderings she had of Philip hidden under her pillow so she could pull them out whenever she need look upon his face. Part of her hoped, beyond reality, that the happy news would indeed come the very next morning. But it was less than likely, and so as she entertained the announcement, she allowed her tears to water her pillow. Chapter 32. Arranging an appointment with the Archbishop had been easy, given his position in society. Philip had written and sent a letter, receiving a response within the same day. He knew it was one of the advantages few within England could claim. Even those amongst the upper 10,000 could rarely boast an invitation to Lambeth Palace. Yet Philip found himself sitting in the den awaiting the Archbishop. Lambeth Palace was situated near the Thames, across from Westminster. It had taken very little time for him to travel across town from Lancaster House. The Gothic structure was imposing in that it housed the most important member of the clergy, yet inviting with the garden sanctuary and a library housing a vast collection of religious texts, manuscripts, and historical documents. Philip would gladly spend years sitting amongst the leather-bound books, researching a variety of topics, if only to take in the ambiance of knowledge. He thrived on the information one could learn from books, whether works of fiction or historical texts. As the door from the hallway opened, Philip stood. He bowed.
"Your Grace." Please do sit down, Lord Arundel.
Philip did as he was told, accepting the tea the servants had laid out upon his arrival.
I am most humbled to have received an audience. It is a pleasure.
The Archbishop dipped his head.
Although I do not think you will be happy with my answer to your inquiry.
Philip set his cup upon the saucer.
Why, then, did you agree to this meeting? My desire is to guide you through this difficult time. The pain of accepting undesirable duties can be made light with the knowledge that you are doing so for the good of your family. And what of the duty to my heart? Selfishness can only bring unhappiness. If you achieve your desire to marry where you love, will it not come at the expense of your family? Marriages are meant to uphold your position in society and create stable alliances. They are not to satisfy the carnal desires of our heart. It is not only my heart that is involved in my request. There are 3 others whom I wish to champion.
The Archbishop took a sip of tea as he considered the added information. Philip hadn't explained everything in his letter. He'd simply outlined his need for an intervention with Ashby. As he slowly sipped, once, twice, then thrice, his gaze settled upon Philip.
Prayer, meditation, and a devotion to God will guide you through this difficult time. Is there nothing you can do?
Philip didn't enjoy pleading for understanding, but he would do whatever was necessary to convince the Archbishop to join with him against Ashby.
Perhaps you could convince my father that a marriage born of a wager is unwise.
A low chuckle escaped as he sat back.
Ashby and I have been well acquainted since he inherited his title as Duke. I respect his judgment.
How unfortunate. I had hoped a Cambridge man would find any reason to contend with an Oxford man.
It is Ashby's one failing.
The Archbishop grinned.
He has your future in mind. Trust your father.
I see, Your Grace.
He stood, realizing it was long past time to take his leave. The Archbishop stepped around the desk, putting a hand on Philip's shoulder.
When you see Ashby, remind him of our monthly battle of wits.
Monthly? Philip asked. He hadn't realized Ashby had an ongoing connection to the Archbishop.
Yes, well, it would not be proper for me to speak of such things so candidly.
Philip understood he had lost the argument before it had been made. It was likely the Archbishop had already known the details of the engagement long before the letter had been sent. He left Lambeth Palace, his thoughts travelling down paths he preferred not to entertain. How many people did Ashby hold under his thumb? Likely all of society, at least anyone with influence. The entire endeavour had been a waste of time. But he would not so easily give up. There had to be a way to win, and he would discover it before he was forced to stand at the altar and marry Lady Olivia. The first of the banns were set to be read in front of all of London, at least those in attendance at St. George's in Hanover Square. The first reading happened with little to no excitement from Philip or Olivia, until he informed her that the meeting with the Archbishop had not gone as planned. Olivia was inconsolable for the entirety of the week, refusing to attend parties and any functions related to the engagement. It suited Philip to not have her there, although he knew her suffering was likely not to stop, and she would spend the years married to him in the same lost state of mind. The second week, when the vicar read out the banns, Philip wanted to declare his objection before the rehearsed lines were finished.
If any of you know the cause or just impediment why these persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, ye are to declare it. This is for the second time asking.
Philip dared a glance at Olivia. Her jaw was set a little more than he'd noticed in the past, her usual gentle features pointed, as though fire was ready to burst out of her ears, nose, and mouth if anyone dared wish her joy. Just as Philip was settling back against the bench, a deep male voice called out from the back of the congregation.
I object.
A low murmur sounded through the chapel, echoing off the high ceiling. Philip, along with everyone else, turned to see who had dared say the words he'd fought so diligently not to cry out.
Will the objector please step forward? the vicar asked. Philip held his breath as a man he didn't recognize walked to the front of the chapel. The man was older. He looked worn and tired, lower class, certainly not someone who had a stake in the wager between Ashby and Norland. "What is your objection?" the vicar asked. The man didn't speak. He moved to the front of the room and handed the vicar a piece of parchment. Philip didn't dare hope the objection was for him. There were many couples, including Edward and Anne, who had also had the banns read. The vicar nodded to the man. "Is this accurate?" "I was paid to deliver the information to you." The vicar looked back at the congregation. "The Earl of Arundel and Lady Olivia Harrison will meet with me after the services." The sermon seemed to last longer than usual. The anticipation of what could have been written upon the parchment forefront in Philip's mind, causing him to think of anything other than the vicar's message. When the time came, Philip waited along with Olivia and their parents for the vicar to finish greeting each of the parishioners. As the vicar approached, a tingling of hope started in his middle. Perhaps the Archbishop had considered his plea and decided to intervene. One could always hope for support. "What is the objection?" Norland demanded. "The objection is against Lord Arundel. An anonymous source claims he wed Miss Emma Parker in Gretna Green this past week." "This is a clear case of defamation," Ashby yelled as he took the parchment from the vicar, looked at the allegations and then crumpled it before tossing it to the floor. "Attempted murder is not enough. Now this person is trying to destroy my son's reputation." Philip turned to Olivia. "Please tell me this is not your doing." Olivia bowed her head, her cheeks heating as she refused to confirm or deny her part in the scheme.
"You said to be creative."
If he had never said that one word to Olivia, his life would be a little less complicated. Ashby breathing down his neck, ready to strike with his iron fist, was only the first of Philip's immediate concerns, Emma's reputation being the most important among the list. "I could not have travelled to Gretna Green this week. My family will attest to my presence here in London. Moreover, I was seen at 3 dinner parties." "Norland!" Ashby yelled. "You and your daughter are behind the forgery. It stinks of your rot. A poor attempt at winning the wager." "An absurd allegation. I'm an honourable man. I can see your son's hand in it. We all know he doesn't want to marry my daughter. Visits to Lambeth Palace prove as much." Norland waved his hand in Philip's direction as he made the accusation. "What do we do now?" Philip asked. It would do little good for Ashby and Norland to air their grievances in a public forum. The vicar put a hand on both dukes' shoulders. "Until the allegation can be proven false, the bans must be postponed." "You would take the word of an anonymous source over that of a duke?" Ashby's temper roared to life, a sight most people outside of his family rarely witnessed. "Is my integrity not enough to disprove a common gossip?" "The parchment contained a marriage license," the vicar revealed. He pulled it out of his robes, placing it before their little group. "I am afraid it seems to be in order." "A forgery, if ever I have seen one." Ashby snatched it up, but as he attempted to rip it in half, the vicar fought to take it back. "Your Grace," the vicar said, his tone one of a placating nature, "this is a matter of church records. If it is a forgery, that will be determined by someone other than you." Norland chuckled. The sound was deep, amused, suddenly growing into a howling laugh. "I win, Ashby! It is mine for the taking." "Nothing has been lost yet." "Ah, but it has." Norland clapped his hands as he wagged his finger in Ashby's face. "Arundel is unable to marry my daughter. That makes me the winner." "It is a slight hiccup, one that will be resolved by the end of the day." "Or," Philip said as he leaned against the table, "you both agree to end this ridiculous wager and allow Olivia and me to marry as we see fit. Give us a chance to prove we know what is best for our futures." Both Ashby and Norland instantly replied, "No." Norland smacked his lips, his excitement less contained than his usual stodgy manner. "I'll have my solicitor draw up the paperwork tomorrow, Ashby. I will find out who did this, and if you or your daughter are behind it, so help me, I will destroy you."
Ashby didn't wait to endure more crowing from his old friend. Instead, he left the chapel, his stride much longer than usual. The vicar held the marriage license up once more.
Lady Olivia, you are legally released from the engagement to Lord Arundel. I do hope that brings you joy.
It does, sir.
I will verify this document and then inform you of your status, my lord. Although at this time I consider you and Miss Emma Parker to be man and wife.
The words were cheap and distasteful, more like the flavour of rotten sardines than that of a sweeter variety. Emma didn't deserve the censure she would receive from the forged marriage license. The weight of the gamble pressed upon his shoulders until he wasn't certain he could lift his legs to walk. It took everything within him to follow Ashby from the chapel, where his family and the Parkers awaited word of his situation. A slight breeze hit against his cheeks as he stepped out onto the cobblestone walkway. Avoiding the news would do little good. By morning it would be in the gossip columns, available for all of society to whisper about, wondering if it was true. He had never cared much for the busybodies who found pleasure in causing pain. Yet he cared very much in that moment, because it was Emma they would injure with their wagging tongues.
What happened? Who objected?
Edward asked as he and Anne approached.
The person did not dare admit to their identity. The complaint is anonymous.
What is the objection?
Edward asked. He reached out, an offer of comfort that fell short given the severity of the situation. Philip met his brother's eyes that were the exact shade of blue he saw in the looking-glass each morning. Holding back the information would only lead to greater dismay. Therefore, he pressed forward, explaining everything he had learned. Chapter 33. Emma paced her bedchamber, tears pouring down her cheeks so quickly the handkerchief crumpled in her hand was soaked through. When she'd fallen in love with Phillip Watson, she'd naively believed her reputation would be secure in his hands. Yet he'd been as powerless as her. She paced from the window to the bed. Each time she did, she attempted to speak to her mother, but the words were stuck in her throat. What did one say in this situation? She paused, trying to voice her utter devastation, but it came out as a whimper followed by a blubbering sob. By virtue of the society they had previously enjoyed, her family would share the burden of her shame. It didn't matter if it was a falsehood. It didn't matter that they had more than enough people to attest to the forgery of the paperwork. The problem was that the evidence of a marriage certificate had been produced. She stood near the window, blowing her nose into the handkerchief, when a minuscule spark of hope pierced the anguish plaguing her thoughts. If they cannot disprove the marriage license, does that mean Philip and I are wed? Even as she said the words, she knew the answer. But the part of her that could not give up on her admiration for Philip held to the unrealistic question, waiting for her mother to be the one who would dash all her hopes. Did you sneak away and marry Lord Arundel? No. It pained her to say the word, but honesty had always been expected of her. Her mother reached out, beckoning for her to join her on the bed. Emma instantly accepted the invitation, allowing her mother to hold her as she curled her legs against her chest. One day you will say your vows, and you will know with a certainty that you are a wife. But you cannot accept someone else's vows as your own. I know you are right, but it hurts so deeply, and I can only think of what I want instead of the truth of the situation. Emma allowed more tears to fall as her mother ran her fingers through Emma's hair. When the silence was no longer bearable, Emma asked the question currently plaguing her mind. Am I ruined? Her mother released an audible sigh. The situation appears quite bleak at the moment, but I do not think you will suffer too terribly. Ashby will discover the source of the forgery, which will clear your good name. Emma bit her bottom lip, attempting to stop another wave of whimpering, but it all seemed rather hopeless. If he does not discover the culprit? Well, in that instance, Ashby will have no choice but to allow a marriage between you and Arundel.
for he cannot marry another woman with this forgery hanging over his head."
"Do you mean it?"
Emma dropped the handkerchief and wrapped her arms around her mother.
"It hardly seems possible. I cannot see another way, outside of proving the paperwork is a forgery."
Her mother patted her back.
"Now stop fretting and dry your tears. You will give yourself a headache if you continue in this manner."
It was hard not to hope for the best, now that her mother had given her reason to believe the nightmare of Philip's engagement could come to an end. Even knowledge of Ashby's determination to see the match through couldn't dispel the happiness of believing there was a chance, no matter how small, that the person behind the marriage certificate would never be discovered. Waiting for news about the falsified marriage certificate was near torture. Emma refused to attend any events, knowing she would be mocked and ridiculed behind her back by people who thought they knew the whole of the situation. She would be a spectacle, which meant it would be best to stay home. Locking herself away was rather boring. Most days she spent in the library or her bedchamber reading or sketching, pastimes she generally enjoyed. But this very large unresolved aspect of her future hung over her like a rope around her neck, tightening ever so slowly as each day rolled into the next. The lack of outings and visitors left Emma to the company of her family, but when they were gone, she had only herself for entertainment. Unfortunately, by the 5th day in solitude, she had exhausted even herself. Sitting in the parlour with Edward and Anne, an overwhelming discontent pierced her chest, spreading through her body like a sickness she couldn't dispel. It made little sense at first, but as her thoughts festered and built within, she couldn't help but wonder why Anne had been given a man who doted on her while Emma had been tossed aside. It wasn't Anne's fault. Moreover, Emma wanted nothing but happiness for her sister. But she also wanted the same for herself. On the outside, she refused to allow anyone to see the growing anger. On the inside, jealousy raged, taking over every thought until she could no longer focus on books or anything that had brought happiness in the past. Realizing she needed to leave the parlour before her frown turned into a menacing look of resentment, she excused herself, throwing the book she held to the sofa. Her feet moved with a quickness needed to keep her tears at bay until she was away from her family. As she ran down the hallway, her father stepped out of his den, completely oblivious to her distress.
"Emma, I am glad you have come this way. Please join me for a short conversation."
Turning her head away, she sniffed.
"I need but a moment to collect myself."
"Hurry up now."
Her father held the door open, waiting until she was ready. As she entered, her eyes fell upon her mother first, seated comfortably on the sofa. Next to her stood Lord Charles. She dipped into a curtsy before accepting the empty cushion next to her mother.
"Miss Emma, thank you for giving me your time today."
Lord Charles's hands shook. His shoulders lifted a little more than comfort allowed.
"I came to Hertford House today to inform you and your parents that the culprits behind the marriage license have been discovered."
"They have?"
Emma sat forward, a sense of sadness mixed with relief fighting within her stomach. Lord Charles nodded.
"Lord Folly and Lady Olivia paid a couple to travel to Gretna Green and stand over an anvil while claiming to be you and Philip. The situation has been resolved."
"Your reputation is quite safe,"
her mother said, a smile on her face that looked anything but reassuring.
"Even so,"
Lord Charles said, clearing his throat with a little cough,
"I have asked Lord Anthony and Lady Amelia for your hand in marriage, and I pray you will give my offer serious consideration."
"Marriage? To you?"
Considering any man other than Philip made her stomach turn. Over the last weeks she'd danced with many eligible men, all of them perfectly amiable, yet none of them made her heart sing.
"Do you make your offer with the blessing of your eldest brother? Or is this at his Grace's bidding?"
Lord Charles's cheeks turned pink, his ears turning a brighter shade as his shoulders slightly loosened.
"Philip does not have knowledge of my offer."
"If my reputation is secured, then why must I marry?"
She looked to both of her parents, each in turn,
waiting for a response that wouldn't come. It told her everything she needed to know. The truth would be shared among the ton, but memories lasted far longer than a retracted falsehood. She knew the path she was choosing would not be easy, but life had been filled with so many twists and turns over the last few months that she knew being true to herself was the only option.
Thank you most kindly for your offer. I cannot accept. My heart could never be yours, and you deserve to be loved.
No one pressured her. Instead, she was allowed to leave the den. But her mood was far changed from what it had been when she was last seeking escape. The moment she had refused Lord Charles's offer, she had decided her fate. Marrying Philip would not be an option. Therefore, she would mourn for him no longer. The silence from her parents had made her finally realize spinsterhood was her only option.
Chapter 34.
Philip tried to control his anger with Olivia. It would have been impossible if he didn't understand her reasons for the deception. In truth, he had a difficult time not sympathizing with her, since they had the exact same plight. Yet at the same time he had gone about this in a quiet manner so as not to ruin reputations. Olivia had done more harm than good, and Emma's reputation, no matter how Norland and Ashby spun their excuses, would not survive the scandal.
Lord Arundel.
Lady Olivia's head was bent, a handkerchief clutched tightly in her hand.
I acted in a manner that was unbecoming. My actions were wrong.
Apologizing to me will do little good. Miss Emma Parker is the one who will suffer the most from your actions. Her reputation has been impeccable until now, ruined by your lack of judgment.
Philip didn't want to be harsh, but it was his duty to stand up to Olivia in the wake of the ruin she'd brought upon Emma and himself. He would survive, not only because he was set to be married in a fortnight, but he was a man. Men were not as easily ruined as women. Olivia sniffed, rubbed her nose as she turned away from him.
I will send her my apologies.
No, Olivia, you will go to Hertford House this very moment and apologize to her.
Philip would not relent. This wasn't a matter to be pushed under a rug. Norland stepped forward and placed a hand on Olivia's shoulder.
My daughter has been rightfully chastened, Arundel. There is no need to cause her further distress. She has apologized and will offer her heartfelt regrets to Miss Emma Parker.
Philip knew he couldn't depend upon Ashby for help in this situation. Ashby had only found the fraudulent couple by chance. Olivia and Folly had done well with the deception. If Folly had followed through with the final payment, the discovery would not have been made.
Does the deception not prove that Norland has lost the wager?
Now he was the one grasping for any excuse to get out of the arrangement. But the situation was dire. One more week of bans. Moreover, they were set to leave London within the next 2 days to travel to Wentworth Hall for the ceremony. Ashby had been previously leaning against the desk, but now he stood straight, his most menacing glower focused upon Norland.
We have agreed to allow this one oversight and propriety not to ruin what we will accomplish with this marriage.
Philip grumbled, an idea forming as he considered his father's claim.
Right, the bloodline. It is our connection to royalty, boy. Do not ever forget you have the same blood as our king flowing through your veins,
Ashby said, one fist clenched around his glass of brandy and the other hanging by his hip. Olivia backed away from Ashby.
Lord Arundel, might we speak in private?
Philip didn't fault her for being nervous around the Duke. Not many people could tolerate Ashby's presence for any great length of time. He led her out of the den, away from their fathers, so they wouldn't be overheard. He opened the door to the veranda, escorting her out to the gardens.
We should be safe to speak out here.
With a strained inhale, Olivia clutched the stone railing, leaning the bulk of her weight upon it for support.
Please, have mercy upon my nerves and tell me you have a plan. I cannot live like this any longer. My reputation has been destroyed.
By your own hand,
Philip said. He would not allow her to place any blame upon him for what she had done.
You cannot be as calm as you appear. I am falling apart. one day at a time, as I attempt to make my father realize compliance in this marriage scheme is not an option."
Philip ran a hand through his hair as he leaned against the stone railing.
"I am interested in Ashby's claim for our ancestry. The Lancaster and Tudor lines are significant if it is true."
Olivia instantly latched onto his words, a smile forming on her face as she started pacing in front of him.
"We need only prove that it isn't a valid claim."
He held his hands up, taking hold of her arm as she passed by him.
"I will do what I can over the next 2 weeks. You are to behave as a lady of excellent breeding should. Perhaps you can repair a bit of damage to your reputation."
"But I wish to help."
"Trust me. Please."
He didn't want to promise anything, especially since this idea had only just formed and he hadn't any idea where it would lead. Her bottom lip quivered.
"Trusting anyone other than folly does not feel right. It is our future I am attempting to win."
Philip gently squeezed her arm, hoping she would see it as a confirmation that he wished to support her efforts.
"We will have to work together to outwit our fathers, but we must do so in secret. If I know Ashby and Norland as I think I do, they will watch your every move until we return to Wentworth Hall. This last attempt has them on edge."
"Then you believe I should sit back and entertain myself with embroidery and the like?"
"Give me a week. I beg of you to exercise a bit of caution."
Olivia took her time as she considered all that had been said. If she didn't agree, he would continue with his plans, but it would be difficult to keep his efforts hidden as she had a tendency to trust the wrong people and show her hand too soon.
"What makes you so confident that this plan of yours will get us what we both desire most?"
Philip quirked an eyebrow at her.
"Have you forgotten who my father is? Ashby made certain my education included the ability to bluff. When dealing with our fathers, one can never be too careful to allow their tell to show."
"I would have more confidence if you hadn't been so out of sorts these last weeks."
He wouldn't admit it to her, but that had been rolling about in his head since attempting to convince her of his prowess in games of chance.
"Ashby and Norland will not expect what I have planned. Since the Archbishop denied my request, I have shown my compliance. Our fathers cannot fight when they are unaware of what is happening behind their backs."
"What if they learn of your actions?"
"Do not worry, Olivia. If you and I agree no one is to know of this plan, then they will suspect nothing."
He waited for her to agree, and then he led her back into the house, where he left Olivia with her mother in the parlour. Philip's first stop would be the library. He needed a copy of Debrett's Peerage. He would have to wait to get the family Bible, for it was kept at Wentworth Hall. It would only be a few days, and there was much he could do while in town, which included a visit to Harold's College. Chapter 35. Emma peered out the window of the post-chaise as Wentworth Hall came into view. The size of the home was overwhelming, making Spring Hill Abbey look like a cottage. The black facade mirrored the somber mood she'd carried with her over the last week. Although she'd decided being a spinster was her lot in life, she didn't have to find pleasure in becoming a burden upon her family. After the double wedding ceremony, Emma would beg her parents to return her to Spring Hill Abbey. Finishing the season would be akin to torture, now that she had made her decision. Moreover, there was no reason to give false hope to any of the eligible men in town. One slip of the tongue or a moment alone in the library and she would find herself engaged to stave off further ruin. Returning to the Abbey was her only option. Emma shivered as the carriage door opened, allowing the chill of autumn that was quickly turning into winter to pierce her entire body. She hadn't expected to find Philip standing at the door in greeting, but it was disappointing to be met by the entire family except him. Of course, she understood his reasons. Gazing upon the woman who had captured his heart would do little good, now that the final banns had been read. There was no way for Philip or Olivia to escape their fate. No way for anyone in this wedding party to change the outcome of the next few days. As she settled into the bedchamber she would claim for the duration of her time at Wentworth Hall, Emma sat on the window seat, staring out at the trees as they danced back and forth in the blistering wind.
"It is quite lovely here,"
she spoke out loud,
hoping one of the maids emptying her trunk would respond.
"Yes, miss."
The youngest maid stepped forward, pointing out a few landmarks before going back to organizing the room. She said,
"Do you enjoy riding?"
Emma nodded.
"I do, but on a cold day such as this, I prefer a good book and a soft blanket as I sit in front of the fire. Wentworth Hall boasts a large collection of books. I've heard the best ones are found in the library located in the East Wing. Lord Arundel would be thrilled to share that library with his guests."
"Oh?" The maid smiled, realizing she had touched on a subject of great interest.
"Lord Arundel plans to remove the entirety of the library and take it to Arundel Castle upon his marriage. He will spend little time here after he and Lady Olivia are wed."
"Then it is the Earl's library?" The maid nodded, and then she went back to her work. Emma stared out at the picturesque landscape, appreciating the trees that had shed their leaves in preparation for the winter storms. Her thoughts fell upon the decision she'd made to lock herself away. Perhaps it was her time to shed the emotions of the summer, allowing winter to enter her heart so she could heal in time for spring. It was strange how she had never considered that a person's life could have the same ebb and flow as nature. Time and distance from the tumult she had lived since Phillip Watson had entered her life might be exactly what she needed. For now, she wished to view the library that would travel to the south of England before long. The empty halls were eerie as she walked alone through the ancient home. She was certain everyone was settling in from their long journey. Before long, Anne and her mother would be sequestered in the parlour with the other women as they focused on the wedding. They had 4 days until the one that would mark Anne's marriage to Edward and Philip's to Olivia. Thankfully, she would not be required to take part in the preparations. Her mother had understood it would be too painful, which meant she could spend her time between the pages of a book, or 2 or 3. Following the directions the maid had provided, it didn't take long for Emma to find the library. Upon first entering the room, her eyes fell upon a polished black piano. Although it was situated in the corner, near the window, it was the focal point, every other piece of furniture situated so as to pay homage to the instrument. The room smelt like Philip, peppermint mingled with the scent of wood burning in the grate, old paper and leather. A cheery fire greeted her, making her wonder if she had just missed the owner of this magnificent room. She could happily spend the rest of her life in the East Library, reading each book one by one in the cozy light blue armchairs. Instantly intrigued, she walked to the nearest shelf and removed the first book. Although she knew it would be impossible, she planned to start her exploration of the library as though she had an eternity to pull each book down and peruse the pages to her heart's content. With the first book in hand, Emma crossed to the armchair and sat. She tucked her legs up and opened the first pages of a book she'd longed to read but had never been able to convince her father to purchase for her. The Mysteries of Udolpho. Although the book took place in an Italian castle, she could well imagine the heroine in the Gothic novel walking the corridors of Wentworth Hall. Emma hadn't realized how long she'd been sitting in the library, the words penned by Anne Radcliffe having drawn her in from the very first line, until the door opened, and the voices of Philip and Olivia accompanied their footsteps into the library. She could hunker down in the chair and eavesdrop on the conversation, or announce her presence, but there was little time to do the latter, as Olivia's voice rose in pitch.
"If anyone learns of this, my father would see me dead before he'd allow me to say the words out loud."
Her sobs were muffled, causing Emma to imagine Philip pulling Olivia into his embrace. If ever there were an inopportune time to be stuck in this sort of situation, it was when someone was ready to divulge a secret. Emma wanted no part of it. She quietly closed the book, peeking around the back of the chair to see if she could safely sneak away. But the only door out to the hall was now closed. Her eyes fell upon the scene, thankful to see Olivia had buried her face in her hands, which had restricted her voice. Pulling herself up from the chair, she wondered how best to announce her presence. Hello usually worked in such situations, but it seemed rather simple for what she had overheard to this point.
Norland will no more do you harm than Ashby, I promise. But it does give us the power of negotiation.
Negotiation? Olivia laughed, her head lifting. We are quite powerless.
Before Olivia's eyes could catch Emma, she ducked back behind the chair. Silently chastising herself for not speaking out when she had a chance, Emma decided it would be best to close her ears to the conversation by thinking of something far more enticing. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to draw her attention away from the curious conversation. Not exactly. We will move forward with our plan on the morrow. Will you meet me at the stables before the morning meal?
Are you well enough to ride? You have lost all the colour in your face. My maid said the staff spends a good part of the day discussing your health. No one believes you are well.
Philip grunted. If I cannot make the trip, you will have to leave me behind.
Why have you not consulted a physician? Surely his grace would not object.
It is a stomach bug. Nothing over which my mother need fret.
Arundel,
Olivia said, her concern evident as her voice softened.
Have a care for yourself. I do not want to see you ill.
Philip chuckled. You never know, Olivia. It might be one last attempt at my demise. Whoever it is who wishes me dead might have sneezed on my person, causing this wretched pain in my middle.
I do not find it humorous.
Neither of them spoke, until Olivia softly said,
Please tell me you do not believe I am behind the attempts on your life.
My mind is not made up on who has committed these deeds. Of a certainty, I can honestly say you have never crossed my mind as someone who could be so heartless.
You believe my father is capable of it?
Norland and Ashby have committed truly horrific deeds in their quest for power. Both of our fathers top my list of suspects. But I am neither a Bow Street runner nor a constable, which means my suspicions may never prove right or wrong.
A bit of shuffling sounded near the door where Philip and Olivia stood. With the click of the door latch, Olivia spoke once more. Rest is what you need. I will make your excuses at supper.
Thank you, Olivia. I will attempt an early evening. No one should fault me. The trip from London proved rather exhausting.
Then I shall not expect to see you until the morning.
Emma waited until she heard 2 doors close, the one to the hall and the other to the door that likely led to Philip's bedchamber. Taking the book with her, Emma waited until she was certain there would be no one to discover she had eavesdropped. Her heart quickened, pounding 3 times as fast as the ticking of the clock on the mantel. When she finally made her escape, free from the East Library, Emma nearly ran down the hall and back to her bedchamber, where she vowed to forget everything she'd overheard. But as the day wore on, even Anne Radcliffe's Gothic tale did nothing to ease Emma's curiosity over the conversation and the intriguing plans Olivia and Philip had for the following morning.
Chapter 36. Philip offered a leg up to Olivia so she could mount a mare. Leaving Wentworth Hall before most of the inhabitants of the estate were out of bed was a strategic move, one Ashby and Norland would not have expected. He also knew both dukes had spent most of the night drinking and gambling, which meant neither would wake before noon. He led both the mare and Bassanio out of the barn before he mounted. When he was firmly in the saddle, he pointed the horse north.
Lord Folly is already installed at the cottage. We will meet him there.
Are you certain this is the right course of action?
Olivia's nervousness did little to dissuade him. He'd discovered their fathers had falsified their respective ancestral connections to the Lancaster and Tudor lines, which meant he had leverage. Enough that with a hasty Anvil wedding, neither duke could claim the prize, as long as he and Olivia were united in their actions. By the time they reached the cottage, the pain in Philip's side had returned. Overnight, the pain had subsided, but now it was back with what felt like revenge. Pressing his hand against his middle, he knew the trip to Gretna Green would be long and tedious. I fear this ache in my stomach will slow you down. I will stay at the cottage, out of sight, until you return. Olivia's face drained of all colour, the natural blush in her cheeks completely gone.
We agreed, my lord. If this is to work, we must prove that you were there.
Your signature as our witness is necessary."
He sighed. She was correct. He'd emphasized that point the day before. Nodding, he kicked Bassanio's sides, setting his horse into a steady canter. The constant shifting of the horse beneath him, no matter how smooth the roads, only managed to increase his pain. But he pushed it aside, determined to beat Ashby and Norland at their wager. When they finally arrived at the border town, Olivia and Folly made their vows, the burden of the last few months lifting from their shoulders as easily as a pen lifted from an inkwell. The consequences of the last months would return, but for that moment their faces were brighter than the candelabra. Pulling out his purse, Philip insisted on paying the fee. It had nothing to do with the state of Lord Folly's finances. It was another way for him to show that he had assisted Olivia in breaking their engagement. He paid for a meal and 2 rooms at the local inn and waited while Folly and Olivia sealed their marriage. The decision they'd made was ironclad. An annulment would not be an option now that the marriage had been consummated. Ashby would never allow his heir to marry a woman who had lain with another man. The purity of bloodlines mattered to Ashby, and Philip was counting on his father's stubbornness to ensure he didn't attempt an annulment. When they finally arrived back at Wentworth Hall, Philip made his way up to his bedchamber, the pain in his side too great for any more activities that day. He needed rest if he were to heal. With Olivia by his side, they took the servants' stairs and made their way to the 2nd floor, each going to their own bedchambers to claim they had spent the day alone and out of sight, in case anyone inquired. When Philip woke the following morning, he scrambled out of bed, finding the chamber pot within less than a second of casting up his accounts. He was hunched over the wretched pot when Thomas entered for the morning toilette. If he could stay abed, he would, but Olivia needed his support. Therefore, he pulled himself up from the floor as soon as his stomach was empty so he could dress for the morning meal. When he entered the breakfast hall, he stumbled in the doorway, sweat pooling on his forehead as a chill racked his body. He was feverish, likely spreading whatever awful illness he'd contracted to everyone in the house. He sat at the table, waiting for the moment when Olivia would arrive to break her fast. The plan was to make their announcement together, but if she didn't arrive soon, he would have to do it without her. With the pain pulsating in his stomach, he had very little time before he would be bent over, retching once more. As Thomas placed a plate in front of him, Philip eyed the eggs and toast, knowing that if he put anything in his body, he would regret the decision. Pushing the plate away, he attempted to drink a sip of tea, the hot liquid easing the pain for less than a second before it surged once more.
"Your Grace!" a woman shouted. A maid ran into the breakfast room, her hair poking haphazardly out of a tight bun. "My Lady Olivia, it's terrible." Philip attempted to keep a straight face. He knew Folly had hoped to sneak into Wentworth Hall the previous night, but he'd also promised he'd leave by the side door before morning, so Philip and Olivia could explain her elopement without unnecessary complications. But it seemed that part of their escapade hadn't gone as planned.
"What are you going on about, girl?" Norland yelled.
"My lady has... The poor girl couldn't get the words out as her face turned scarlet. But there was little need as Olivia burst into the room followed by Lord Folly, clad in his shirt-sleeves.
"What is he doing here?"
Norland shouted as the chair he'd vacated tipped to the side, crashing to the floor.
"Father!"
Olivia's voice came out as high-pitched as a mouse's squeak. Philip stood with great effort, his head spinning from the increased pain in his stomach.
"Your Grace,"
he said, focusing his gaze upon Norland. It would hardly do for him to look at Ashby. He'd likely lose his nerve given the state of his health that morning.
"Yesterday, Olivia and I met Lord Folly for a planned elopement in Gretna Green. As you can see from the situation this morning, they not only participated in an anvil wedding, but they have consummated their marriage." "What is your part in this?" Norland asked. "Did you convince my daughter to defy me?"
Olivia stepped forward.
"No one had to convince me of anything, Father. It was my decision to marry the man I love."
Philip reached into his pocket and extracted the marriage certificate.
The details of our arrangement are on this sheet. As for my part, I paid the priest. I paid for an afternoon lodging in Gretna Green, and I stood as a witness of their union."
Norland reached across the table, the tea in front of him splashing out of the cup as his hand knocked it aside. Without so much as a request, he snatched the license from Philip's hand.
"You've ruined my daughter!"
"No, father," Olivia said, pulling Lord Folly with her. "I ruined myself by going to Gretna Green. If you want to put blame somewhere, put it on yourself and Ashby." Ashby took the mentioning of his name as his moment to boast. He burst into laughter, exactly as Philip had expected.
"I win, Norland! I win! Get ready to hand over everything outside of your entail."
Norland kicked the chair that had fallen when he stood, sending it across the room.
"This was never about the estates, Ashby. You wanted a Lancasterian Tudor grandchild to inherit your dukedom. That is what has been lost here."
Philip knew Ashby would lose his temper, but he needed a few moments to speak before that happened.
"That is where you are both wrong."
He pulled a second folded parchment out of his coat, this one thicker than the last.
"Neither my ancestors nor Olivia's ancestors descended from Margaret Tudor, the eldest daughter of King Henry VII. But I think Ashby already knew this."
Ashby narrowed his eyes, a flash of irritation. Dare Philip interpret a bit of pride within his father?
"Is that why you spent your last days in London buried in Debrett's rearage? Your visits to Herald's College were suspicious, but I admit I did not think you would research our ancestry."
He threw the parchment to the table. For the first time since he'd entered the breakfast room, Philip met his father's piercing gaze.
"All of this has been lies. The result of an ill-advised wager you were never bound to win, for there was nothing for you to win."
Ashby slammed his hands upon the table, the silver clinking against plates as it shook.
"What do you mean, boy? 3 estates will be signed over to me before this day is through."
Philip took a step backward, his balance precarious as he faced his father.
"You have won nothing. Olivia and Folly came up with the idea to run away. I never would have suggested it due to the fragility of reputations. But I financed the entire endeavour. Instead of agreeing to let them run off to the States or the continent, I convinced them to accept responsibility and return here to face both of you after the elopement. Folly and Olivia can live off her dowry."
Olivia cleared her throat with a delicate cough. "I am afraid that is not possible. Is that not right, father?"
"Silence, Olivia."
"My dowry is gone, and the properties my father promised in the wager were sold to pay debts. We must retrench, or so I have been told. But that was a secret."
"How dare you cheat me, Norland!"
Ashby yelled, his voice loud enough to alert the nearby village of the conversation. Norland leaned forward, his hands pushing against the table.
"Your son has financed the ruin of my daughter."
Both Ashby and Norland turned to Philip. He'd planned for this moment, yet now that it had arrived, he realized the continued pain in his middle would hinder his ability to argue his points with the calm rationality he'd hoped to achieve.
"As of right now, you are no longer my heir. I will take the matter to Parliament. Request an audience with the King. Whatever I must do, I will see that Edward is installed as my heir."
Spit flew from Ashby's lips, hitting near where Philip held to the table, controlling his balance.
"If I had known this was all I had to do to be disinherited, I would have accompanied Folly and Olivia to Gretna Green last spring. It would have been preferable to being shot, dragged down a hill, and thrown in a river to die."
"Ashby." His mother's voice reminded him of the audience silently watching. He and Olivia had expected to pull Ashby and Norland into the den. Revealing everything in front of Lord Anthony's family and his siblings had never been part of the plan. "Do not make promises you will regret."
"I relish the thought of naming Edward as my heir."
Philip released the table, his balance unsteady as he patted Edward on the back.
"Good luck. The burden of being Ashby's heir is one I would not wish on anyone."
Philip would have skipped from the room, but instead he stumbled forward as though he'd drunk a bottle of spirits for his morning meal.
"Arundel!"
Ashby yelled. Philip halted in his progress, the exit into the hall shrinking as he blinked his eyes trying to focus. He wished to seclude himself in his bedchamber until this illness passed. No one need concern themselves over it. Even so, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to irritate Ashby once more that evening.
"He's talking to you, Edward." "Devil take it. You well know I'm not speaking to him."
Ashby's cheeks were puffed and dark purple. Philip closed his eyes against the pain as another wave pierced his side, reminding him of the moment he'd fallen from his horse that spring.
"I think we've said everything there is to say, Father."
The room spun as he made his exit, and then suddenly his vision failed and everything went dark. Philip woke on the ground. He didn't know if he'd tripped or passed out, but when he tried to sit up, the room spun, his eyes rolling about in his head. There was no more fight to give. He'd said his piece, and Ashby would have to accept it.
"Hodgins,"
Ashby said, a little too close for comfort. He flinched as he heard Ashby's voice.
"Send for Dr. Bell."
"Can you sit up?" Edward asked. Philip wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't without nausea threatening to come up. He rolled to his side, pulling himself onto his hands and knees.
"Will you help me to my bedchamber?"
He was surprised when Ashby assisted him instead of Edward.
"We will resolve this matter later, Arundel, when you are well."
Very well. Thankful the fight was over, he found the strength to stand as he leaned against his father. Sliding his foot forward, he expected to slowly make the trek up to his bed, but instead he found his legs were flimsy, much like gelatin. He heard Ashby grunt as his legs gave out, and then his thoughts stopped, his mind completely blank, and for a brief second, Philip was certain that if he wanted to, he could give up the ghost and leave his mortal body in the breakfast room. Chapter 37. Edward sat on the edge of the bed as he took Philip's hand in his.
"If you are attempting to win Emma's heart once more, I shall send her in with a chaperone and a book. Which of Shakespeare's tales would you like to hear today?"
Philip attempted to laugh, but it came out as a groan.
"Promise me you will not wait to marry Anne. Do not concern yourself over that. Not now. Listen, Edward."
Philip squeezed his hand. The weakened touch was cold and clammy, as though death was slowly taking over his body.
"If you delay too long, you will have to wait until the period of mourning is over. Although I will not fault you if you defy the ridiculous rules of society. I wish only for your happiness. You must not think this way."
Even as he said the words, Edward knew it was a likely possibility that these would be the last words he spoke to his brother.
"Rest easy, and do not concern yourself over this matter. I will do as you ask. Before the day is out, I shall take Anne to the church and make our vows. One more thing, if you could."
Philip's breathing increased, as though he was struggling to take in air.
"Emma. I shall make no promises where she is concerned. If you want something regarding her, you must fight with everything you have left to get well. Do you understand?"
Philip slowly nodded.
"Off with you. Go to the church and leave me to the doctor. Take our family with you and bring happiness to everyone with your union."
Edward did as his brother requested. He stood before his family, the shocking nature of his announcement leaving everyone reeling until he said it was at Philip's request.
"He does not wish for Anne and me to wait."
"Why?" his mother asked, and then she faltered as understanding washed over her. She shook her head and covered her mouth to cover her gasp.
"You would have to wait until after a period of mourning."
Ashby's response was far less emotional.
"A wise decision. I shall send word to the vicar. If we leave now, it would not be in poor taste for the marriage to occur if Arundel is to pass away before it has concluded."
As always, Ashby made himself busy by ordering carriages and instructing a footman to take word to the vicar. His failure to see the tears of his duchess and children was simply part of what made him ruthless. Edward watched as his father ordered people about, and he suddenly knew if he didn't want to turn into his father, he would have to rely upon Anne's goodness to save him from that fate. Before they entered the church, Edward pulled her aside. He cupped her face in his hand, lifting her head so he could look into her bright green eyes.
Anne, darling, along with the vows we will make this day, will you offer one more to me?
Whatever you wish, Edward. I could not deny you anything.
She demurred a little, her eyes darting to the ground as he ran his thumb along her lips. He had yet to kiss her, as she hadn't allowed the intimacy between them. The old person he'd been would have found it quite frustrating, but this new version of himself, the one who wanted to be a better man, a gentleman for her alone, found it rather alluring.
Do not allow me to turn into my father.
Her head instantly lifted, fear etched in every line and crease around her eyes.
You are nothing like Ashby.
Yet, he said, you must not forget, the Duke has had great influence over my education. I simply do not want to lose myself. The person I have become, with your gentle charm entrapping me in this marriage, is who I want to be forever.
Entrapping you? Anne smiled, her eyes sparkling in the morning sun. I suppose my ability to avoid your tricks is what pulled you in. Very well. I shall accept the accusation as a compliment. He laughed, every bit of him as happy as he could be, given the circumstances.
Then you will help me to retain this new sense of dignity instilled in my soul?
Now and forever, Edward. I shall expect you to remain the man I love for as long as we live. With that promise, he led her into the church. The words the vicar spoke were lost as he locked eyes with the woman he loved. She'd captured a part of him that no other woman had ever dared explore, the real side of him. Not the facade he put on for society. That was the man he'd become from his father's influence. But in Anne's capable hands, he would continue to become a man she could be proud of, and in that moment, it was his greatest desire for the life they could share together. The parlour was full, not a seat available, as the constable had required all occupants of Wentworth Hall to be present, including the household staff. Edward stood behind Anne where she sat on the sofa next to her sister and mother. His attention drifted from one whispered conversation to the next, hoping to hear what others thought of the situation. It was all very intriguing. The last few days had been a whirlwind of happiness and sadness. His marriage to Anne had been perfect, at least in that moment. They'd postponed their wedding tour indefinitely, given there was little information on Philip's condition. Neither he nor Anne wanted to be away from the family as they waited for the doctor to make a diagnosis. Edward had spent the last 2 days sitting by Philip's side, along with his mother and sisters. Each day he woke with the fear that it would be his brother's last. Yet Philip had kept his word. He was fighting, but no one knew how long he could do so, especially since he'd been unconscious since the conversation when he'd convinced Edward to move forward with the wedding. The only reason Edward had agreed to this little meeting in the parlour was out of curiosity. The doctor had sent for the constable, which meant this illness was not natural. But Edward didn't need anyone to tell him that. The connection he once held with his twin brother had completely died away, and for the last 2 days he had lived in fear that the veil of darkness separating them would become permanent. As Constable Adams entered the parlour, all whispering quieted. He cleared his throat, a guttural sound that caused a visible shift in the room.
To conclude my investigation of the attempted murder of Lord Arundel, I shall require the help of everyone in this room.
Ashby took a loud sip of his brandy, then placed the glass on the table he leaned against.
What is this? Have you a legitimate suspect? Not yet, Your Grace, but I believe the murderer is in this room.
Edward's hands tightened on Anne's shoulders, causing her to reach up. She patted his hand, offering the comfort he needed in that moment. If propriety would allow, he'd hold her in his embrace, but such an intimate moment would be best done in privacy. If you are referring to Edward, Anne said, her voice confident as she was ready to defend him, you are looking in the wrong direction.
I apologize, my lady. No, I am not referring to your husband.
Adams waited for the little conversations that had started once more to quiet, before he reached into his pocket, removing 2 miniatures.
I have a likeness of Lord Arundel and Lord Edward. I would like each of you to mark on a sheet of paper which likeness is which twin.
As Edward stepped forward to view the renderings, he remembered the words the constable in London had said after the accident on the bridge. He had made the observation that whoever was responsible could see a difference in the twins. There were very few people, outside of their family, who had that ability. Edward smiled as he looked at the miniatures. They were both of him. Neither one was his brother. Adams collected the answers and read through each.
Miss Emma, how were you able to see both likenesses were Lord Edward?
What purpose does it serve to interrogate Emma? Our family was not acquainted with the Watsons before I brought Lord Arundel home.
Lord Anthony stood next to Edward, behind the sofa. But in defence of his daughter, he leaned forward to take her hand.
She is not responsible for the attempts on his life, nor are any within my family.
I apologize, Lord Anthony. You have a valid point.
Adams continued his search through the papers and landed on another with the correct answer.
Mr. Thomas, please tell me how you knew neither likeness was Lord Arundel.
I am Lord Arundel's valet. It makes sense I should see a difference in them.
No more than Lord Edward's valet, yet Mr. David's answered incorrectly. So tell me how you knew the answer.
Thomas shrugged.
Arundel carries the burden of being Ashby's heir upon his shoulders. Lord Edward's posture is not impeded.
Thomas, you are the only one outside the family who knew Lord Arundel before the first attempt on his life, who correctly identified both renderings as Lord Edward. What has Lord Arundel done to make you want him dead?
It took a moment for the words to register, but when Thomas didn't deny the accusation, Edward realized the constable had been correct. Thomas, the person who assisted Philip daily with his clothing and personal matters, was the one responsible for the attempts on his life. Edward released Anne's hand. His first inclination was to take Thomas out into the hall and beat the man senseless, but when he saw Ashby's quick movements, Edward stopped. If Philip were there, he'd want to know the reasons behind the attempts on his life. Ashby was the sort of man to take matters into his own hands, which included throttling Thomas. Before Ashby could reach the valet, the constable stepped between them.
I don't want Arundel to die, but it is the only solution.
Thomas's focus was upon Ashby, as though he were begging the Duke to understand.
I want to take my rightful place as heir, but that is impossible to do if the title of my inheritance are to go to my younger brother.
What the deuce? Edward decided he would continue his attempts at being a better man on another day. For now, he would have to content himself with offering a sincere apology to Anne once he had beaten the truth out of this impostor. He stepped away from the sofa, his temper nearing breaking point.
Brother! Tell them, father,
Thomas said, looking to Ashby, his eyes pleading for acceptance.
Tell them how you took advantage of Mother, who worked here at Wentworth Hall as a scullery maid, and when you found out she was carrying your child, you gave her money and sent her away.
I have had many mistresses, none of whom have a child as old as you.
For the first time in Edward's life, as he looked upon his father, he could see the words that had been spoken were a falsehood. Certainly, he knew his father was not the soul of honesty, but he'd schooled his features, trained himself over the years to become a masterful duke of deceit. For the truth of this statement to have shattered that protective behaviour, it had to be true. Edward ran a hand through his hair as his eyes moved between Ashby and Thomas. He'd never fully looked at Thomas, at least not enough to see the resemblance to the Duke. His thoughts caught hold of his father's last words, and he couldn't help but wonder how many more children his father had sired.
How many half-siblings do we have, Your Grace?
Ashby's jaw clenched, his shoulders tightening as he kept his gaze narrowed upon Thomas.
"None of your concern."
"Not true," Charles said, stepping closer to Edward. "We have a right to know how many of your illegitimate children believe they have a right to an inheritance. Philip has suffered the ultimate price for your indiscretions."
"This man,"
Ashby yelled, pointing to Thomas,
"is not my child. I do not claim him, illegitimate or not."
"My mother told me of you before she died. She begged you to take me in as your ward, but you refused her. Instead, when I came of age, you hired me as a servant. A far cry from the hope my mother had for my future."
Before Ashby could splutter out a response, the nurse who'd been hired to attend Philip's needs entered the room. "Doctor, I need to speak with you." Edward turned to Ashby as though there hadn't been an interruption. The resemblance between his father and Thomas was all the proof he needed.
"All this time, you have known that Thomas is your flesh and blood, yet you brought him into our home, allowed him to attend your heir. For what purpose?"
"I do not have to answer to any of you. I am the Duke. My actions are none of your concern."
Ashby's fist hit the wall, causing a painting to crash to the floor. As the doctor re-entered the parlour, his eyes fell upon the Duke.
"Your Grace, might I have a word with you?"
"Say what you must, Doctor. My patience is wearing thin."
The doctor clasped his hands behind his back, straightening his shoulders as he made his announcement to the whole of everyone at Wentworth Hall.
"I regret to inform you that Lord Arundel has succumbed to the illness."
His father's indiscretions, no matter how awful, were nothing in comparison to the pain in Edward's chest. If he was breathing, there was little evidence of it as he stumbled across the room to find Anne. He needed her to tell him that what he'd heard was incorrect. Yet when he reached her, she wrapped him in her embrace, neither of them speaking.
"Then it is done,"
Thomas said. His laugh pierced through Edward's numb brain, and for a moment he considered leaving his wife to finish the argument of before. But as he knelt before Anne, he couldn't find the strength to stand.
"If you choose to name Edward your heir, he'll meet the same end."
"Do not threaten me,"
Ashby said, his throat a bit more constrained than normal.
"Thomas,"
Dr. Bell said,
"I am intrigued with how you accomplished this feat. What poison did you use?"
The curiosity in Dr. Bell's tone was off-putting. Edward pulled out of Anne's arms. He stayed where he was, kneeling at his wife's feet as he wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks.
"With all my heart, I wish Arundel could have known in the end. He, more than anyone in this room, would have appreciated the genius behind it."
Thomas's eyes fell upon Emma.
"Although Miss Emma should see the brilliance of my choice. Arundel was obsessed with Shakespeare, so I did a bit of research. All those hours I spent with him at Herald's College while he traced his ancestry, I found the poison the bard had intended for his characters, Romeo and Juliet."
Dr. Bell interrupted Thomas's oration.
"I was unaware that was published. What poison did you discover?" "Atropa belladonna. It was as simple as a small drop or two in his food and drink each day."
"Thank you," Dr. Bell said as he stepped to the desk in the corner. He quickly jotted down a few words on a piece of parchment before handing it to Ashby.
"I'll need you to send a runner to the apothecary. Arundel will need the antidote if he is to recover."
"What?" Edward asked. He kept his hold on Anne, not wanting to hope he had heard correctly.
"I apologize for my earlier announcement. Unfortunately, it was necessary, and a warning would have done little good. It wouldn't have worked so well if the reaction had not been genuine."
"Then my son lives!" His mother didn't wait for an answer. Instead, she ran from the room. Edward knew she would go to Philip's bedchamber, needing to see for herself that he was still breathing.
"Constable,"
Ashby said, pointing to Thomas.
"Remove this bounder from my home."
"Father," Thomas said as he reached out in supplication.
"You wouldn't allow me to be put in prison or the workhouse? Think about what society will say."
Do not call me father. I do not claim you. As far as society is concerned, they'll see a whelp claiming parentage without any proof.
What of my mother's diary?
The writings of a spurned scullery maid.
Ashby gave no further heed to the man who claimed him as a father. He left both guests and servants in his stunned wake to spend the day somewhere other than Wentworth Hall. Edward could have guessed at his father's destination, but instead he spent the rest of his day soothing ruffled feathers. Charlotte, Marianne, and Charles were forefront in his thoughts. Once he knew they were settled, he spoke with the housekeeper and butler. It would be impossible to stop all gossip, but he would be foolish not to make an attempt. With the serving staff handled, he turned to the guests. Norland found the entire situation amusing, claiming the mighty Ashby had fallen in his estimation, which didn't mean much in Edward's eyes since Norland was a known philanderer himself. He didn't have to worry about Lord Anthony and Lady Amelia. They weren't the sort to spread gossip. Finally, he stood in the doorway to Philip's bedchamber, watching as his mother held her eldest son. She had pulled him into her arms, resting his head against her shoulder.
Has the antidote arrived? Dr. Bell administered the first dose a quarter of an hour ago.
She held out her hand, beckoning Edward to enter.
Is there any chance he will live?
His mother didn't answer. Instead, she kissed Philip's forehead as she hummed a lullaby. Edward loved his mother, but he hadn't appreciated her strength until that moment. She hadn't crumbled with the revelation of her husband's exploits. When Ashby had admitted to keeping mistresses and having sired children from his affairs, she hadn't flinched.
Did you know about Thomas?
I knew of his mother. Your father loved her, but he was forced into an arrangement with me. Your grandfather was every bit as stubborn and unrelenting as your father.
How many women have there been?
She ran her fingers through Philip's hair as she continued to gently sway with him in her arms. I stopped caring after Marianne was born. I had decided she would be my last child.
And Ashby?
Your father was determined to have his way no matter what I said. But he committed to leaving the maids untouched. After the fourth maid was turned out for being in the motherly way, rumours spread throughout the village, and we couldn't staff the house properly. It took years for Ashby to gain the confidence of the people in the village before their daughters applied to work here once more. Edward leaned forward, resting his head in his hands. He spent the day in quiet conversation with his mother, both waiting for the antidote to do something, and yet, by the time they left for bed, Philip had not regained consciousness. Chapter 38. With fresh water and the lack of poison in his food, Philip improved. It wasn't immediate. His eyes were a bit blurry, hindering his ability to read. The poison had caused his limbs to stiffen from his head to his toes, leaving him the difficult job of relearning how to use his limbs. Each morning, he struggled to sit up in bed until it was no longer a challenge. He then built upon that momentum. Strength slowly returned to his arms, legs, and feet, allowing him to walk around the room and into the library adjoining his bedchamber. Needing a diversion from his bed, Philip slowly walked to the library, paying heed to a yearning within his soul to spend the afternoon at the piano. Although he exercised his fingers each day, the ivory keys felt foreign under his fingers, stiff and as unyielding as his bones.
Mind if I join you?
Edward asked, walking into the room.
My fingers are still too stiff to play anything worth hearing. If you cannot tolerate the fumbling, I shall not hold it against you.
Edward crossed the room so quickly, it left Philip a bit jealous. Walking had been so easy at one time. He'd never fully appreciated the marvellous way his body had functioned before the poison. Edward sat upon the bench, lifting Philip's left hand so he could massage the muscles.
Your fingers will start working again. Dr. Bell said your eyesight will clear as well, over time.
You must get more rest. If Mother finds you in here, she'll drag you back to that bed herself. I am tired of the same old bed hangings. Perhaps we could switch the blue out for something else. What colour would you prefer?
Philip smiled, feeling a bit reckless, although he knew none of the antics he could suggest would convince Edward to follow through. Edward had changed, for the better, but Philip still wasn't fully used to his brother's serious side.
Red. Might I convince you to trade out my bed hangings for the ones in Ashby's chambers?
Edward pulled him to his feet.
Not if you value both our lives.
Then tell me this, Philip said.
What happened to Thomas?
There is little need to discuss that situation.
Please tell me Ashby did not decide his fate.
Little had been said upon the topic of Ashby's base-born son. Every time Philip inquired about Thomas, his questions were left unanswered. But he would not relent. The Thomas he had known, before he'd lost his mind to become a murderer, had been a good man. Jovial at times, and a loyal servant.
A judge made the final decision, but Ashby did offer a recommendation.
Edward. Philip allowed his brother to pull the bed covers back, and then he acquiesced by lying in the bed.
He was sent to Barbados. We shall likely never lay eyes upon him again. I do not know if that is better or worse than a workhouse. Far better than a tiny prison cell, I can assure you of that.
Edward's body shook at the thought.
Think no more of it. There is nothing you can do to change Thomas's fate.
Philip knew he was right, but it didn't stop him from thinking about his brother and the other children his father had running about the countryside. It was unsettling in a way, knowing that he had been claimed the legitimate heir to Ashby, a status others considered enviable. Although he would never love his father, in that moment he realized there were far worse ways to be connected to Ashby. Week by week, Philip improved. By the time the trees around Wentworth Hall were covered in white and pink blossoms, his body had healed. Grabbing the book from the table next to his bed, Philip left his room with the goal of revisiting the meadow where his life had irrevocably changed the previous year. Bassanio eagerly stood in the paddock, saddled and ready. Tucking his book in a satchel, Philip patted Bassanio's neck and then took a moment to greet the horse properly. He'd visited the stables often during this last illness, allowing him to reconnect with his old friend. Running his hand from Bassanio's forehead down to his muzzle, Philip quietly spoke to his horse, uncertain if Bassanio was as ready for this short jaunt to the meadow as he was. Exactly 365 days previously, Philip had set out for a pleasant afternoon to read a book under his favourite tree, and now it was time to finally put that day behind him.
"May I go with you?" Edward asked.
Philip shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want his brother with him. This day would be much easier if he had someone to share it with. But he knew, without any reservation, that he must face the return to the meadow on his own. Turning to face his brother, he was surprised to find Anne standing quietly beside Edward. He had largely avoided Anne during his recovery, not wanting the reminder of all he had lost with her sister. Last he knew of the situation was that Emma was lost to him, and rightly so. His presence in her life had brought sorrow and ruin.
I must do this on my own.
He looked out at the wooded area that haunted his dreams.
Codswallop, Edward grumbled. I would feel better if you didn't go alone. Time to cut the leading strings.
Philip patted his brother's shoulder as he walked to the side of the horse. He pulled himself up into the saddle, the act taking far more strength than he remembered. Before he could leave the yard, Anne took hold of the bridle, halting his escape. "Philip, what shall I say to my sister? She asks after your health."
There are words yet to be spoken, hidden wounds that must be healed. A letter will not suffice, and it is not your responsibility. It is mine.
She released her hold, which allowed Philip to set Bassanio into a steady canter. The fields he rode through were quiet, excepting the birds singing in nearby trees, the woods otherwise as silent and still as they had always been, and the meadow as welcoming as he'd always remembered, reminding him of the reasons he'd sought the comfort of this tree over the years. There was nothing about this day that resembled the last one, but in his mind's eye, he could see himself riding through the woods, seeking an escape. Fear and uncertainty had guided his actions that day. The trauma of his experiences would not soon be forgotten, but one thing was clear. It had made him a better man. He'd found love, lost it just as quickly, but more importantly, he had found himself. Philip didn't want to wait for the following season to speak with Emma. Putting off all that must be said would do little good. Although the season was winding down, and most people had left London, he knew Ashby would be in town for another month. He'd confirmed with Anne that her family would stay in London as well, and then he prepared to leave. When he announced his intentions, his mother and sisters agreed to join him. Charles, Edward, and Anne did as well, which meant they would take London over for the final balls of the season. Lancaster House looked as dreary as it had upon his last arrival, although this time his family was greeted by servants only. They had travelled for days, but he had 2 goals for that day. The first, a confrontation with Ashby. The second, although he didn't have an invitation, he planned to attend Almack's Assembly Hall that evening. After stepping down from the carriage, he assisted his mother and sisters, and then he confirmed plans with Edward.
Do what you can to secure an invitation for tonight's ball. We will not fail you.
He held up his and Anne's joined hands. They didn't need him to remind them of the importance of this invitation. Therefore, they left for the one matron's home who could extend an invitation this late in the day. Leaving the rest of his family in the entryway, Philip strode down the hall, his father's study next on the agenda. The flickering candlelight seeping through the partially closed door left him little doubt of Ashby's presence. He knocked on the door and then entered when his father called out.
Arundel, I am surprised to see you in town.
Philip had prepared himself for this meeting. He didn't know if Emma would ever love him again, but he did know that if he could win her heart once more, he had to be free to offer for her hand.
We need to speak, Your Grace.
Ashby waved a hand, pointing to a chair. He appraised Philip's person, and then walked to the sideboard, pouring 2 glasses of brandy as he insisted Philip take a seat on the sofa.
A bit of liquid courage.
Philip hesitated. He didn't care for brandy, but his father was right. This conversation would be better if he was a little calmer. He took a sip, placed the glass on the table next to him, and then he said the words that he'd practiced in his head for the entirety of his trip to London. He would not leave that room until Ashby understood that his life was no longer to be dictated by his father's whims. Chapter 39. As her family arrived at Almack's Assembly Hall, Emma wanted nothing more than to be sitting in front of the fire at Hertford House with a book. She'd originally planned to do so, and her mother hadn't argued until Anne had arrived and insisted on helping Emma dress for the evening. "Meddlesome sister," Emma muttered as Anne pulled her into the ballroom. "Do you not have enough to do with keeping your husband entertained?" Anne patted Emma's arm. "Edward is the one who suggested we attend the ball. It took all his charm to acquire an invitation." Emma knew her sister was fabricating the matter. Almack's was dedicated to hosting the echelons of society. That included everyone connected to the Duke of Ashby. "You never told me why you have come to London. The season is far spent. If you wanted to visit, you should have met us at Springhill Abbey." "Oh, well, we did not wish to wait." They wound around the crush, following their parents to the side of the room. Anne pulled pins out of her waistband. "We must pin your skirt, so men know you are accepting offers." Emma pushed her hand away. "I do not wish to dance. It is far too crowded, and I fear even one dance shall cause me to overheat." "Nonsense," Henry said. "Pin your skirts so I can have your first dance."
Find a nice young lady to dance with, Henry. Our parents wish their sons to marry before they are far too old to enjoy grandchildren.
She was ready to claim a chair against the wall when Mr. Bennet approached.
Miss Parker, might I request the quadrille?
Mr. Bennet was a kind man. She didn't hold any affection for him, yet for some reason he had paid court to her more than once over the last few months. Anne held up the pins, her expression hopeful and encouraging. Emma nodded to her. She then looked at Mr. Bennet.
I would be delighted.
As soon as her skirt was pinned, Emma accepted his arm, allowing him to lead her to the queue. Her time with Mr. Bennet was unremarkable. Their conversation was about the dying out of the season and his plans for travelling to the continent for the summer. When the dance ended, he led her back to her family.
Well, what did Mr. Bennet have to say? Her mother asked.
He has exciting travel plans for the summer.
Emma would have shared more about the conversation with Mr. Bennet, but her eyes fell upon Lady Marianne and Lady Charlotte, leaving her lost for words. Anne hadn't mentioned that her sisters-in-law had accompanied them to town. It had been her understanding that Ashby was the only one in residence at Lancaster House. She was about to ask if they had travelled with her sister and Edward when Lieutenant Brady stepped into her line of sight.
Miss Parker, how lovely to see you here this evening. When we last spoke, you had expected to return to Spring Hill Abbey before this ball.
Emma dipped into a curtsy.
How is your family, Lieutenant?
Very well. Thank you for your kind inquiry.
He smiled, his eyes focused upon her as though she were the only woman in the room.
Would you do me the favour of dancing with me?
Emma accepted, following his lead to the queue. As the first notes filled the room, she took 3 tiny steps forward, following the compulsory dance steps. Lieutenant Brady took her hands in his admiration for her brighter than the candelabra above them.
Have you tried Parmesan ice cream?
No, sir. I must admit I haven't had the pleasure.
I would love to take you to an ice house. Are you available on the morrow?
Emma gave a kind smile. She didn't want to encourage the man, but it would be quite rude to refuse him during a dance.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
How long have we known each other, Miss Parker?
Oh. Emma bit her bottom lip, thankful she had a moment to think about her response as she switched partners for a turn. When she was once more standing with him, she responded,
We have danced at the last 3 gatherings.
Enough time for us to be properly acquainted. I would appreciate if we could move past the words Lieutenant and Miss. How do you feel about calling me David?
She hadn't realized she'd gone back to biting her lip. At his request, Emma clenched her jaw, biting down a bit harder than she ever had. A little yelp left her mouth as she missed a step. Slightly recovering, she wiped her mouth to find a touch of blood on her white glove.
I do not think that would be appropriate, Lieutenant. Please excuse me, I must go to the resting room.
The dance hadn't ended, but she couldn't continue with her glove wet and her lip bleeding. She pushed her way through the crowd, finding her mother, Anne, and Edward standing where they had promised to stay so she could return to them as her chaperones.
What happened? Her mother asked.
Emma lifted her glove, showing the mess she had made.
I am afraid this marks the end of my evening. I cannot dance with a dirty glove. You can wear mine.
Anne immediately removed her gloves, holding them out.
I will clean yours in the resting room.
Disgruntled, she accepted the gloves, offering hers to Anne. Before she could worry about her lip, Lieutenant Brady was again standing behind her.
The injury does not look terrible. Allow me to examine your lip.
Emma stepped away from him.
That would be inappropriate, sir.
Edward stepped between them.
Lieutenant, I do not believe Miss Parker welcomes your attention. Lord Edward.
Brady stood a little taller, almost as though he were on the tips of his toes.
I only wanted to ensure she was well.
I am perfectly well, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Then perhaps you will grant me another dance, since our last was interrupted with your accident. The waltz? I'm afraid her waltz has already been claimed.
Edward stepped a little closer to the lieutenant, causing the other man to take a step backward.
Very well.
Brady dipped his head in her direction and then took his leave. Emma pursed her lips. She didn't know if she should be thankful for Edward's protection or furious that he had frightened away a man who was absolutely harmless. She may not seek out the lieutenant's company, but he didn't deserve to have been sent away so rudely. "Edward," Emma said, lowering her voice to a stern whisper so no one could overhear. "Now you will have to ensure I have a partner for the waltz, otherwise the poor lieutenant will know he has been slighted." "I have already secured your partner." Edward tilted his head to the side, his gaze focused over her shoulder. "He has only just arrived." Emma didn't dare turn. The only person he could be referring to was Philip. She was certain of that. But what if she was wrong? Her breath caught in her throat as the smell of peppermint pierced her senses. Butterflies took flight in her stomach as she finally managed to turn around to see Philip was standing behind her. "I do hope Edward did as I asked and reserved the waltz." "He did?" Her voice sounded like a church mouse, a little squeaky. Before he could offer his arm, Lieutenant Brady approached once more. "Miss Parker, I do hope you will save the cotillion for me." Philip patted Brady on the shoulder, and then he shook his hand. "Do tell me, Lieutenant, what will the Navy do while you seek a wife?" Lieutenant Brady pursed his lips, a moment of contemplation crossing his features. "I did confirm my intentions with my commanding officer, Lord Arundel. He told me to make quick work of the matter. Find a wife, he said. Install her at my family estate and then head back to the docks before we ship out in a month." "I do wish you luck, Lieutenant." Philip held his arm out to Emma, and she accepted it without responding to the request for the cotillion. As they stood in the queue, Philip playfully narrowed his eyes at her. "Do I have your permission to place this hand on your shoulder blade and this one on your back?" She smiled, lightly swatting him on the arm. "Make certain you keep your hands in their proper places. Elsewise, my brothers shall come to my aid." "I shall never be invited back to Ormax if I move 1 inch in either direction. The matrons are quite strict." A flush of warmth spread across her cheeks as she stood in his arms, heart fluttering in the silence before the music started. The first notes swept through the room, and with a confident hand he guided her through the dance. They moved together, each step perfectly synchronized with the swirling figures around them. It was as though the music had lifted them from the floor, and she was floating in the air, held in his protective embrace. Neither of them spoke, words not necessary as their souls reconnected. In those brief moments, the length of the waltz, it was as though the last year had never happened. He'd never been engaged to Lady Olivia. Her heart hadn't lost the will to live. All was as perfect as it had been when they had fallen in love at Spring Hill Abbey. And then the music ended, bringing her back to the current moment, confused and uncertain of her future. "We need to speak, Emma. If I promise to behave, will you follow me to a more private place?" Her head twitched, something between a yes and a no. Her heart couldn't take another year of fighting with Ashby. She had learned that the Duke's word was final. No one defied him. Well, except for when Philip had done so by providing a way for Lord and Lady Folly to marry. But he had been excused for his actions, due to having nearly died the same day. She followed Philip out into the hall to a secluded spot where they could speak without being overheard. Her hands shook, so she clasped them together, with the hope that it would stop the jittery movements. "Emma," he started. "My actions at Spring Hill Abbey were foolish. I never should have allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment." "You had amnesia, Philip. You can hardly condemn yourself for something so silly." Philip placed his hand over her clasped and still shaking hands. "But it was not silly, Emma." She bowed her head, unable to meet his eyes for fear of what she would show him with hers. Did she long to be with him? Yes. But if that future was not possible,
It was time they parted ways, allowing both their sensibilities to recover from what could have been a brilliant love match. If I have ruined any chance of receiving your forgiveness, tell me now. But if there is hope, then might I request that we start anew? I do not think it would be good to start over. My heart cannot take... He didn't allow her to finish. I understand. Backing away, Philip had nearly left her standing alone when she took hold of his arm and pulled him toward her. She didn't wait for him to speak. Instead, she kissed him. Her lips had missed him. She pressed them against his, and then just as quickly pulled away. Perhaps we could continue where we left off. Emma stayed in bed as the sun peeked through her curtains, reliving her evening at Almack's. When the growling in her stomach became so loud it drowned out the music she hummed, she finally decided to dress for the day. With an extra bit of joy in her step, Emma made her way to the breakfast room. Her family was already there, all of them nearly finished with the morning meal. She hummed the tune that had played during the waltz she'd danced with Philip as she filled a plate with fruit and toast. I suspect the house will be far cheerier after last evening. Her father had placed the morning paper aside as he looked at her expectantly. Emma poured a cup of tea as she shrugged her shoulders. Whatever could you mean, Papa? I have been perfectly behaved these last months, even though my wishes to go home to Spring Hill Abbey were completely ignored. Her father grunted, then exchanged a knowing smile with her mother. Emma chose to ignore their little comments as she nibbled on her toast. I, for one, am quite happy to be in town, Anne said, even if it is only for the last few balls. Only because you wish everyone to see you are married, Richard said. Poor Edward has become an ornament on your arm. I can handle it. Edward leaned over and placed a kiss on Anne's cheek. She is a strict wife, exactly what I need to keep me respectable. Anne playfully patted Edward's hand as though he were a child. Some men need a little more guidance than others. If Emma weren't so happy with the previous evening, she might have found the antics between Anne and Edward to be a bit annoying. But she understood they were learning how to be husband and wife, something every newlywed couple would have to go through. Focusing on her food once more, Emma wasn't surprised when the butler stepped forward with the silver letter tray. It was one of the many expectations in society. Any man who wanted to further his acquaintance with a lady after a dance would send flowers. She picked up the card, opened it, and read. Thank you for the lovely dance. Mr. Christian Bennet. Mr. Bennet sent pink roses. I have placed them near the window in the morning room. Do you wish to encourage Mr. Bennet? Anne asked. Emma placed the card on the table before she calmly lifted her fork and knife to cut one of her strawberries. Of course not, but I cannot stop a man from sending flowers. The butler entered the room once more, but this time he went to Anne. The red roses are for you, my lady. I have placed them on the mantel. Anne didn't look at the card. Instead, she kissed Edward on the cheek. How very generous of you, my lord. Edward, you are married. You do not have to send flowers any longer, Henry said as he leaned back in his chair, settling in for the duration of the conversation. What is this? Do not convince my husband to follow your ungentlemanly ways. Anne, everyone knows that once you have the girl and you are married, you don't have to try so hard, Richard added. You are jealous, Anne said, admiring her husband. If either one of you puts wild ideas in Edward's head, you shall incur my wrath. The butler again walked into the room with another card. White daisies have arrived from this fellow. Emma took the card. Thank you. They are situated next to Mr. Bennet's offering. As she looked at the card, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. The signature at the bottom was not Philip's. Of course, there was still time for him to make the gesture of sending flowers. Instead of reading the note, she handed it to Anne. Dear Miss E. Parker, thank you for the time you spent with me last evening. I will call this morning to take you to the ice house. Sincerely, Lieutenant David Brady.
Anne placed the card on the table. He did not seem to understand your lack of interest.
Did you accept an invitation to get ices with him? Henry asked. Emma tried to remember if she had accepted.
I suppose I must have. He asked, and I said thank you. But my lack of interest should have deterred him, should it not?
Not for a man like Brady, Henry said. The fool is determined to wed the first lady who will accept his offer.
The butler entered the breakfast room once more. Emma smiled as he brought another card to her. Accepting the card, she noticed it wasn't an actual calling card. It was a folded piece of parchment. As she unfolded it, she found one line beautifully written across the center. Will you be my Juliet? Oh my! Emma gasped. She turned to the butler. A smile pulled on his lips as he put on a show of absolute solemnity.
Words will not do this delivery justice, miss. You must see it for yourself.
Emma pushed away from the table, the butler taking hold of the back of the chair to assist. Her feet couldn't carry her fast enough as she ran out to the hall and down the length of it to the morning room. As she entered, a rush of wonderment passed over her, and a lightness she had never experienced made her want to run from each vase of red roses to the next in appreciation of the offering. She wanted to smell each rose and keep them all as personal treasures. They are beautiful. She was breathless, not from running, but from the breadth of love she knew Philip had put into sending the flowers.
When next I see Arundel, I will explain that he need not shower you with flowers, Emma. One bouquet would have been sufficient, Henry said.
Emma slowly walked to one of the vases of roses. She leaned into it, inhaling deeply. If any of you advise him as such, I shall disown you.
What shall we do when poor Lieutenant Brady arrives?
Her mother took hold of Emma's arm, pulling her away from the flowers long enough to get an answer. Please inform him that I am not at home to visitors this morning.
Not even the Earl, Henry quipped.
It is easy to lose yourself when a man shows his feelings with a grand gesture, her mother said. Guard your heart until he makes it official. We cannot have another scandal. Emma instantly turned to Edward. Will Philip ask for my hand today?
In truth, I do not know. He has business with Ashby this morning, meetings with solicitors and the like.
Ashby?
There is no need for concern. Estate business that must be seen to each spring.
Edward's calm assurance did nothing to ease her worries. Over the past year, she'd noticed that most dealings with Ashby tended to go awry, especially when Philip was involved. She lifted one of the vases off the nearest table. If she wanted to enjoy them at all hours, they would need to be spread throughout the house. I think some of these would be nice in my bedchamber, and the library. Oh, and the parlour. By the time her family was sitting in the drawing room, winding down for the evening, Emma found she was disappointed. Although she knew Philip was busy, she had hoped there would be enough time in the day for him to stop by and ask for her hand. Focusing on the vase of flowers closest to her, she knew it was only a matter of time before he paid call. Even so, all the flowers had made her believe something rather wonderful would happen.
I see the flowers have been spread throughout the entryway.
Her father had left the house soon after breakfast. He'd missed supper and evening conversation. Not that it was remarkable in any way. Would you like a tray brought up? Her mother asked.
Thank you, but I dined at the club.
Her father crossed the room, making himself comfortable upon the sofa.
Seems everything is in order here.
Emma frowned. Before he'd left, she'd asked him to return home early enough that if Philip were to request an audience, he wouldn't have to wait all night. You promised to be home early.
I had every intention of keeping my word, but I was detained on important business.
Important? More so than my future? Her father made himself comfortable, crossing one leg over the other.
It was, in fact, your future that delayed my arrival home.
How could that be?
If you are still curious in the morning, I will regale you with the tale.
As for now, it is late, and you should retire for the evening."
"Me?" Emma looked at the large grandfather clock in the corner of the room. It was hardly late enough that she needed to turn in. "I thought to read my book for a bit longer." Anne stood, holding out her hand in expectation. "I will go with you. We have not spent any time together since I was married. I wish you to tell me all about the spring season." "But I have written every detail of my activities in our correspondence." Emma reluctantly took Anne's hand. "There is little I have not already divulged." "Then I will delight in what you have not yet said." Before Anne could pull her out of the room, Emma turned to her father once more. "You will agree to a marriage if he asks?"
"To bed with you, child."
Anne pulled on her arm, forcing her out into the hall, up the stairway and down the corridor to her bedchamber. When they entered the bedchamber, Anne forced Emma onto the chair at her dressing table. She picked up each bottle and then handed one to Emma. "Your hands are dry. Use this cream." Emma examined her hands, turning them over more than once. "But they are perfectly soft. What has gotten into everyone this evening?" As her voice fell silent, a clink sounded against the window on the door that led out onto a small balcony. Emma had chosen this room during her first season and had claimed it as hers forevermore, due to the romantic feeling of walking out to view the night sky. Just as she was about to comment on the situation, another clink, this one a bit louder, sounded, as though something were hitting the glass. "Whatever could that be?" Anne asked, her eyes wide with feigned wonderment. Emma turned back to the mirror. "Likely just the wind." "Wind? Father didn't mention a storm." As Anne settled into her chair, another clink sounded upon the window. "Perhaps you should check." "Well, if you think it is notable." Emma frowned as she walked to the door. It took her a moment to unlatch the lock, the same clinking sound hitting against it 2 more times before she had it released. Walking out of the door, she noticed pebbles littering the balcony, and nearly commented on it until she noticed a man standing below. "Philip!" He held out a single red rose, his voice rising above the sounds of carriages rolling past on the street and crickets chirping in the bushes. "But soft! What light through yonder window breaks?" She didn't know if she should laugh or cry as she thought back to the day she had suggested his name was Romeo. His response to her had been only if he had a Juliet, and although his missive that morning had requested that she be his Juliet, she hadn't expected a proposal of this brilliance. "It is the east, and Juliet is the sun." He walked to the trellis attached to the house. He bit down on the stem of the rose, allowing it to lie sideways between his teeth. With the rose secured, he hoisted himself up, climbing the branches of the tree that wound through the trellis. When he reached the top, he handed her the rose. "My dearest Emma, you have endured the heartache of this last year with the patience of a most virtuous lady." "You are too kind, Philip. I have been most distressed, and I cannot accept your gracious compliments." He cupped her face in his hand, the other still holding tightly to the trellis as he leaned toward her. "The whole of what you have suffered was unnecessary, my love. If you accept my hand in marriage, I vow to spend the rest of my life repenting for all the pain and heartache. You will not only be my countess, and one day my duchess, but I will prove each and every day that you are my only reason for breathing." "How can you think of Romeo and Juliet after everything that has happened? You were nearly killed, poisoned by the exact concoction Shakespeare intended for his characters." "I cannot deny who I am, Emma. I am a man who loves literature. Shakespeare has taught me that nothing in life is certain, and I must cherish each day I have left." She giggled. "Because one might never know when they will come across 3 witches on their pathway. Or when a bout of poison will taint their drink." She looked into his eyes, her heart beating wildly as she searched to know that what he had said were his sincerest feelings. The evidence glistened as the moon sparkled in his deep blue irises. 3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honourable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow, by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time thou wilt perform the rite, and all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world. He released her face, the chill of the spring night instantly replacing the warmth of his hands. Would he prove his love as she'd asked? Perhaps she had been wrong to quote Juliet's lines, but after all she had been through the previous year, she needed to know that he was free to choose his own bride. Philip extracted a folded piece of parchment from an inside pocket of his frock coat.
I met with the Archbishop of Canterbury today. Ashby and your father were present as well. They both gave their consent, allowing me to procure a special license. Loveliest Emma, I am most sincere in my offer, and wish nothing more than to marry you this very moment.
Emma placed her hands over her cheeks to cover the heat as it rushed from her belly up to her face. Lord Arundel, do not tell me you have a vicar hiding in the hydrangea.
I shall send him away promptly, if you wish.
He winked at her, the jest making her blush deepen.
You are beautiful, with your pink cheeks and bright green eyes. You put me in mind of a beautiful spring day.
She shook her head. My face goes bright red and it's embarrassing.
What say you, Emma? Will you take a chance on me? I realize the connection to Ashby is undesirable, a connection you may not wish to suffer.
Biting down on her bottom lip, she leaned a little closer to him. I want only you for the rest of my life. And as for your father, we shall navigate Ashby's expectations together. That is what a husband and wife do. They support each other through every trial, even the less desirable ones. As soon as she accepted his proposal, Philip closed the distance between them, claiming her lips as he had last spring when life had been far simpler. Neither of them had known the trials they were bound to go through, but the connection they'd formed had given them the strength to hold on for love. She admired him as he climbed back down the trellis, her heart exploding with a joy she'd never known existed until that moment. As he bid her farewell, she watched until he was no longer visible, having left the yard and mounted his horse. She stayed on the balcony until the clomp of his horse's hooves were gone, too far away to be heard any longer. Re-entering her bedchamber, she was content to see that Anne had left at some point during the proposal. They'd had the perfect moment together, one of absolute privacy. Instead of running down to inform her family of her engagement, Emma sat on her bed with the rose Philip had carried up the trellis. She pulled out her sketchbook, not wanting to forget even a moment of what had transpired. Her hand flew across the page as she sketched. It would take more time than she had that night to perfect each of the renderings, but she would sketch the basics and then spend the rest of her life perfecting each moment so that it would never be forgotten. Epilogue.
Marriage is a gift given by God to the human family for our well-being and growth.
Philip tried to focus on the words the sexton spoke, but he was distracted by Emma and the way she looked in the light pink frock. The dress was lined with embroidered flowers and a pattern of swirls. A veil sat on her head under a band of pearls that extended down her back. She was lovely.
The couple will join hands in a symbol of the union.
Philip stopped listening again as he admired her face. She was at peace. Even though they stood in the center of a small group of family with every eye upon them, there was no evidence of discomfort, which told him she was as convinced of their love as he was. Certainly, their lives would not be perfect, but together they could handle anything, with patience, understanding, and a healthy dose of love. They could conquer the toughest of trials. "What were you thinking about during the ceremony?" Emma asked as he helped her into the carriage so they could travel to Wentworth Hall for the ball that would take place later that evening.
I stood there in absolute wonderment that you had agreed to be mine.
He pulled Emma into his embrace, claiming her lips as only her husband should. As he pulled away, he left a trail of kisses across her cheek so he could whisper in her ear.
Did you know a kiss after the wedding is a symbol of transferring the best part of ourselves to each other? A true marriage of souls.
"Where did you read such nonsense?" she asked, pulling away from him.
What makes you think I read it in a book?
Philip pulled her back to him. He held her as the carriage made the short drive from the church to Wentworth Hall. He kissed her and twirled her loose locks of hair in his fingers. "It sounds poetical."
I have never been accused of being a poet, but I shall accept the compliment with the greatest of humility.
Emma returned his kisses as she ran her fingers along his neck. "When we have a spare moment today, I wish to write every lovely word you have said so I will remember them always. Do you promise to remind me?"
Certainly, my love.
Philip removed one of the pins from her hair, and then another. Emma took hold of Philip's hand, stopping him from removing any more pins. "Philip, what will people think if we arrive dishevelled?" He pulled the silky loose locks to the front, admiring the way her hair fell perfectly upon her shoulder.
They will rightfully understand that you and I have a story to write, a story of passion, a love that puts Shakespeare to shame.
"A story?" She turned away and picked up a bag he hadn't noticed before.
What is this?
He asked. "My wedding gift to you." Excitement fluttered in his stomach as he helped her lift the heavy bag. She opened it, pulling out a frame. His eyes fell upon the sketch, evidence of her ability to capture a moment with the greatest emotion laying before him as he looked upon his own likeness, a rose in his mouth as he climbed up to her balcony. The movement she'd captured in the rendering left him speechless. With each sketch she removed from the bag, Philip recognized the love that had gone into the gift.
They are beautiful.
They are our story, Philip.
I shall treasure them always.
He knew exactly where the sketches would hang once they arrived at Arundel Castle.
And I shall treasure you, my love.
He knew these sketches were only the beginning of what promised to be a beautiful life together. With her talent, he could already imagine every precious moment captured, preserved in strokes of ink. Memories they'd revisit time and time again, reliving their shared journey. A journey in which they would choose the path they travelled as husband and wife. This is the end of The Earl of Arundel, Book 1 in the Earls of England series, written by Angela E. Johnson. Read by Grace Noble. Copyright 2020 by Angela Johnson. Production copyright by Angela Johnson.